Talk shoes.
Recorded live.
Hello. Guess nobody's on right now. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
What's up?
How much? Did you get my message?
Yeah.
Did you read it?
Part of it.
What did you think?
I didn't look into the other stuff. That's your job. That's like you do. I guess that's your role.
Yeah.
I didn't go into it.
It was just talking about the evolution of mitochondrial DNA.
Mhm.
How Keely interpreted it was a bit incorrect. Does not to say, again, that he's wrong about everything else. I'm just saying that what he read in that scientific paper, he understood it incorrectly. That's all. He said that the mitochondrial Eve was traced back to about 180,000 years ago, and then that doesn't necessarily mean it's the only woman alive. He interpreted it that since there was a gap, it must mean the person was a hermaphrodite. But the thing is that every other species has some type of empty DNA that can be traced back. So it's not to say that every single animal was a hermaphrodite previously.
That's what you're saying. He said that every single animal was a hermaphrodite.
No, he didn't say that. He just said that humans used to be hermaphrodites.
Now, what part was he wrong on? You said?
He was wrong on the interpretation of the scientific evidence. Now, this doesn't mean that humans weren't hermaphrodites. It just means that the explanation he was using, the scientific explanation, he was misinterpreting that. That's all. So he could be right when he was talking about the mythologies. I can't argue that because I see all the circumstantial evidence. I'm just talking about the scientific articles he was using. So.
Hello, who's that?
Huh?
Is that your phone? Is that on your side?
No, not me.
Anybody else there? Okay. Yeah, so what were you saying?
That's about it. I'm just talking about the hermaphroditic theory. It's plausible, but I'm not going to say it's true. But it's plausible. I think it's the other way around. They want to put the genders together, not it was separated and then it's going to come back again.
Why do you think that?
Because that's what all the evidence points to. That's their plan, to combine the genders together. I'm sure from your studies you saw that too. That's their end goal.
Yeah, well, I see. I definitely do see that. In the beginning, it was hermaphroditic.
Well, yeah, from the mythologies you could.
It's not even just mythology; it's just symbolism and looking at. Even you can go down to pictographs, characters tell that story too.
Yes.
That idea, that story of them, uh, Lucy and Homo erectus and Homo habilis being twins, separating.
I mean, all of mythology and religion, it traces back to genetic engineering. Adam was technically a hermaphrodite. So there is evidence, circumstantial evidence to it. I'm not saying that it's implausible. I'm just saying that the scientific evidence he was using was a misinterpretation. That's all. So what else have you been learning? How's that documentary that you want to watch?
I'm like just trying to save money.
To buy a camera?
Yeah. But,
yeah, I mean, you can buy probably like $1,000 camera that'll get the job done.
Yeah, the problem is I just have other people, the system, trying like hindering my movements.
Money-wise?
Yeah. Try to get money out of me somehow, some way. longer than I want
Are
it
you
to be.
just gonna put it out there, or are you gonna sell it?
I'll just put it out there. I think
So,
less people. Huh?
Are you gonna call Glenn?
Oh no, it's too late to call him now.
Alright.
If I were to call him, it'd have to be like earlier than this. Hold on.
Anyone else gonna come on?
Yeah, I guess in a little bit. Just I don't know. I think it's Saturday. I think maybe Saturday people, are out maybe, hanging out with people.
Programming.
I wouldn't say programming, but it's just people
No, it's
got.
programming. Think about the Brave New World. People work 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Get their
I
party
know what
time.
you're saying.
Hello?
Yep.
Yo, what's going on, brother?
Who's this?
It's Mike.
Oh, what's up, Mike?
What's going on? Yo, I got a beep. I'll be right back.
Okay.
It's actually a pretty symbolic movie, Brave New World.
Yeah, it's it's a lot of it's true. As they say, it's like every Saturday, Sunday, people are. It's like just like monotonous, just a train day that like a Pavlovian thing. Like just do it on this day. Saturday, Sunday is the day off. It's just a big cycle every week. One big circle. Just.
And all the days are quoted too. We have Saturday.
Yo.
Yeah, who's this?
Mike.
What's up, Mike?
Chilling, bro. Chilling. Who else we got on the line?
Just me.
Mike.
Oh, another Mike?
Yeah.
Oh, word. What's up? What's up, Mike?
Not much, you?
Chilling. I'm an alcoholic. I've been clean for 5 days.
What's going on?
Chilling, bro. Chilling. What's the conversation on?
We were just talking about the movie Brave New World.
Excellent film.
I just saw a movie, Mike, that you should see. It's called On the Silver Globe.
On the Silver Globe. I never heard of it. Is that a newer flick or is that
No, it came out in '88.
All right. Cool.
Really good one. I think the language it's speaking is like Swedish or some shit. I'm not sure, but it comes in with subtitles already. So.
Yeah, subtitles are cool. I'll read subtitles. Yeah, what's it about?
It's really symbolic, the whole thing, man. It's like one big allegory. It's
like on some Alejandro Jodorowsky type status, or like
kind of like that. Yeah.
Cool. Hey, did you watch any of David Lynch's work yet?
I never got into Eraserhead. That's the next one I'll watch. I watched that one. Eraserhead looked interesting. I never watched it yet. I watched like the first 5 minutes of it, but I really gotta take time to watch that shit because it's like I could see like he painted the whole thing in like some surrealism.
Yeah, that's one of those films you gotta have a full mind to watch. You can't watch that film tired or half into it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He spoke to Antonio. Maybe?
Antonio, who's Antonio?
Doug. I mean Doug.
I don't know, a little bit. Why? What's going on? You talking to him?
No, I haven't spoke to him on the phone or anything. Just see him on Facebook and stuff.
Yeah, I spoke to him briefly on the phone. Basically, like, I don't know. He was asking if it was okay to talk about me in a rap song. I said, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's really it. You know, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, Neo.
Yeah.
So, what else did you learn, man? What else is new?
Just I got the Keeley papers a long time ago. Checking that out.
What did you get from those Keeley papers?
Huh?
What did you derive? What did you get from them? What did you...
The whole premise. I still go back to it because there's a lot of stuff I can research into, or the word research into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the back issues, the older ones, the 20th edition, and so forth. I see where he got his quote from. He keeps talking about Zoroastrianism, the 8,000-year-old business plan. The evidence is here. It's in front of us.
Well, I find when I go in the dictionary and I look up words, and I break down the word syllables, and I look at the derivatives, French, Latin, Gothic, Greek, Old Anglo-Saxon, all different derivatives, and then you look up where these words come from, and then you break down those words, and it's like a big trail. It's like you keep digging, and you'll actually find each word you look up. I actually take notes. I'll copy it all down, and I'll see that it'll tell me a story.
So what are you guys talking about? You talking about Kilius, the doctor guy?
No. I'm talking about Glenn Keeley.
Glenn Keeley. Okay.
I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Nah, I haven't heard of him. How do you spell his name?
Kealey.
You know, in Genesis, it said the same thing. I have it in front of me. It says, give help, let us go down and mingle with their pronunciation, so that man doesn't understand the pronunciation of his companion. That was in chapter 11. Pretty much how all the priesthoods, they understand everyone's language. They base it on the phonetics. They can, not even knowing the language, they can still talk to each other using the code.
Yeah, I've actually been reading Edgar Allan Poe. I know, Mike, you like Edgar Allan Poe. I was actually reading. I read two of his stories. He goes, one was called The Wonder of Words, and I think it was called The Wonder of Words, and that was a really good one. And another really, really good one was The Fall of the House of Usher.
Oh, the House of Usher. Yeah, that's a good
That
one.
shit was good. That shit was like a whole. The allegory was pretty much kind of veiled in there. I thought that was a good story.
Sounds like we got more people on the line.
Who else is on the line?
I just joined. It's Andy.
Oh, what's up, Andy? What's going on?
Hey, man. Yeah, I wasn't able to log in on the website. It's giving me like a patchy server error. Yeah. I'm really busy, so I might be only with you guys maybe for like half an hour or so.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So who else? So who's on right now besides you?
Mike and Mike.
Oh, two mics. Okay.
Yeah.
Just the three of you guys right now?
Yeah, I think so. I can't see the chat box. I'm not in front of a computer, so I don't know.
Yeah, I couldn't get in. I was just trying to get in to log in, but give me a server error.
Yeah, I looked up that thing you were saying. You mentioned to me about the 7 principles of Hermes, something like that.
Who? I'm sorry? Which one?
You suggested something about like the 7 principles of Hermes.
Oh, the 7. Yeah.
And when I was reading it sounded like more of a doctrine. Like
like I said, it's kind of like a methodology of, using those principles of making, so you can make decisions throughout your life. Any lifetime decisions, you can use those 7 principles. The more you use, the better, I guess, you can handle the situations. Any sort. It's kind of like it's a more philosophical version of Art of War. Like, Art of War is very tactical, but this is more of a more philosophical way of dealing with things, I guess. it's like a Western version of.
Because when I was reading it, like there's a lot of truthful elements to it, but it sounded like like you're stuck in this number 7, like you're stuck in like the cycle of 7, like. Like.
Yeah, I mean, I was just interested to see what your point of view after you look at it. You know, see, you know, if it's any useful. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I apply some. I mean, we all apply some of these principles in our lives. You know, without even knowing it. It's kind of just like kind of showing you. Like how these principle works. It's kind of because it's a universal concept, I guess. They had,
you know, things in there that's like universal that I know is true. Like, and there's other things that maybe I didn't understand, or like the vibration thing. I never went into that.
You're so into this vibration stuff, man. It's unbelievable. They're like talking about this all the time.
And like, what do they really mean? I mean.
That's what I'm thinking, you know.
I mean, if you want to get to the root of it, like vibration, what is the sound when you're talking? Is that how we're?
There's this in Buddhism. If you look at Tibetan Buddhism, there's this thing called Om.
Yeah.
Om's like supposed to be the smallest element you can possibly go down into, and once you get down to that, basically it's just a sound called Om.
I've been wanting to look into that. I've seen there's some books out there called On the Theory of Sounds.
If you look
that
at
sound what happened?
They have a Sanskrit in Tibetan that they use chant. It's called very popular. It's called Omani Ame Om. If you look at it, it looks like some kind of Sanskrit that they recite, chant, you know, over and over again. I don't know.
Yeah, man, I think they definitely do know something, because when I got that piece of information, like Glenn was saying that the whole, theory of the unified theory of the universe, it all stops at gravity, and then the scientists are saying that gravity is actually sound. What?
Yeah, I was very surprised to hear that Glenn actually got into like this beyond the 3D dimensional concept of a lot of things. You know, I was surprised to hear that. But he attacks it in a different way that from what I have heard so many others talking about. So it's I mean, I'm definitely more interested in hearing more from Glenn to see what his point of view on that, all those dimensions are more all about. I just kind of need to get
I've always heard him. He's always talked about different like dimensions, but like we're within fourth dimension. But like, as soon as you try to explain anything beyond,
see, that's the alien community is talking about in the New Age community. Currently we're in the transition right now, going to 4D to the 5D.
No, I see that. I think that there's truth in that. I think maybe that's like when the whole universe, and it comes to the big crunch. That's the whole.
Yeah, I think. I think there's probably some truth to it, but they kind of twist it, so we don't really know the exact thing, how things are really changing. We have a very vague concept of it.
I'm seeing a lot of those guys, like those.
A lot of them,
like on Facebook, right? Like a lot of them, and a lot of them are like transubstantiated, man. A lot of them.
They're all pushing the same crap, and a lot of times they're not even like. They're not really even linked up with one another. They're all like a little bit different.
Yeah.
So you go. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here now.
I don't know where they're getting all this information from, but but what we know is it's from out of this city, out of Israel. That's where they're pumping all this crap out.
Well, Dana, you're here now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. What's up, Dana?
What's going on, man?
Yeah. Real busy.
Yeah.
Trying to make ends meet right now, so I don't make.
Yeah.
I gotta work pretty hard right now. I haven't worked for like a while, so I'm paying it all back now. And I took advantage of it, So how's everyone's life going? I mean, you guys making ends meet. You still continuing doing the same thing with your job and all that stuff?
Yeah, I'm going through things right now
Are you able to save
with
monthly?
the law and shit. What?
Are you still going through that legal process? They're putting you
Oh,
through?
I'm waiting on that.
Oh, okay.
I'm just waiting on that. And the legal process now for me is just speaking of the court systems, man. I'm like in the court systems, and they're just taxing the shit out of me, and
yeah. I mean, if anything else, you're losing time. That's the most valuable part. You know.
Yeah.
That BS. You know. God.
Exactly.
I feel sorry for you. You got to go through that crap.
I've been going through this stuff for years, man. Years.
You just couldn't get out, huh? Really
they always try to get some money out of me somehow. Always.
Yeah.
When did it start?
That's how it is.
When did it all start for you?
Me?
Yeah, at what age?
When I was 16, I remember.
16?
When basically.
Uh-huh. I think that's whenever. I think that's whenever around the time when I was first attacked. I believe. I mean, if I think about it going back, I think they gave me some kind of disease back then, but I think my body was able to fight it off or something.
What do you mean attack? Like how?
Like in high school, you know, they play biological warfare all the time.
Oh! I wasn't attacked by. I wasn't referring to bio. I was talking about like the system, like cops trying to get me in the system.
Oh, cops? Okay. I guess they're attacking you some other way.
The cops don't attack me like to single me out. I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying, like, I've just been feeling that burden, I guess.
Yeah.
Yo, hey, I can't find anything on Tibetan Buddhism, man. I can't find shit on that.
There's a lot of, you got to be careful because there's a lot of misinformation out there as well because.
I can't, that's what I say, I can't find anything.
The Communist fraction, they pump out a lot of disinfo, and then themselves, the New Age group, pump out a lot of disinfo. The real stuff, they really don't.
The real stuff is like all in Sanskrit, man.
You can't exactly. You can't get the real stuff. You can talk with one of their monks if you want, you know, if you could find a monastery nearby, you know. I'm sure in New York there's a couple.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen some of them.
I don't know exactly.
The best thing you can do is just find the oldest translations, because it is one of the.
You can't even find the oldest translations. Like, there's no, literally, all the books, right, are all like, any book that you find is all like some 2005 shit. You cannot find anything old. Like
I also heard that Sanskrit is a great language to use for programming. So I'm thinking maybe hell was actually probably programming using Sanskrit. Yeah.
Probably one stage of the game.
They have the head of NASA computer science division or something like that. I was talking about using Sanskrit computer language to create a new language, computer language or something. They just said it's really a great language to do. Make it way more powerful. Whatever program they're trying to do. Right now, the computer language, they're moving into the natural programming state. The binary, I think they might add another between the zeros and the one. Between the two binary, they're probably going to add one more between. It's called null. That's what's missing. That's what's missing from the very basis of these the binary, make it even more powerful. I guess that will move into third dimension or something, as far as programming goes, or beyond. Because you only have the on and off, positive and negative. If they add a null in the middle, it'll make it a lot more powerful. They can probably, in addition to Sanskrit, they can probably move into a much powerful era of computing. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that word, Glenn used a lot. It was another code word, Ocean 11.
Yeah.
Ocean 11.
Yeah. I can't remember I can't remember all the 11 groups that Glenn associated. I only can remember the second one, Benedict and Franciscan. The rest of it, I don't even know.
And
I can't remember.
I've seen it in Harry Potter. They use that code.
The new one.
The new one. And Ocean 11, to me, what I got from it was, because right now we're in the period of the 10, because they came out with the 10 last year or the year before.
Mm-hmm.
They officially announced it, and so we're in the period of the 10. But after the ocean comes and kills everybody, they're gonna have the 11, and 11 also suggests the slaves too, but it also suggests the computer Jack and the Boaz, and the number 2 is number 1.
They call it.
So they were always number 2.
11, right?
So they were always really running the show. I mean,
okay.
But I think the computer,
with
the whole Neanderthal, how they say they.
You know what I think? I think we
dead.
I
think that's like a Machiavellian thing that they might be doing, like trying to fool people, thinking that they're dead. I mean, maybe a lot of them are dead, but it might be some type of Machiavellian.
I think it's a good idea to figure out like get into train of thought how the computer thinks. I don't know if there's actually a pattern that can be seen, but obviously there probably is some.
I mean, like if it's like thinking like 5 or 6 dimensions.
I know.
Think fast.
I mean, I kind of want to ask one, like, you give us an example of like a 4th dimension train of thought, just kind of get an idea. So I
made videos about the 4th dimension is like you're looking
time.
at time totally different. You're looking at it like
right.
Like
you gotta incorporate
like
time
in your like in their mind, like
3D thing.
like you see how you think of you have something planned, like something you're gonna do tomorrow in your mind, in a human way. Okay, but they think about it like they can have an idea, and they're already looking at. You're looking at the beginning stages. They already see the ending and everything that's gonna happen after that. Like it's already all set up in its mind. Like it's all like. Like say you want to go out and buy some food to eat. Like if it was a computer, it'd be thinking of like the food exiting the body and just digestive. What happened?
It'll worry about the whole process.
Well, 2 people talked at once.
You're thinking about buying an apple. It's thinking about like the tree that'll come from that apple.
Yeah.
From it being, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
After you excrement it.
That's why it's so control freak, because everything has to go its way, type of thing.
So basically, basically think about the whole process, basically where everything came from, then down to how that.
I made videos about that. Like a good example. There's a story by Ted Chiang.
Sure.
Ted Chiang.
Big Chiang.
Ted Chiang. Yeah, Ted Chiang. He's a science fiction writer. He wrote a story called you can find it on Radio Archives site. It's called Under.
You can send it to us later if you want.
Yeah.
Tony.
So who's on right now?
Mike.
Me.
So 4 people. Is Mike the director still here?
Yeah, what's going on?
Oh shit.
Yeah. I heard that clip that you sent it to us from that guy with. I don't even know why he called himself with a heavyweight belt. I don't know what the hell that means. He's buckled up his gut sticking out or something. But he's just he contradicted himself, like in whatever voice recording that.
Yeah, that was the
I don't
voice he left for me.
Yeah, he contradicted himself like big time. I was like, what the hell?
No, how do you think he contradicted himself?
If I remember correctly, mentioned about when I was listening to it, I remember, but now I can't. I probably had to reanalyze it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't mention it. I know he contradicted himself.
Yeah.
He thinks we fall into a belief system, and then he mentioned about something else. That's also, which is also a belief system. That's how
He wants you to believe in nothing.
Yeah, exactly. He wants you to believe in that's a belief system too.
That's nihilism. That's what nihilism is.
Nihilism, yeah. That's also a system too. Why can't you just think freely? Jeez.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's so interested in getting you to change your mind.
I get people like that, man. I always get people who want me to, who come to me and say, "Here, change your mind." Like, I don't do that to other people. Most I do is like I give information, and I just say, "Okay, here, you take it or leave it, man." Whatever.
Are we talking about me trying to change your mind?
No, man.
Oh, I was about to be like, what the fuck?
No, I'm not talking about you, man. I'm talking
all about those master brainwashes that subliminally brainwash people and what.
These people just come to you for no reason at all, or what? They just random strangers come to you?
No, because I put my phone number and stuff out there.
So, okay.
You know, it's expected, I guess.
Oh, okay. These people have nothing better to do. You just come and calls you. Try to change your mind. Using their belief system. Yeah. I got you. Well, I got my phone number too.
It's good to hear opposing sides.
So far, me and any of these weirdos yet.
What'd you say, Mike?
I said it's good to hear opposing sides. You know, it sharpens your blade of truth. You know what I'm saying?
It's good to hear other perspectives.
It's good to hear discussions.
That's true, but there's a limit to it.
What do you mean?
Or else it just becomes annoying, and then you start wasting your time.
Yeah, people waste your time. So I just
hope they don't call like you like 2 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. About to hit the bed. Who knows?
Yo, Don, I did that same thing that you did. I made a post, right, about people being drunk on religion or whatever, politics. And a guy, it's interesting you see that people who are drunk on it, they don't even realize like they're drunk on it. Like they don't even, like one guy was like, well, I can smoke marijuana and be fine, and this stuff. But
smoking really doesn't do much. You really have to like use it in a concentrated form to gain anything out of it. More for medicinal purpose. I mean, smoking is kind of like actually it's not the best way to use it. It's kind of wasted. That's why they prefer you to smoke it instead of using it in the proper manner.
Well, I've seen like from experimentation in high school and stuff. I see the difference in behavior when you're not smoking it when you are, and even after you're not smoking it, it still has effects on you.
Smoking what?
Because it's still in your system.
George, smoking what?
I'm talking about marijuana. I'm talking about marijuana.
Who
got cut off? Don?
Yeah, I got cut off.
Oh. Yeah. Yes, so I'm saying I was doing the same thing. I did the same. The thing that you did, you said you were kind of like gauging when you made the post. And I did a post about people being drunk on religion and politics. And people, one of the guys to reply was already, kind of drunk on religion already. And they were kind of like justifying.
Yeah, and you'll notice that like people, usually the people that put the longest posts that are negative or like opposing will usually fit the stereotype of what you're writing about.
That's why they know so much about it, right?
I mean, not even that thing. Like, it doesn't even have to be that. Like, I do it all the time, and like, I just write. What he's referring to is I write notes on Facebook, right? But I'll write them because I'm sort of like, well, I guess you could say at this point, impromptu author, trying to become an author. So I to test ideas out or how I'll have to present them to a certain audience. I'll pick out certain people that I'll tag in the note and structure the note, just to see how that writing affects them and, like, find out what opposing things will come in, or if I see, like, correlations in the comments between the people who are commenting or who likes whose comment, I would be like, okay, well, these people, they're 18 to 25, black females that like to travel or something like that, right? So I'll just send them all, like, the same. I'll be like, all right, they like to travel. Let me test this theory. So I'll just send them all messages like, why do you like to travel? Like, it won't have anything to do with the note, but then you'll see correlations in, like, why. Like, you'll see all sorts of correlations. So I know I can structure a product around. It won't have anything to do with travel, but if I structure the thing around what they like, then it has a stronger impact. Right. That's how I use it, and he did it in a different fashion. I guess you're starting to experiment it now, I'm assuming.
With that note I did, though, I posted, I noticed most people, Andy knows this too, like, most people, like, I come across, are usually, they're drunk on some type of religion or politics. Most people are transubstantiated. Most people are, like...
What do you mean drunk? Let me look up the definition of drunk, fucking around with you.
Transubstantiated.
Transubstantiate. It's too big of a word. Hold on.
Being drunk without actually having to, like, literally drink alcohol,
Yeah, I actually think, Brandon, most of the people that I meet online, they're not really drunk. They're intentionally drunk. Well, they're not intentionally pitching those what they're told to, whatever that they're told to do. They pitch it. Yeah.
Whatever the math.
A lot of people get paid. A lot of people get paid for being on Facebook. You know that, right?
Yeah.
It's very obvious for me now. I mean, I know all the ones that are involved. It's very easy for me to spot now.
Like the one, like, for example, on the Facebook, when you were, the one that was that lady, I think her name was Tammy, and she said, like, Kimberly.
Tammy Reed.
And they were all children, or something like that. And
yeah.
I mean,
she looked like a Virgin 10 to you?
She's like, you don't understand the meaning of the Virgin Mary, and,
What? Can you repeat that one?
I was like, wow. She was basically, like, kind of worshiping Mary and saying, oh, but you don't.
What is it?
Like, something about you didn't, like, on one of the posts I made. You should have got a note, something about it, because it's on the one under that picture I posted about Aladdin.
What is it?
It's under a picture I posted about Aladdin, and you'll see that Tammy comes on and says, well,
right. She asks a lot of questions.
What?
I think she asked a lot of questions.
And they would ask questions, and then they'd make, like,
some comments.
Yeah.
Hey,
give you a little bit of hints.
Hey, cult members, someone told me to get in contact with you because you said I contradicted myself. Yeah. It's not time for laughing now. It's time to get serious. Where do I contradict myself at? I'm asking a question. Where do I contradict myself at?
Who is it?
Well, just repeat. Look,
I think it's
just repeat yourself one more time, then. Repeat what you say in the voicemail.
Oh yeah. He was saying, I gotta repeat it. He said something about a belief system. I have a belief system,
and then there's no correlation. I mean,
it's not time for beliefs. Beliefs don't get you anywhere in life, and he wants to get me to believe in nothing.
Look here. Let me explain something to you people who don't have a clue. There's a difference between knowing something and just believing it. Like
now, what is the definition of knowing to you?
What is the definition of knowing to me? Yeah. It's in the dictionary. Okay, why don't you go look it up?
Okay, all right. Okay, then forget it, man. All right, I asked you, and then you're telling me.
Well, yeah, I know what it is. Yeah, I know what the definition.
You know what it is.
But you should know the difference between believing something and knowing.
What's the difference? What's the difference then?
The difference is with knowing, you have experience.
Mm-hmm. And you can't share an experience of everybody. You know that, right?
Now listen.
Doesn't experience lead to like wisdom?
I don't have time for you to try to convince yourself of your beliefs.
So why are you calling in here, man?
Are you telling us your time is more valuable than our time?
You gotta come here and get off, man. Get off.
Hey, cult members. Can you have a debate, or are you just upset because you cannot be in your cult with me on the line?
We're letting you speak. That's what we're doing. We're not blocking off, are we?
Oh. Hey, real quick. Let me just be the mediator. Give him 3 minutes, and then Jared, you hop on with 3 minutes. All right? Is that cool? You both agree on that?
Wait, what? I'm lost right now. I'm obviously lost.
I said let this guy have 3 minutes to talk, and then you could have 3 minutes to talk to no interruptions, and he'll say his point and you'll say your point instead of everybody yelling over each other. It doesn't make sense.
I'm totally down for that. Can I add something? Can there be some sort of introduction to what the fuck is happening at the moment? Because I just called in. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, all right, yeah. Okay, definitely. All right, cool. All right. Someone who's not Jared or the other guy could explain, so we don't get like a biased point of view.
I'd like a quick introduction to the non-biased situation. A non-biased introduction. That's it.
All right. Could someone lay that out there for us? Damon?
Andy?
Did everyone disappear?
I'm right here.
I think that guy got off the phone or something.
No, he's on the phone. Okay, so, all right. Guy, what's your name? I don't even know your name. What's your name?
I'm Don.
Nice to meet you, Don. My name's Mike. I'm Director Mike.
Okay.
All right. Okay, now, Don, would you like to, in a non-biased fashion, can you explain what the discussion is about? A little backstory.
Oh, I'm the guy that asked what the discussion was about.
Oh, okay. Then all right, Jared, are you on the line still?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, now is the other guy still on the line?
Yeah,
I'm here.
Okay, you here? What's your name, sir?
My name is Paul Ironshore.
All right, okay, Paul. I'm Mike. All right, can you give a non-biased introduction to yourself and what the discussion is going to be about? Because I want to give you 3 solid minutes, and I want to give Jared 3 solid minutes, so you guys can at least get your points out there without being interrupted. Is that fair?
I think in this discussion, one person speaks, and then one person responds, and then one person speaks, and then one person responds. I don't want to have a discussion with a bunch of people who can't talk intelligently. Now here's the problem. The problem is that these people take direction from an idiot named Glenn Keeley, who is ridiculous and gets nothing done in his life. Now, the problem is someone contacted me just a little while ago and told me that someone was in here insulting me and saying that I contradict myself. And then when I asked them how I contradict myself, their response was that I think that they live by belief and that I'm trying to say that beliefs are not valuable and are not credible. And, of course, they are not. Now, to continue, I tried to point out to them something that they had a hard time understanding, and that there is a difference between believing something and knowing something. Now, I'll go ahead and give the definition of knowing, since he wanted to know so bad what knowing is. Would that be okay with people?
That's fine with me. I'm going to give you 3 minutes. I feel like that was a fair introduction. I'm going to give you 3 minutes here to say whatever you got to say, and I'm going to give it to him, okay?
Okay.
All right, cool. Your 3 minutes are on. It's all you.
The difference between knowing and believing is this. Knowing is to grasp in the mind with clarity and certainty. Truth, beyond any doubt. To have the understanding as though having experience in something. It's the complete opposite, the complete other end of the spectrum, because belief is lies. Belief is not facts. Belief is not documentation. And I called them cult members earlier because, and by the way, they're part of what I call the correlation cult, because I've heard Jared, for instance, talking about everyone's a Birdman and the Birdman's means this and the Birdman's means that. Just because different cultures use the bird doesn't mean that somehow down through the line they've all been part of the same conspiracy. But because it's a bird, all of a sudden it's a correlation cult. See, everything and most of what he knows is about correlations and trying to bring everything into a conspiracy just because they correlate. That doesn't make any sense. Now, one last point, and that is on belief. What is belief? It's the mental act, and this is what they do with Keeley. It's the mental act or habit of placing trust or confidence in another, Glenn Keeley. Okay? Belief, mental acceptance, and a conviction in the validity of something. That doesn't mean it's for real. It just means that they have a conviction in it. Now, what is a cult? Well, there's many definitions of a cult. When you say the word cult, some people think you mean a group of people because cults and human beings are kind of tribal or animalistic, and so they end up in these herds with their herd mentality. But the core, the true definition of what a cult member is someone that lives by a belief system. Now, one last point. A lot of people in the world have a problem because, see, they're used to living by beliefs. Everyone they run into, everyone they have some kind of interaction with, they all live by a belief. And so they think that everyone on the planet lives by a belief system. The reason why beliefs are evil and rotten to the core is because they are what bring confusion to the planet. Because he wants to believe in Glenn Keeley and Birdman, and this one wants to believe in Jesus, and the next one wants to believe in this or that.
Okay. I'm sorry to cut you off now, but the 3 minutes is up. That's fair, okay? I'm going to give him 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
At the same time, I'm going to cut him off too, okay, when the 3-minute mark happens, all right? All right, Jared, you got 3 minutes, okay?
Oh, it's me now? Okay, all right. You said knowing. He said knowing and believing. Knowing is experiencing basically within yourself. Now, when I know something, I know it because I experienced it within myself. It's not believing. And if believing really comes from believing in yourself, not believing in something externally, it's not what Glenn Keeley said, which was, I believe it. It's because I knew it. I know this. Now, when I experience it, now you come across and you have your own belief system, and I'm saying something contrary to what Paul Ironshaw believes, and so you call me a cult member and you call Glenn Keeley idiot because it's beyond your understanding. So you have a limited view, a limited outlook on life. So there's a lot you need to learn about things. When I say Birdman, it's all a conspiracy that's all laid out in symbolism and allegory. And if you got to learn how to read allegory and symbolism. And you'll notice you call it correlation, it's common denominators. You see the birds always linked to birds, kingfisher, why would Native Americans use feathers? It's a cult, priesthood, male conspiracy priesthood. And it's all you have to understand, a premise that Glenn Keeley provides. It's a premise, and then once you grasp the premise, which not a lot of people can do, you have to, then you do your own research. And it's not me swallowing what he's saying. I've done a lot of work, and for you to come here and say, and just put me in some box and say, well, you're taking everything he's saying and swallowing it, it's kind of really insulting because you don't know how much research I've done. A lot of things in my life that I've seen. I definitely don't have a belief in anything outside of me. It comes inside first, then it goes outside. So.
All right, Jared, is that your concluding statement? Are you concluding
I
that?
can't remember what else he was saying. Oh yeah, he was saying something about from the voicemail I heard. He said
Okay. All right.
I didn't finish.
Okay, you're not finished. You got a minute left. All right, keep going.
And from the voicemail, he said, I want to get you to believe in nothing. I mean, why do you want to get me to believe in nothing? I'm not a nihilist, by the way. That's that nihilism, believing in nothing, adhering to nothing, which is linked to Zen Buddhism, and the whole nothingness attitude, and everything comes to nothing. I believe in myself, first and foremost. All right, I'm done now.
All right, you're done? All right, cool. Now, if you don't mind, I would like a little backstory by Jared. I'm going to ask you this question. Okay, Paul, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you. I got to respond to that, though.
Okay, just let me get a quick 5-second backstory, okay? Is that okay with you, Paul? Is that okay if I give a quick little backstory from you, too?
Backstory as far as what?
I want to know what exactly Jared was calling you contradictory about. That's what I want to know. Okay.
I wasn't the one that was saying he was contradictory. It was Andy who said he was contradictory.
Okay.
Andy, can you get in there for I'm going to give you 1 minute just to explain what you felt that he was contradictory about. Is that okay? Andy, you with us?
I'm trying to remember what he said on the voicemail, basically.
It must have been important, and there wasn't a contradictory statement. I need to answer these questions.
No, but that's your opinion, though. That's your perspective.
You keep on telling me what my opinion is. I don't want to hear about opinions, okay?
That's what you're calling me up with your opinion.
Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. Try to get it.
No, oh wow, man! Like,
hey, listen. 5 seconds. Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Everyone, stop acting like children. Hold on.
Man.
I'm not the one acting like a child.
Everyone, be quiet. Everyone, be quiet. You cannot have you cannot have a discussion with everyone yelling and screaming at each other. 2, Paul, please. Do you have to use profanity? I'm not using profanity with you. I prefer that you not bring profanity into this discussion, please. I'm trying to make this a civilized conversation, and everyone feels the need. Okay, so all right, Andy, until you find that email, I'm going to give Paul 3 more minutes, and I'm going to give Jared 3 more minutes. Okay?
Yeah, give him time. Give him time to remember what I contradicted myself about.
Okay. Okay, Paul. You got 3 minutes. Okay. Go.
Okay. Just grab a pen, Jared, so that way you can remember.
Okay. Let's see.
Not me. It's not me.
Go. Holla. I'm on mute.
Now, the man cannot get it. Keep on telling him. I understand. He keeps on going back to what he believes. And I keep on trying to explain to him that there's a difference between knowing something and believing something. But see, he's too used to being and living and being conditioned to being a person.
Hello?
I guess he got cut out. Did he get cut out? I can't hear him.
It sounded like his signal was breaking up a bit while he was talking.
All right, Paul, your phone's breaking up. Give us a call back.
I'll respond to that. But
wait, Jared, let's get off.
He's cut off. Do you hear him?
Yeah, he's cut off. But let's not even talk about that discussion until he comes back, so it's fair. You know. Let's move on to something completely different. We got enough brains on the phone to think of another topic. You know, let's just be fair to the guy. You know, if he wants to have a conversation with us and have an intelligible one, you know, let's not talk about what he's talking about unless he's here. You know.
But let me respond to you, Mike. All right, you're saying let's have an intelligent conversation, and that other guy is saying let's have an intelligent conversation. You got to remember. Okay, intelligence in this context is not all that matters. When even the ancients said that. They said that mind is the slayer of the real, and that's what Paul Ironshaw's problem is. He's just using pure reason, right? And so people who use just their intellect, they'll just destroy the real. You have to use something else. It's called intuition. Now he's thinking that I'm saying that as a belief system, but I'm saying that because I experienced it. I experience it every day. And I'll explain what intuition is for you.
Need to write this.
Then you have to explain to him.
You need to write this down and say.
I can't explain to guys like Paul because I just explained to him and it went one ear and out the other.
He didn't
understand it. Explain your experience. That's what I'm saying. If he needs,
you can't.
Basically, what he's saying is, I think, basically, you want to keep our mouth shut if we never experienced life. Basically, that's what he's saying. I mean, I really can't get into anything else. And saying that to believing nothing, that's a belief system right there.
Well,
that's falling into a belief system.
Yeah,
if he wants to bring logic into it, bring probability into it. You understand what I'm saying? If he says, "Oh, you never experienced it and you believe it," okay. Well, here's the numbers, probability. Bring probability into the conversation. You know,
yeah, but you can't also say what someone else has experienced. You know, who is someone to say that you haven't experienced this and you're not like? Yeah. How do you know? You're not with someone every single day of their life. Things that they've forgotten and learned and forgotten over again. Like you can't just sit there and be like, well, you're not doing this and you should be doing this and I know you. I got you all figured out. All of you on the phone, I have you all figured out, even though I haven't met any of you personally.
That's exactly
or spoke
what
to you for more than 5 minutes.
Do. That's exactly what a Christian.
And I hate it when people say they're wasting their time when this guy's wasting everybody else's time.
No, don't tell me what I'm doing.
Who's telling you who's telling you what to do?
Did somebody hang up on me?
Hey, Paul, you're back, huh?
All right. Yeah, I need to make my point. I need to make my point.
Paul, we're gonna give you 3 more minutes. Your phone lost service. You got disconnected. Nobody hung up on you.
Okay. Let's proceed.
All right. Hold on. Wait. Okay, you got 3 minutes now.
Okay. This man keeps on trying to tell me what I believe. I'm not in the beliefs. He keeps on telling me it's my opinion. I keep on trying to explain to him that there is a difference between believing something and knowing something. And the difference is, if you stick yourself inside of a pizza oven, then you'll know that you need to get out of it. You see, that's a difference between I believe that if I get in the pizza oven or, the pizza oven is really just a mirage. It's just we live in a world of fantasy. It's not nothing is real like David Icke. No, there's a difference between believing and knowing. He also accused me of going by what the Buddhists go by, which is believing in nothing. You're damn right. I'm not. It isn't that I believe in nothingness. It's that I don't live by a belief, which is, I've already explained what a belief is, and I explained what knowing is. I live by what I know, but yet somehow I contradicted myself, which is a totally oxymoron statement. So the bottom line is, there is a difference between believing and knowing, but yet after I explained the difference to him, he still wants to tell me about what he's, as though it's valid in any real intelligent debate. He mentioned the Birdman, and he talked about priests. All I know is it's unfortunate that you go to someone like a Glenn Keely and think that you're bringing something intelligent to the table. Glenn Keely has gotten nothing done in his life, and everything you know what? I've exposed Glenn Keely. Maybe you better go back and listen to my free shows.
That's the whole deal. Oh, okay. All right.
Well, yeah, I don't even know who these guys are. Once I exposed Glenn Keely, someone came and pointed me out to these guys, and I wanted to get a hold of them and ask them some questions about Glenn Keely, and their only response was, go talk to Glenn Keely. Well, I called Glenn Keely. He doesn't answer his phone, so I called this guy the other day, and I said, look, I gave him some pointers on exactly what was wrong with what was going on with him. And yet he says I contradicted myself. I want to know more about that contradiction.
I didn't say you contradicted yourself. Somebody else said that, all right? That's the second or third time I said it. And when you said that Glenn Keely hasn't done anything in his life, then that's a statement that just exposes your ignorance, because he numerously he said it many times, more than one, many times, right? Many times he's exposed what led him to the point he's at right now. It was he had a $16 million project.
That is straight bullshit. Now go get me the documentation. Right now, I asked you about that. Go find me the documentation and send it to my iconoclast radio.
I don't have to find it. You have to find it.
Prove nothing to you.
You have to find it, because it's not about me proving to you.
Hold
on. It's not about me proving to you.
Hold on. Absolutely friggin' not.
It's not about me proving to you. I proved everything to myself. Right?
Interrupted.
I'm not your brain. I'm not your brain. Okay, I'm not going to be here and spoon feed you like any institution, like most people are used to, or media feeding you.
You're interrupting my 3 minutes, and moderator, you need to check that.
This is my show right now, right? This is my.
I bet it is. Yeah, anything but get me some documentation. Now, moderator. This is my experience.
Find your own documentation. Go find your own. Go find your own.
That's my point. I've already done the research.
See, now you have no use in documentation. See,
listen,
you've been trained in that form of thought. I need this document to prove something to me.
Where's the documentation?
I can prove there's Martians with documentation.
Moderator,
all right?
Moderator, you need to check this. Now, the bottom line is I've already done my research, and it don't friggin' exist. There is no Glenn Keely $16 million project.
It's $160 million.
Yeah, where is it then?
Okay.
Done the,
go do research, man. I found it on Google. You find it on Google. It's there.
Yeah. No, I've heard. Yeah, you found it on Google. I found a bunch of people talking about something, but showed no documentation. That's what I
guess
found.
You weren't looking hard enough. Go look somewhere else.
Does Glenn Keely have the news clips? Does Glenn Keely have the legal lawsuit?
Yeah, you can go look into the newspapers. You can go look into the newspapers.
Newspapers.
I have the newspapers. I got the newspapers here.
Hey, can I make a comment?
You can go find the court cases where he brought Brian Mulroney to court and the whole cabinet. You can go find
the only one in Canadian history to do that. They brought a prime minister to court and won.
Hey, guys,
you don't think that's documented?
Yeah.
Guys.
Now, even if you do have that, which I haven't found yet, and none of his so-called cult members have been able to. Now, if you have it and it's so important, why do you want to keep it from me? Right?
Who are you? Who are you? I don't even know what you are.
This is where the conversation comes all down to. It's all about your beliefs.
This guy's a paid agent, man. He's working with somebody to disrupt.
Absolutely.
You want me to convince you when that's not my job, man.
Nothing. Look here. It wouldn't matter even if you showed me $60 million project, if anything.
We don't care about showing you anything.
Because the rest of that
prove nothing to you. You understand?
Because the rest of that horse shit that he's pushing about the Desdemona codes and all this shit, that $60 million project bullshit, even if it does exist, doesn't prove none of that nonsense, and he can't explain it on his website. He's a friggin' moron. He's retarded. Nothing he does.
That's how I'm looking at you, though, man. Like because you're so ignorant, man. You're like stuck on stupid. You're stuck on stupid, Paul.
Just made an accusation.
Mr. Ironshaw. Mr. Ironshaw. You're stuck on stupid, man.
Yeah.
You really are, man.
No, you're the one stuck
You're proving it, man. You're proving the point right here. You're proving it.
Once again, you say you have all this documentation.
All right, man. Hold on a second.
Unbelievable.
Hey, if you got all this documentation, why isn't it up on your website?
Paul?
If you got all this documentation, why isn't it up on your blog, Mr. Jared?
I think he left at the moment.
I bet he left. That's what happens. They have to leave. The bottom line is if he has all this documentation, it should be up on his nice little blog since he wants to promote this Glenn Keely cult leader.
Promoting Glenn Keely. Do you understand?
Yeah,
we're learning part of reality from him, and we learn from many other sources as well. Right now, he's got a lot of materials we need to go through. How much material have you went through of his?
Hey, how much material? I've been through more material than you've been alive. That's how much material I've been through.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
You understand?
You've been through mad material, and you ended up just being on this phone call with us.
Oh, I got on this
We're
call.
very happy about that.
Hey, listen, I got on this call because someone told me to come over here because you had so much to say, and I had to do what I just did.
Who's you? Why are you saying you? Are you referring to me? Because I haven't been talking the whole time. Who's you? You keep saying you and those and these, and that's not very intelligent. You're not being specific when you speak. Be a little bit more specific when you're talking, because I know I called here. I don't know anything of Glenn Kelly. I just called for intelligent conversation. I haven't heard any of it, and this is the first time I've heard you on the call, and it got this irate.
Well, it's got this irate because of why. I've asked for one thing. Show me the proof. When I ask for proof, they say they got it all, but yet it's not on his blog.
Who is they? Who is they? Again, let's get back to specifics.
Okay.
Who is they?
I don't know these people by name.
There's only one person with a blog right now that you. So it's not they. It's a one person you're referring to.
Listen,
right. I don't have a blog. You know.
Listen. There's one guy named Jared. Okay. There's also two other people that I know that so-called are always promoting and defending this Glenn Keely about his marriages. The last time I heard was his marriage to Arizona Wilder. This other lying pathological nut. Then they want to explain that, oh, we're not really Glenn Keely followers, but yet every time I've ever heard them in one of these conversations, they're always bringing up his name as if he is somebody that has any kind of real truth and knowledge, right? And then I ask, hey, but guess what?
Don, what are you
where's your information?
Because I don't have time for this fucking
where's your
moron
information?
Right. You're under New York. You're from New York, right? That's what you put yourself under, right?
Okay. Where's my information? My information can be found at iconoclastradio.com. You go to iconoclastradio.com and check out my information, which is all documented and in the know. It's not a bunch of beliefs and all kinds of mystical symbolisms and craziness and correlations. Now,
well, excuse me. What do you think the language that you're using is? What exactly do you think the language you're using is?
Are you referring to language as being symbolism? Is that what you're talking about?
That's. Oh my God, man.
What exactly are you talking about? If you're trying to make a point that really is pointless, like language is symbolism, no shit. All symbolism is a language. So that's what makes no damn sense. That you're trying to think that, because someone's using symbolism, that's like someone speaking French or Latin. What difference does it make that they're speaking a different language than you? That's like the lawyer speaking legalese. What difference does it make if?
Hello? Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
just listening.
I hope you're muted.
I guess.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm still here.
Who's on right now?
Direct the mic's on.
Dana.
Danny.
I'm on too.
Who?
All right, so I guess the only person that disappeared was Paul, huh?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
I'm here.
Oh man. So yeah.
I want to repeat that last thing you said about like he's telling us like how all his stuff is like based on symbolism and mystical stuff regarding to numbers and all this. But what is the language that he's using? Isn't that what part of symbolism?
Mm-hmm.
What is all language?
Language is phonetic symbols. It's a bunch of phonetic symbols.
Yeah.
Right.
Pictogram.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
yeah.
It's Paul. You want me to
I'm not for the guy necessarily trying to destroy his website is completely about destroying.
That's what iconoclasm is.
I know that's what iconoclasm is, which is a belief, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
He's asking us to believe nothing, but isn't that kind of like a belief system as well? I mean, that's the area that I'm trying to say that
he's asking for people to think for him. You know, show me that like he's like a big shit.
He wants me to sit there and like I did the homework, and I proved it to myself because at the beginning I was like, yo, this is this is nonsense. I'm not like I get it. You know, it was really painful for me to take it, and then I started doing my own research, and I keep finding that it's all pointing in the same direction.
My question is, why is this guy so passionate about coming on here?
Because these guys are out there,
us,
man.
You know?
These guys are out there getting paid to do shit like this.
Exactly.
You know, I don't know particularly what his story is, you know, but these guys are out there, man. They're all out there. I mean, these guys are there to attack anybody. Like you heard him the first time he came on was me, Brian, and Dana. He's like, oh, I have the heavyweight title. I mean, that's the mentality he has. Like, it's some type of competition.
Well, I mean, he's not that strong. I've stood in your defense a little bit, Jared, when you got cut off. You know, per se, you know, in a very biased way. But I definitely see that from his website that he sort of, like, his whole thing is to sort of destroy beliefs. But I mean, I don't know. I don't really care for the guy. I basically said I don't know anything about Glenn Keely, but I do realize that you came into this call saying those people, and, you know, I'm definitely not one of the, you know.
That is a side issue, and if you ain't involved with it, why are you so concerned with it? No one was even talking to you.
I call this call for actual information, not just to hear people reading other people's beliefs or knowledge systems, or for you to impose your belief system upon us, right, which is iconoclasm or whatever the hell it is. I don't even know what it is. I don't care what it is, because I'm just trying to get knowledge, not to have my knowledge stripped like a car.
Yeah, right? Well, he's going to I'm blocking this guy, because I told him to get off, and he just didn't want to get off. And I have to block him now. And it's going to be the same thing with the guy, Master Debater. Same mentality. We're going to keep coming on.
You don't got to block him. You don't got to block him.
He's wasting our time. We're not even talking
about it. He is, man. He is. Because it's a debate, man. I'm not trying to have a debate. Because debates go nowhere, man. You go on the media. The media train people now. This way, in school, when I was in school and in college, you can have a debate and win a debate. It doesn't mean you're right or it's true.
Exactly.
It's just the art. It's a deception, man. There's no truth to debating.
That's actually why I sort of wanted him back, because I got the Toastmaster thing going on.
Although that being said, Jared, you know, I would really like to see you guys in person, one-on-one, actually do a debate. I think that would be actually pretty interesting.
Where would it go, though, man? This is like a wrestling match, man. People love that. Westerners love that UFC title. Let's fight it out. Like, it's going to go somewhere, man. You know who started that? It was the monks who started that. Boxing. They started that whole, get them to fight each other out, you know. And they were the monks who got everybody on alcohol and beer. You know,
that's true. Because
that was in Asia.
That monk training, they do debates all the time. It's like part of their practice.
That's why they have a checkerboard in the Masonic Lodge. They understand the art of good versus evil. Opposing. They know that because they're going to have, in the end, they're going to go to their way. You're going to have their conclusion. Hegelian dialectic.
They love getting everybody fighting among themselves and, you know, getting everybody all confused. And
you want to know
we end up going nowhere.
I know a guy that's he's heavy into fraternal stuff, and he one of the books that he gave me was a book on rhetoric. And the exact thing that he said was it was like a book, I couldn't even find it. It was written by a mathematician, which is crazy, on like basically is a book on making your lies sound true. High-ranking fraternal guy, I'm not going to say which, but high-ranking fraternal dude gives me a book on making lies sound true. Never really got through it because it's mathematical. It's very mathematical in nature. But it's about language. It's a mathematical language book.
Yeah, like Plato and Socrates, they understood the art of the dialectic, they call it, the dialect. You know, you can guide people to, through logic and reason, and to where you want them to go. But only because reason is like
crap dialogue.
Yeah, reason is just instant gratification, man. It's like now. It's the brain. The brain is just a tool for now, for everyday life in this life. But
there's a very good government document on intuition. It's called like Grill Flame.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. It's more on remote viewing, but I sort of consider that intuition per se. So like for intuition training, more so than like actually like perceiving something somewhere else.
Hey, yo, Jared, I'm outie.
You out?
Yeah, brother. Yo, good luck with your conversation. It's nice talking to y'all. All right, later.
Hey, what
Who's on the
was
call?
called the golden slave ratio?
That was Andy who brought that up.
Yeah.
One time.
I couldn't find it.
Don were talking about.
Yeah, I was talking about it too once I heard it. Love that ratio.
Yeah, but is that a book, the golden slave ratio?
No, I couldn't find anything about it online actually, but it did work out in algebraic terms.
No, you should look into statistics and social psychology. Sounds like something right up your alley.
The statistics of social psychology?
Statistics and social psychology.
Is it a book?
No. They're fields. You should study both.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, separate individual fields or together?
Well, psychology uses statistics so they can come with probabilistic inferences. And you keep dealing with human relations. So if you learn about things like this, then it will really help you, I guess. Read about Cialdini's work, Weapons of Mass Influence, things like that.
Sure. Yeah. All right, definitely, I will do that.
Yeah. And then concerning this guy, listen, if you debate someone, all you're doing is communicating with what he has in his head currently. To actually understand something, everyone has to go and study everything and then come and communicate. Because right now, the guy has limited knowledge. It's pretty obvious. Everything that Jared's saying is going right over his head. Okay, and it's pointless to continue that whole debate with him. And that's all I have to say, because it's kind of obvious he wasn't listening. He just wanted to yell. I looked at his site. All he said was, Glenn Keely is BS. There's no documents, and that's about it. And he considers that his own
that's his premise.
I don't know. Yeah. So you can see it's just a waste of time. So it's better if you move on.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks for the input. Good.
Put a recommendation on that. Yeah.
What was that document you're talking about? The Real Flame, about intuition?
Grill Flame is it was like that was the name of like some project, some Cold War intuition project. There's another one that I have on my computer. I don't know the name of that one, but Grill Flame is a good start, and you'll probably be able to find other documentation. I do these sort of remote viewing exercises. I don't do it for the sake of remote viewing. I do it because it really actually strengthens your visualization skills. So when I do goal visualization for different things that I'm trying to ingrain, it's sort of like self-programming. It's like instead of letting TV program you, you can program yourself to do whatever you want. Like if you're not good at math, you can program yourself to be good at math, et cetera, et cetera.
All right. You're doing this for financial profit?
What happened?
You're doing this for financial profit?
No, not just the math thing. I actually didn't do for my financial profit. I just wanted to know that I'd be able to conquer a weakness. Per se, it's been a lot of the things have been for weakness, removal. Now it's actually going to be more profitable test.
With the intuition thing, you can go and look into ancient texts, and you won't find it under intuition, under that, but you'll hear it described in other terms like the heart, or things like that. That they'll use other terminology, but they won't call it intuition. But you'll know what they're talking about once you understand what to use symbols. You'll see tree of life and things like that, pot of gold, and all these things. You'll see what they're talking about.
Like 9/11, I went to school near World Trade Center. That day, I decided not to go to school. Just randomly, something just said, "Don't go to school today." So I get a phone call. My school was right there. Actually, it was on Trinity Place. If you're familiar, it's It's right around the corner from Building 7. So basically, I didn't go. My mom's calling me. She's calling the house. Mind you, she thought I was in school, but she just had intuition, per se, that I was not in school. So I ended up picking up the phone, and she said, "Oh, thank God you're a truant." You know?
Yeah.
But that's all sort of, you know, that's where those sort of decisions that don't have to do with, like, any real reason that can save your life.
Yeah.
Like, reason would have said go to school. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Has anybody here ever seen the movie Waking Life? I keep talking about it.
I think I have. Well, is it the animation?
Yeah, it's the guy who made Scan of Darkness.
Yeah, I seen it.
There was a scene in there with a guy laying in bed with his the guy is from the guy who he was the actor from Training Day. What's his name? He was in a few movies, but like he mentioned that there was a study. They gave people tests. They all failed, but then what they did, they gave the people another test, and this time it was like an older test or something like that. I forgot exactly how he worded it. It was like an older test.
Look, I'll give you.
And the people passed it because it was like they could like almost sense the answers or whatever. It was like he was basically saying it's like we're all like kind of telepathically linked in a way.
That's ill. There's a ill test right now. If y'all want to, like, this is sort of like the mental test. If anybody's sort of up for it, it'll only take about like a minute.
What is it?
Okay. You guys up for it?
All right.
This is like a way of like memorizing like mad words in a very short period of time. Okay. So, you know, picture, if you don't want to close your eyes, just picture across the room for you, look at the wall, and picture a fish float out the wall, right? And that fish is going to be in the air. It's floating in the air, and out of its mouth comes a bubble. Out of that bubble, right, comes Bill Clinton. He's inside the bubble, right? And he's waving and smiling at you. Then he reaches in his pocket and drops a bunch of shiny red marbles all over the floor in front of you. Now, those marbles form the shape of a star. Now, inside the star, right, is a Walmart. Now, you walk into Walmart because you're hungry, and you go and get, you know, you walk in and you're like, why is there nothing but Frito-Lays on every aisle, right? Now, you just see these Frito-Lays, you're stressed out, you're hungry, but you pick up one, you open it up, and there's broccoli inside. Now, you take that broccoli, right, and you bite into it, and then chocolate gets all over your blue sports coat that you're wearing. Now, let's test to see how many words you memorized, right? So, what came out the wall?
Fish.
Okay. What came out of his mouth?
Bubble.
Okay. What was in the bubble?
Bill Clinton.
What was he doing? Okay, well, let's say you got that one wrong. What came out of his pocket?
Marbles.
What
Marbles.
shape did it form?
Star.
What was in the star?
Walmart.
What was on every aisle in the Walmart?
Frito-Lays.
Okay, what was inside the Frito-Lay?
Broccoli.
Okay. What was inside the broccoli?
Chocolate.
What did the chocolate get on?
That all over him or something like that.
Yeah, it's blue sports coat. All right, well, you guys get 80s out of, you got an 80 out of 100 on the test, but you just memorized the test in like a minute. Like, that's how you actually, like, can get through, like, the school system very fast. Hold on.
That sounds like it's better than mental image by relating to like image, attaching a word to an image. Sounds better.
Yeah, but that's like that's
what is it called? What is it called again?
It's a systemic type of.
called remote viewing.
Oh, this is a technique called part of remote viewing.
No,
Well, this is like let's say had you been practicing remote viewing or ever did like visualization based meditation, or transcendental meditation, you would be faster at it. So I could do it for an hour, and you'd be able to recall it.
This is mnemonics. That's what it's called, and it's categorization. The brain can understand things if you categorize it and group it.
Napoleon used this method. Basically, the way he became like such a strong like war. I'm more of a war based. I mean, Jared will say I'm a capitalist. I know, but like I'm, it's sort of what sort of interested me for a while. I guess out of scarcity or whatnot. But I started getting into war and like Machiavellianism first. And basically, the way Napoleon operated was libraries of the mind. That's what he called it. And libraries of the mind mean you study wars, but you don't study just war theory. You study the battles because each battle had different situations. So he didn't fight with one strategy. Every minute led to a different strategy. He basically believed if you had one plan going straight through a war, you would lose because of all the variables that occur. So he might study certain battles that occurred in the rain and know how to operate in the rain versus in the sun. And what types of things, how morale was. He'll read through like journals of soldiers and just real in-depth like study of war to like every nook and cranny that no other general did. And that's how he actually rose to the top. It actually led to his demise because eventually he stopped studying and other people outstudied him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's the same concept. It's like you shelve things like forever now. You'll have the Bill Clinton thing in your head, even if like, you know what I mean? Like it'll be there, even if you don't really recall it consciously. Like you'll subconsciously be able to recall it because you visualized it. That was an experience for you that was like you weren't really conscious of your body if you did it correctly.
Yeah, I remember Warren, this guy Warren used to tell me that he was a visual learner. I guess that's how like a lot of humans are. Like they have to see something in their mind to really understand something.
I mean,
to have a conception. I mean, that's how human beings are. We use those, symbols to like the unified theory of the universe, right? I mean, that's just a theory. That's just something that we use as a conception, something that we can grasp in our own mind, but doesn't mean that's actually what it is.
Right.
And truth.
I mean, if you look at like most Bibles throughout history were all in pictures, and they were interpreted by the aristocracy of whatever country it was. Like the only people who could read like a phonetic language were the aristocrats. That's like education was only for like aristocrats throughout most of history. Like America.
When you look at the aristocrats, though, I've been looking at like the rule of the people who like the people you describe, like people who go to war and conquer. These were priests too, but like they were like another version, like almost like the knights. When you look at their lives, like there's a good movie I seen On the Globe. Like these people were very, very like you would think they had like freedom, but like they're very, very like they've been like engineered in a way where like they can't think about anything else except like
No. I agree with that. I was reading this one manual that a friend of mine sent me. It's called like an Illuminati's guide to like mind control, right? And it's just it's not really like it's not written by Illuminati, obviously, right? But it's written by this guy that's like allegedly he's like a Christian that researched Illuminati basically, and what he points out is that a lot of like Illuminati-ish people are just people who are programmed as children because they were around pedophiles. Like it was some real crazy introduction in the book where it was, and he pointed out research like this shit had heavy citations in it. I'll send you a copy, but it went into like how they control the mind, and it wasn't something that was just like loosely based like visualization. It was more perverted. It was like pornography, right? Like the original term of pornography was like sex during like murder scenes, basically. Like I don't even know how to explain it. I'm not gonna even try to explain it in depth like he did. But if you look at like let's say a pedophile had a child, right? And the government knew that this person was in a position that he would lose everything if people found out he was a pedophile. They wouldn't just arrest him. They would more say, how about you give us your kid? give us your kid, send them to boarding school, and we will, we'll give you a high-paid position. You'll be a high-paid guy. You give us your kid to go to boarding school. The kid will go to boarding school, and that's where, like, really perverted, like, experiments would happen to the kid that would make him a prodigy, right? So, like, in theory, like, a Facebook kid could be one of those kids, like, just in theory. I don't know if he went to boarding school or not, but whenever you hear something like that where the kid is separated from the home and the parent might be successful, it's because there's some weird, deep-seated backwater shit going on.
Yeah, but that's actually there's some truth to that, because that's how, like, secret societies or Freemasonry or whoever, all levels, like, you'll have that where the person will kind of give up their child, and give them to the, or have like a genetic test tube baby or whatever, like if you look into porn stars and you look into their life, a lot of them are cheerleaders and stuff, and you look at their families, like, think about it, like how they could have been conceived, it could have been like, hey, got it,
Usually come from single-parent families, lots of family problems. In general, all of them have the same pattern. I mean, I've seen a lot of these families where.
It's not good. It's not good to categorize. However, it's like there are just patterns that.
Yeah, I'm not saying all of them fit under that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not even like knocking categorizing at all. All I'm saying is that it's like the statistical probability if X, Y, and Z occur leads to something. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like X, Y, and Z. That'll be a severe anomaly if X, Y, and Z that led to being a porn star, led to creating the first rocket to go to the moon, It's usually, like, there are mathematical patterns that lead to certain things. Like, I thought about I live, in theory, like a building away from where Jay-Z grew up, right? And I have very similar capitalistic characteristics, but that's not how everyone in the neighborhood is, but it's very similar to the point where people tell me all the time, yeah, you sound like this, you sound like that, et cetera, et cetera. I won't even say I don't have the same voice or anything of that nature. At least I don't think I do. And, like, there's similar characteristics. Now, I had to fight those characteristics because I've seen what money can do to a family. Like, it sort of ravaged my family. So the capitalistic nature, I trained it into a different direction. But it was something that was just innate. Like, it was, like, I didn't want to go to high school. I was able to do amazing things, on a collegiate level, but I didn't go to high school because I was sort of like programmed to go after money, not to sit there and listen to broke people talk about nothing. Now in college, like,
that's too common.
Huh?
Well, that's too common.
Yeah.
But,
it's like.
So what kind of deep programming are you talking about here? Are you talking about, like, are we still talking about, like, some kind of mind control techniques? You're talking about split personalities or what? Triggered by code word.
You got to think about what kept a race of people who had a genetic disposition to be, like, to dominate all sports, right? But what keeps them just doing sports? Like,
because that genetic was probably maybe put in there to be. Like, when you're looking at certain people, I think that could be an illusion. Like, when you see, okay, black people are good at basketball, they could have all been singly, all those people who are good, or probably, they just make them black. It doesn't really matter.
This is my argument more was about, like, if there was, like, all right, they're not team owners though. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're just. It's like high-paid slavery, right? And there's certain elements that you'll constantly see. So they'll tattoo their entire bodies, right? Mm-hmm. They'll get paid high amounts of money, but they don't really care about their bodies more than the money.
Yeah, see a lot. You notice that correlation that like you see that common denominator. or correlation, whatever. You'll see that a lot of women, it's like it's not even conscious. I don't know if it's even conscious. Like, they have to get a tattoo, like, in the lower back area.
Tattoo.
Like, a lot of women, like, they have to, like, it's like, I don't even think I think it's beyond culturalism. It's like they have to get this tattoo of a butterfly or something. And I always notice these symbols that they put. A lot of these symbols are like ancient, man. They kind of mean, they in their mind, like, oh, I want to get this. It's cute, but like,
it's cute, right? Yeah, I know.
But it means something else, man. It's telling me what type of person they are.
Right.
Because and people say, oh, well, you're judging, but really, I've tested and seen this. Those people who do that usually all fit under, this category of like this average type of person. Like, I'll always find that if they get a tattoo in the lower back area, then this is a certain type of woman.
What type of woman?
Usually, very sexual.
What kind of tattoo are you talking about? Like a butterfly?
Yeah, they get the butterfly. They get the
dragon.
Stars. They love stars.
Right. Which is rat.
Yeah, they get Eastern symbols. I'll see.
Right.
It'll be a lot of things, and the guys too. The guys will get what's really common.
Wait, what'd you say about them? I'm sorry, my phone cut out.
I don't know what part.
Talking about tattoos. People with tattoos, certain tattoos that display.
Because when you understand where tattoos come from, like, I remember I seen a movie called Eastern Promises, and these detectives were looking for a dead. They found a dead body, and this was in Russia, and it wasn't Russia, no, it was England, but they were dealing with Russian mafia in England, and they said that when you were in Russia at one time, like, if you didn't get a tattoo, you didn't exist, and you could tell a person's whole life story by a tattoos that they had. They could tell they were captains, lieutenants, whatever in the Russian mafia.
I mean, Russian prison, basically. That's
the
where
Russian
they get
prison system.
Yeah.
But they weren't the only ones to do that. Like, the Queen of England has tattoos on her too.
What correlation did you see with the lower back tattoo?
I just see like just in the mentality of the women, they're usually very sexual. How women like usually that type of like MTV or whatever. They're usually gypsy mentality, I guess you could call it. I don't know.
What do they do when you tell them that? Have you ever told a chick that? What do they do?
It's very sexual. It's very sexual. That right there, to put it right on the lower back, that's sexual. That's to, it's to.
Well,
they put it around the belly button. Another one.
In addition
around
to
the belly button.
They also wear these what do you call these leopard skin clothes. That's like symbolizing there's a sex kitten.
It sounds like you're talking about MK Ultra styled symbolism as well. They often use animal printing and butterflies specifically. The butterfly is like really like this metamorphosis. Yeah, the monarch stuff. You guys know what you're talking about then. Good.
Who's that talking, by the way?
I'm sorry, I'm Kevin Tinfoil, if you noticed the list.
Oh, I'm not in front of a computer right now, so I can't.
Maybe you're a friend of mine underneath my list or something. I think I may have heard of you. I've seen you.
I run my own show also, but like I'm off tonight. I'm listening in on other guys and trying to join in, and you guys are on a good path. I think because like that Monarch stuff is serious programming, and they program the stars, and then the stars do these things, and then all the girls are like, oh look, they're in the magazine. I want to look just like that, and then they program our kids.
Yeah.
Monarch was a program, wasn't it? Wasn't that like some
trauma-based programming that basically disassociate them, have to create multiple personalities, and they also gain like incredible abilities such as memorization of various things, very detailed. It's like some people just live alternative lifestyle basically based on these programs. They're triggered by code words. How they do it, I don't know exactly.
Well, the star symbolism is really deep. It's you can read it backwards. It's rats, and rats lead the way, and that all goes back to underground. when the original Masons were
Right.
digging underground, they used rats to guide, when they were digging in the stone and stuff. But it all goes back to that plan that they have written in the zodiac. You follow the stars. That's why they call the celebrity stars, because people follow them and things like that.
Yep.
But then they have the 6-pointed star, which is like the Jewish hermaphroditic symbol, Star David, and you got the 5-point star, which you see in military, and that's like more linked to I guess power and things like that.
Yeah.
But they have they have I think I've seen 8-pointed stars, and they all have like some.
I think the CIA has the 8-pointed star.
Really?
Yeah, the 8-pointed star means that they have like control over both the chaos and the order. That's whether it's got both. It's from the Masonic concept of the squares on the chessboard, and then you take one square and put it on top of the others at the 90-degree angle, and then there's your 8-pointed star, and that's their control. They have control over both the order and the chaos. Which
is probably linking to the male priesthood, because if you look at 8, whenever you see the number 8, it's always usually linked. It's telling
male.
you male, and that's why they have in Buddhism the Eightfold Path.
Let me say something real quick. One day I was at this fair. Okay, I was out in Pennsylvania. I'm at this fair, and there were these people there that were dressed up like it was the 1800s, right? Very colonial dress, and they were basically like, I sort of knew it was something fraternal just because it had to do with like immortality, right? So whenever I see that sort of linkage, I was just like, let me just walk up and see what's going on, right? Play dumb, walk up. So I walk up, and they start reciting, like, I'm this person, right? So they're just being this person from the 1800s. And they didn't quite identify themselves in any fraternity or anything like that. But they said, I'm this person from the 1800s, and I did this, and I did that, and blah, 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 right? And when they did that, it was 4 of them. There were 2 men, 2 women. The man was married to the woman. And at the end of the conversation, basically the woman walked up, and she started describing herself. Now, this isn't her. This is obviously somebody from the 1800s that she's describing. So when she finished her spiel, I said, oh, you must be the chaos, and I pointed to the male, and you must be the order. Now, when I said that, they looked at each other flabbergasted. They had no clue, if I knew anything or if I didn't know anything, right? And then she said, yes, that's what's happening, blah, 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 blah. And then they said, keep the G, make sure you go off and keep the G in the middle.
The G in the middle, that's interesting. The G that they see in the Masonic lodge. The G.
I just took it as
Holy G host.
Now, I took it as sort of like, because I was with my shorty at the time, I took it as have sex with your girl.
No.
Right? But who would be the G, right? Because, there's this whole divination thing going on with that as well. So if you're, like, striving for perfection, going up the degrees, you're striving to become godlike. So go keep the G in the middle. That's how I take it anyway. I don't know.
I guess you can look at it as an interpretation, because they're looking at it like they're striving to become godlike, and the people who set up the system, it's like they're just, it's almost like a cater to your ego. Oh, I'm becoming this.
These are my father.
Made to cater to your ego?
Yeah, like to think that you get striving
about
to
the
become
Trinity,
godlike.
though. The middle, that's the Trinity.
Yeah, like whenever they use a G is always linked. It's like it means grafting, generating principle, the G host, the ghost, the Holy Ghost, and the generated principle. G host is, they're talking about something. When you see the obelisk, this generator force. On one level, it's a penis, generated, but they're talking about a needle inseminating an egg, because that's how it happened in the beginning. The male or Neanderthaler priest who did that in the beginning. It's all referring to that when they say that. But but then they can veil it and say, well, it's the penis, and
I think it all began when they artificially inseminated the first animal, livestock. That was like the very first step, right? Very first beginning.
Well, I know they did that over doing that with animals, the horses and donkeys.
That's what I mean. That's where they began. This whole experiment.
You know, like,
that hard.
That's where the symbolism shows, like they did it with human beings, when and it suggests that the animals they did it too. But I don't know what they actually really did, man. Like, because
it's definitely a
story,
process too. You know, it's definitely a whole process from the very beginning. So
yeah, because that process
basic.
of like genetically engineering animals and human beings, that takes a long time for it to see any.
Right in the beginning, when you don't have nothing, you have barely nothing.
I mean, there was always there. They had the. I mean, there were animals. I'm sure there were animals that evolved.
Marsupials too.
Yeah. Like something like that. Like,
have you guys seen or read Dune?
Dune. I never heard of it.
Yeah, Frank Herbert wrote a series of books called like the Dune series, and it was all about how we were actually all in the galaxy as like the human species and stuff, but there was still this whole group called they were basically the Bene Gesserits, the religious order. Thank you, and they ran a breeding program out of this thing called the Orange Catholic Bible. It's been a while since I read it, but it's all about how they were trying to create this being who is a supreme being of sorts who can see into the dark, who can always see into the darkness and such, and the darkness that the women in the story can't go.
Yep. Yeah, they're always trying to create this being. That's the main goal, is to create the perfect slave they're talking about. And they started, because in the beginning was hermaphrodites, and then in Egypt, because men came out of female, but in Egypt, they started reversing that process and wanted to have it where female came out of men. And then you have people like Akhenaten, Nefertiti. You had like these hermaphrodites.
And the females had the beards on their faces.
Yeah. And that was all reversing, and that was just starting. And then they tell you the story in numerology. They're telling you that 6 is female. That's in the beginning. 7 is when you mirror. 7 is it's a table, an altar. You're altering something. 8 is male, 2 balls on top of each other, testicles is male. And 9 is made in the image of number 6. That's metrosexual, lesbians, gays, homosexual, whatever. And then 10, the 1, Neo. It's that hermaphrodite that was in the beginning, but reformed in their image. And then they suggest, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And
more caste specific at the higher level.
Yeah. So like they show those symbolisms. Harry Potter for one, what this thing with gills, and it's they can breathe on the water, things like that.
Yeah, we see all that symbolism in all kinds of movies now.
Yeah.
I only have one question. I want to ask Glenn next time, I guess, if you guys can help me remember. Is they do. The mission is to create the perfect slave. We all know that by now. But my other question is, how come they never try to create the perfect host for them to take over?
They did. They made people. That's why these people. There's a good movie you got to see. It's called On the Silver Globe, and he shows like people have it like.
But hold on.
You can hear this.
Yeah, but hold on one second. You're right. They made slaves, but not only to use them as for manual labor and other tasks, but also to take over as their host. So that means the Neanderthal could be anywhere, right? Pretty much. So it's just the small gray or those little aliens that we were talking about before in the past. Remember you mentioned that what they physically look like, but but right now they could be anywhere.
Wait. There are characteristics that these people have, though. One characteristic I realized is like ridiculous focus, like to the degree where like there is no distraction from the goal. It's like the mission.
Hence the one eye, the mon eye, the singular eye, a tunnel vision of sorts, a singular vision.
Yeah, that's a good point you make there. And that eye is very very old, and it's
You even put
telling
an
Hal's
E
eye,
in,
Ra's eye, Odin's eye, the eye of the Gorgon sisters, eye of Helios. It's the singular. They're trying to copy the singularity of what created the universe. They're trying to mirror that because they love to mirror nature. So they, and it's all basically it's all. There's a quote I have right here. I wrote it. It's in that movie I was talking about, On the Silver Globe. Had me thinking. Where's it go? Right. He goes, I was taught that the eye of the world which is watching me is the same eye with which I am watching the world. This eye is neither cheerful nor evil, neither feeling nor expectant. It is indifferent like water. But like, you could look at that as different.
They pull the last E off of with the Mon I and with in the Mun E. They keep people on that singular path as well, and with that tunnel vision of money and the Mon I, and just focus on this one thing. It's all you need to run for is just keep running on that hamster wheel for your dollar.
Yeah, and then you have the word I and this
the IS, yes, ISIS. That's written in there with the I, with the double barred S is like an I, and the IS and IS.
Shape-shifting, secret societies, SS. But it's the IEYE is actually 33 with the Y in between it. It's the 33 degrees of Freemasonry, and it's the Y is that the priesthood they're talking about. It's the Y chromosome, the male priesthood that basically turn on women. They turn on women because of
they're in between. They're in between. That means they're inside of it.
Yeah, and they're the ones that are in the middle of it all. They're the ones that they're the ones that are behind doing all this stuff, physically, I guess you could say. And the Neanderthal is
the G in the middle. That's the G in the middle.
G in the middle.
G in the middle is the thought. Is the thought behind everything.
The K is the mission.
That's what they try
What
to
exactly do you think the K symbolizes? K is the mission, which K can be broken down to 1 to less than, or if you look at it around greater than 1.
Well, you can look at K. If you look at it, it looks like it's a straight line and two other lines coming out of it. So it looks like one line's coming up from one direction.
The line
redirected.
Well, K is also
K also can be broken into a Y too.
K is also the 11th letter of the alphabet. Like that's why, like that. No, the 11th, because this way it's like that K2 movie has various symbolism.
Oh, K2
could be considered 1111.
Right.
K2 was the what mountain is that? Himalayas.
Kilimanjaro.
K2. The Himalayas. K1 is Kilimanjaro.
Yeah, K2 is.
It just resonates with that 1111 and on that like synchromistic level.
Yeah, well, 11 is Jachin and Boaz too. You can say they another code they use is Neptune, Ocean 11. And you remember the symbolism I was saying with number 10. Right now we're living in the age of 10.
Have you looked at they're building Hanzaria too? They're building it at they're building it at Kazakhstan.
What?
Kazakhstan. Central Asia.
Kazakhstan.
Yep. I think that's their new primary base. They're shifting power over there now. It's like right in the middle of Asia, the four corners of Asia, Eurasia. It's like right in the dead center. To me, that looks like Hanzaria too. They're shifting all their power behind it.
Well, anything with Stan in it, I know has a lot of
importance.
Like I've been looking at lately, reading old posts and stuff. Grand Ayatollah Ali Al-Sistani, the Grand Ayatollah, he has Nazi in his name. And he's talking about going to war against the West. And if you look, and I learned that the whole war against the West is all planned out. I mean, that's what Francis Bacon meant when he talked about the college of 6 days. That's 6,000-year war. And he was a Frank, I think, and they was just following instructions from the Persians, and that's what Grand Ayatollah is. It's what Zoroaster said. 6,000. He said. Like, it was all planned out. Like, that was a 6,000 year. This is like the end times plan.
They even show you in the game called Civilization. I don't know if any of you played it. The game starts in 2004 BC.
What game?
Remember the civilization. Remember the game starts at the date of 4004 BC.
Yeah, it starts at like 4,000, then you travel up to like 2020, and the idea is to get before 2020, you have to get your civilization advanced enough to the point that they shoot basically a space shuttle with like 40,000 people to another planet.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Or the selected 144,000.
Yeah.
You said 144,000. Right.
That's like the number for how many human genome or
no, that's the Neanderthal. That's that race of Neanderthal. Because they taught in the Bible only 144,000.
But 144,000 also symbolizes like the number of different gene sequences that establish us as humans, right?
It's a racial sequence. I think
there's 100-some thousand. I don't know. I don't know if this.
You know what symbolism they use for the different races and different DNA? They use the rainbow. They always see a rainbow at the end of the storm. The storm is the flood that they're gonna have, and the rainbow comes, the ark, the new ark, the Noah's ark, and with all those different colors, it's all the different genetic material from all the different races.
All merged into one.
Into that ark, yeah. All merged into one. And that one is gonna be mulatto. It's gonna be tan. That's another phonetic word for Nazi.
The new tan number 2.
10. I don't know. It's gonna be 11 after the flood. It's gonna be 11.
Oh, okay. Right.
And 11 is also Jackin and Boaz, the two computers, the HAL, the I. It's number 2 when you add them together, because number 2 in masonry is always number 1. And so that suggests the Neanderthals were number 1.
So what do you guys suggest? What do you guys can imagine that could be down there? I mean,
I think it's a whole. If you go into Arthur C. Clarke, and you go into his stuff and a few other science fiction writers, they talk about underground cities, and you pay attention. It's like amazing what they're talking about. Like it's just a whole.
I mean, I've seen this video clip where they show like these giant ant colonies in Africa. So basically, they done an experiment. They dump like tons and tons of concrete into it. Yeah, I put that one on my wall before, and and then after that, they once it's dry, they dug the ground up, and they show this amazing.
Yeah, you see this whole.
Yeah,
you can imagine if they copy nature, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah,
they did something like that, like this whole.
Something similar.
But like I went to science fiction. One science fiction story says that like the way their architecture is like nothing is square. No, it's all spherical, all like more natural.
Yeah,
it's all just pure, just spears. I guess even the way they sleep probably.
It's probably going to be more like a combination of ant colony with termite mound. Probably a combination.
From what I understand, that population is not going to be around too much longer. Man. I mean, the population is around. What few of them are left, is not because they're going to be destroyed too. They're going to be. Only that computer. Number 2, number 1.
So basically, they don't even know they're digging their own graves as well.
You know what? Like, because they're not really looking at people like watching us, because they given that all to computers. Like their job is something different. Their job is more of like because they're scientists. They've always worked pure like scientists, scientific priests or whatever. So like I don't know. They may be researching that, or searching that out or whatever. But I really don't. I don't. That's one thing. Like really, I mean, I haven't found anything, that suggests like what they're doing now. I think I have, but like
I don't think
really too sure.
I really don't think you'll find anything exact. I mean, you can only find maybe the symptoms to the source of problem, but you will never find the answer, a direct answer.
You kind of got to do that deductive reasoning.
Yeah, exactly.
Find that.
And this is why we can't answer the previous guy's questions. You know, I mean, we all have only limited time and access to certain information. So
we can find out what's going on the surface of the planet, like that, and that's a lot in itself. Let's find out on the surface, but to go underground, and we do have clues of what's going on the ground, but I really, I'm personally still finding out how the whole mechanized way, how they work it. Like, but I know, it's priesthoods, globally, but then I'm figuring out, like, specifically, the Franks are getting instructions from the Persians, and the Persians are the ones controlling all of it.
I mean, you would think it's probably like a mechanized robotic army, or with like unbelievable kinds of high-level artificial intelligence running off of it.
That's what the human beings are. It's a robotic army, highly advanced. That's the human being species is the highly advanced robot, man. It really is.
It's a chemical computer.
It's a chemical computer. I mean, when you ever look into like a human mind? Like, I know Neo probably has, and you look at like, it's like a thought is just like basically electric current. That's what thoughts are. And when you look at I've said this before. Like, you ever try to write down, like when you have a dream, you try to write down these thoughts that you have, and you're writing pages, and you still can't get it all. Because that's how like amazing it is. You can use words to try to explain it, but it's still not enough. It's, that electric current has so much meaning to it.
Yeah. Consciousness.
Yeah, but consciousness, and it's amazing to think that consciousness is just a tool. It really, because the consciousness comes and goes. It's what the consciousness receives. It's experience. That's what's eternal. That's the reality.
What's consciousness? What's consciousness then?
Consciousness is just every day, in your brain, what's right and what's wrong. You're solving problems. That's what it is. It's not. People have done so many studies finding out what this stuff is, but all that is just a tool. It's a tool to survive.
Hey, Jared, this is George.
Oh, what's up, George?
George from Texas. Hey, so how many people do you think are conscious?
Conscious. I mean, and there's levels of that too. Like when people talk about, Carl Jung talk about the collective unconscious. Like there's different connotations I guess people have for conscious. Like people who are conscious but not really conscious. They're kind of like they just like ants. They're just saying hello, goodbye, thank you, please in the store. I guess I wouldn't describe that as being conscious. That's just existing more like. It's just you're just using Pavlovian responses to get by through the day, and you're not actually using your brain to its full potential. It's just
you compare the humans to a robot. I'm thinking, I think a robot does better than humans, right?
Say it again. If I think a robot is a human?
I'm saying that earlier when you said that humans are robots, right? Highly advanced robots. I'm thinking, robots can, at least you can predict what a robot is going to do. Right?
Yeah, because it has a logic. That's where they got the idea for computers was from looking at human beings. That's where they got the idea from. Like human beings have a logic. That there's sciences.
I would say the other way around.
In masonry, what?
I would say the other way around. If they're using a computer to create people, then obviously they had to program them with some type of logic, right?
Yeah, they had a logic, right? A logic. They understand human beings have logic from studying humanity. And so, so they understand what this logic is like, and then they create their own type of logic. Like
that's what social engineering is all about.
Yeah, social engineering.
Creating logic.
The languages.
Yeah, languages is a logic. Look into Plato, Aristotle. These guys, they understood this. They talked about it. Logic and where it's going with people. With how to guide. I mean, Western thought comes from those philosophers, which is all, there's elements of truth in a lot of what they say, but there's more to that. Like, there's more, I mean, that's where we get all these systems of thought, nihilism, all these things. They all, existentialism, they all come from these guys. Whenever I look into different philosophy, they all come from these people. And where those people get their stuff from, they get it from, they always talk about the East. And you'll see the Greeks, were really into Buddhism. I mean, they respect it. Like, they didn't, just want to conquer them. They actually, gave a lot of honor, or whatever you want to say, homage to those people over there in the East. Anybody still there?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, I'm listening in.
Oh, I'm like, thought everybody hung up or something.
Consciousness for me was always just like that pure, raw thought energy. I don't understand sometimes why people separate time and space and thought and idea and perception. I kind of feel like it's all kind of happening at once, and it's our general awareness at that point that is kind of driving and guiding us, because that's kind of like the people have talked about the holographic universe concepts, and that's kind of like where the rubber meets the road for all intents and purposes. That I figured out. That's how I describe consciousness, for lack of better terminology at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thought, and from what I've learned, thought is actually this thought. That's where they get the doctrine of. In beginning was the word, because it was what Neanderthals are saying, that they were.
Well, the universe was spoken into existence as well. I mean, it's all vibrations that we're kind of sending out, and even the whole idea of in the beginning God said, and then poof, there was light.
Yeah, that he created
the whole
the system,
universe. All that is just vibration and energy, and these things are all interconnected, and I would almost go so far as to say fluid in its own fashion. Like electric fluid, for lack of better terminology. It's just that when I think about these concepts, these are the types of feelings I get, and these are the closest words I can grasp.
Yeah, because the words are
describe.
The words are insufficient. They're not. They actually circumscribe you, and that's what they were created for. But what I'm saying is thought. This thought, this, you could think of the universe like a computer. And we're like a thought. What the instincts of an animal, how it just remembers this, how human beings have intuition, how it can just remember these things that they're not taught. This is something that's remembered by something else that will create the universe. And so we form around that thought. And that's what we are. We're just a thought in a larger existence. And they talked about that and all the ancient stuff. So it's the universe is like a computer. I've heard a philosopher say that. He said the universe is like a computer, but something else is using it. And I put it to you that something else is something I've been calling creation. It's not a person or a being. It's more of it's a process that's just
Am I hearing you correctly, Jared, that you're saying that the universe is a computer and somebody's using it?
That's just the word I'm using to explain it, to try to explain it.
Oh, okay.
An analogy.
Okay,
an analogy. Because that's all we have is analogy.
I heard that theory before, because some people say that the universe is a computer, and they're using it, and I'm thinking that makes sense to me, because that explains telepathy, it explains manifestations, and explains all that phenomenon out there,
Yeah.
And,
yeah, man, the thought, like, they understand, like, the concept of what a thought is, and, like, in, the big idea. They're talking, everything in the system is somebody else's idea. It's that G-host, it's that, it's something else spoke it into it. God created light and dark. He's telling you he created good and evil. He's telling you that he polarizing. He's setting up the system, he's saying. The system that we all live in under. But, there is no good and evil in that sense. It's one reality. That always is this one reality. And what he's doing is trying to make two distinct realities when it's actually one. Because that goes back to Pythagoras when he said, if you can fool somebody into thinking that there's two, and you can fool them into thinking there's three, and four, and five. And that's how you have Democrat, Republican, and all that. Those basic. They use that basic principle for so many things, and now that's all linked to the North Star, Polaris. Because that's.
Did you guys take a look at the picture I threw into the chat?
I have to step away from the phone and go look at it.
Gotcha.
You could describe it.
Essentially, it's a picture of of what a human brain cell looks like, and it's also next to it a picture of what the entire universe looks like at one of the magnifications that they've been able to figure out, and it's almost identical. Yeah. It's as if like there's this giant as above so below thing going on, and that we really are one, and like there's this like almost geometric or like geometry styled principles of like what do you call it, the spiral but not fractal design. If you it's just pulling back.
When you talk about the
like we really are all one.
Yeah. We and it's sad we got to use that terminology. Because they have their meaning of what one is. One is the 10. 1 plus 0 is the 1. It's the new slave. It's the 1. They're trying to mirror it, but redirect it in their way, their image. That's the whole Luciferian, create the world now image. But like, there's another quote I was reading here. It goes how'd it go? It said, he goes, the one who has devoured all is the only one. That's what creation is. That's what they mean. It's the one. It's you can multiply and subdivide within it, but it'll always be one in the end. And I think the multiplying and dividing is actually just experiencing. It's another way of saying
all you're doing is walling yourself off at that point, like metaphorically. I hear. I heard someone say like America's kind of messed up because it like is at this point starting to build its own walls while it rots from within, and that's kind of the reason why the divisions are so terrible and why we kind of need to seek oneness.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've been divided. I mean, making America and calling it America was a division right there. By making these nations and dividing people and giving them these cultural identities that they're all different countries.
You totally get it.
I mean, that's what they did. They did genetic engineering. The original people were black, and like not like what you see black people today, but like really, really black. And then they took that and then they made different races for them, to benefit them, so they know who's on what part of the plan, what these people are. So they made brown, which is the Gypsy, Indian, Egyptians, Gypsy, Native American. They're all the same, probably mixed in a little bit. And you had Asian, and then you have red Asian was the Gypsy, and then you have Caucasian. And the Caucasian, their job was to go into outer space. That's why they set up America in the first place. Francis Bacon talked about it. And after they got into outer space, which they already did in the 70s, they would be destroyed and serve their purpose. So they're using every race to benefit themselves. You know, they. I mean, it's funny how they call people black and white when they're actually not black and white. But they call them that because it fits into their, Masonic floor checkerboard.
Chessboard.
Yeah, with just chess pieces on a.
They're trying to use us as pawns.
Yep.
And that's kind of the reason why I love that one poster that the Zeitgeist movement put out. Like it's like the symbol of a pawn in the middle, and it has a nice little tag at the bottom saying it's your move.
Yeah.
And I really like that. It made me really happy to see that. I understood the symbolism they were going for there.
Yeah. It's it's like.
But it wasn't also just races. Just for that, it's also the types of memory that they would put in them, like the ROM and the RAM memory.
Yeah,
read-only memory versus random access. So if you're in space, you need people who are Westerners. They have more of that, or more the random access memory. So if you're in space, for instance, you're able to not necessarily follow the book and get out of a situation if you're out, so far away from home and whatnot. And you need the other type to focus more and get through and go by the book and create certain things that way.
And that's
exactly, because in the Anunnaki text, they totally said that the one of the leaders left and went east with all of the ones that were good at mathematics and had black hair.
Oh, you see? Wow, that's a good. Wow.
And those Anunnaki, that whole story comes from Baghdad practically, that generalized region at Sumer area.
Yeah, Mesopotamia. These are really important civilizations. I think everybody should look into all the creation myths, the mythologies. That's where you'll find the truth, and it'll be all laid and veiled in allegory, a basic plan that they're talking about. You'll see it in David Icke. He talks about reptilians, Anunnaki. They all have a common denominator if you look at them all, and that's what you're looking for, that common denominator. I mean, the allegory may not fit historically,
Well, a lot of it historically, in Anna, I forget her exact name, but she was the sister of them, of Anu's children, and she went to, she said she took all of her people specifically to another area and worked on a new way of conducting time, and she was forever from there known as the snake with wings.
Wow.
So that totally
what do you think they meant
goes
by
with? Well, that totally fits in with the Mayan, they have a different type of calendar altogether, and they have their gods are snakes.
When you say the new way of conducting time, it sounds like you're saying
the Mayan
how
calendar.
we went from the east to the west and they changed it from non-linear to linear. That's what I think in my mind. With a new way, it was another way of control. It's making people look at time totally different. Having calendars, having clocks.
Now we have calendars of consumption. Everybody's supposed to go out and you're supposed to go buy this on this day of the year, and you're supposed to go buy that on that day of the year.
Yeah, these people who lived in the tribe, they didn't have. I mean, I think that's so ridiculous, man. To actually map out and call it a week, Monday to Friday. That's such a control mechanism.
It makes you weak.
You can't even live life. Every day is this is a Monday, this is a Tuesday. It's just so mapped out. It's completely ordered. And you mentioned the chaos and the order. You probably looked into the chaos theory they talk about.
I think that's fascinating.
They're both actually connected more than what people think. And the only reason why they call it chaos is because they don't have control over it. And that chaos has a mind of its own. It's what I call creation. It has a mind of its own, and it goes where it wants to go. You always have that probability. No matter how much you control, you always have a probability. Well, something might go change another direction. That's what I call creation. It'll always sneak its way in there, no matter what you do, because it controls everything. It's the one, I guess they say. The one.
Yeah.
Well, have you ever looked into Lao Tzu and shit like that?
I have not read enough Eastern mythologies, to be honest. I want to get into the Mahabharata next, because that is kind of I had heard like there was these giant cannons and stuff in it, and there was this one part where like the god stops time because this dude who's supposed to be the great general is supposed to go and like slaughter all these people, and he's just like, I don't want to do this. Why am I doing this? And like he explains it to him like these people are all already dead anyway. I've already chosen them to die, so on and so forth. All you're gonna, whether you lead this battle or someone else does, it doesn't matter. Stuff like that. And the way that the names are written, and it's shockingly protagonist, antagonist sounding like the same ones that were in, like the names are very close to the bad guy. The good guys in this are closely related in name to the bad guys in the whole Anunnaki text, and it's only like India versus like Sumeria area anyway. I mean, it's not like you're talking a very large distance when you're talking about these historical concepts.
Yeah, when I find they talk about like the good guy, bad guy, sometimes it'll be like mirrored, like because it'll be relating to like an original event that happened before the Ice Age. Well, certain people, a group of people, were kicked out of matriarchal clan society, and they looked at on some stories they say they're the bad guy, but then I've heard another story they're the good guy, and it's actually a man. Like I was playing Tomb Raider a couple weeks ago, last week, and in the story it's a woman who stabs the men in the back, and she's evicted. But really, it's, in fact, the exact opposite. It was a Neanderthal male priest who stabbed the man who got evicted, and it was a man who stabbed the woman in the back.
Mhm.
Basically, and
we're still doing it.
Oh yeah,
we still stab the woman in the back. I mean, it's that part of the dominator culture. I mean, you got control of then. That's how men then gain that G in the middle because they have control over creation.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, you can never control creation. You can mirror it. They can pretend to be it. Like that's what the Neanderthals or it's what English people call God. Like it's trying to be creation, but it can't be creation because it still lives within the fourth dimension. It's not this creation. It's beyond fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth dimension. I mean, that's why like their plan, like that's why they ended up dying because they can't foresee everything. They can foresee a lot of things. If they can, that's why they kind of programmed everybody like that, so they can all fit a basic format. So it's easier to control. But like they still can't see what
part of the plan, as the Joker put it. It's all part of the plan.
It's all part of the plan.
I don't know if I'm the only one, but I can hear the other guys in echo.
Yeah, I hear it too.
Huge echo.
Weird. Yeah, your phone's echoing. Hello?
Yeah. I was going to ask you, hey, Jared, have you heard about the moon? That it's a fake or it's artificial?
The actual moon? I heard about a fake moon landing.
Yeah.
I never heard about the actual moon.
My brother calls me up one time. Telling me, hey, George, I learned or I read that the moon is artificial, He says, like, when a meteor hits the moon, it rings like a bell,
Well, maybe you look at that as an allegory because they say that female is the moon. She reflects the light of the sun, but now they change female, and the female you see around, they're fake. So maybe that's what they mean. That the female.
I looked into it a little bit, right? And it seems like David Icke wrote a book called the Matrix of the Moon or the Moon Matrix. Mm-hmm. He talked about it. He talked about the moon.
How many books did that guy write?
He doesn't necessarily write his own book.
He doesn't write any of those books, right?
Yeah.
Damn, he got a lot. He got people backing him. He has backing, that guy.
Yeah,
that guy. See, what was that video on Alex Jones, man? This is the other guy who's. This guy's like, nobody questions how like this guy has all these media interviews. He's a media. He's media. And nobody's. Oh, he's on our side. Yeah, right. Oh man,
it's called the gatekeeper complex, as
Yeah.
far as I'm concerned. No, really, like these. But as long as everyone remembers that everyone, be it Alex Jones, be it Jesse Ventura, David Icke, Jordan Maxwell, whoever you want to call them, they're all gatekeepers and they're all holding the gate open for you.
That's what angels do.
As soon as they close the door and say, "Oh, you got to give me $29.95 and stuff," then you know it's time to walk through the gate. You're done speaking with that gatekeeper, and it's time to move to the next guy and
that's
learn
telling
from
you that
someone
they're
else.
all Masons. Yep. Because you look at that allegory with Abraham, or with Lot, I should say, when Lot before that community gets destroyed, he's in his house and he has these angels come up, and the angels say, they come in his house, he welcomes them in, and there's people that come to Lot's house and say, "Let's come outside, let's bring your daughter and your son out, we want to have sex with them," and they try to come to the door, and the angels block the path and blind them, and that's what angels do. Angel is just another way of saying angle. Angle, when you look at an angle is two lines converging at a point, and that's what they do. They have one side, they have the other side, and they all come together at one point. That's what Masons or Freemasons or whatever, they play that game, and they black path, they gatekeep.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. But the gatekeepers, I want to know who's the gatekeeper to the troglodytes, man. Those guys, the 80th to the 90th degree, man. What's that all about? The unknown. I guess the reason why they're unknown because it must change like every day or something.
Or maybe they don't even know who it is themselves.
Well, a lot of them don't know who it is themselves. A lot of them only need to know. Basically, all of them only need to know. Basically,
they're all task specific.
Yeah, that's how they designed it. But then, and what I found interesting, I thought the men were more important than the women's role. But then over the years, I find out that actually the women have more significant of a role than the men. And then I'm finding out that the gray nuns, because they go to in between, they're actually at the capstone. The gray nuns. So I'm just learning new things every day. I can never be. It's always something more to it, I find. Always something more add to the picture. It's never just like, okay, it's this way and that's it.
You have it all. Right?
Yeah, you never have it all, man. Never. And that's what with that guy I called before, it's like he had it all. I can't deal with that type of mentality, man. I mean, I was similar like that years back, probably. I thought a little bit, not to that extreme, no, but I thought I knew how the system functioned, I guess, completely. But then, you find out that you're wrong. You didn't know everything. You're just ignorant.
Yeah, it's also interpersonal skills. You're not going to get much done when you're coming into a place, stepping in there and barking at everyone.
Yeah. But I know that's the mentality of like a lot of these guys on that forums, man. Those like outlaw forums. I mean, these are the people, and when you look at these people, you analyze. A lot of them like they seem to be there purposely. It's like they're directing thought on that outlaw.
All the world's a stage. They are directing your thoughts. Yeah. They are trying to teach you what they want to teach you. It's just like what that woman said in the last Indiana Jones film, where she's like directing the skull at him, and she's like, "We put the thoughts into your brain, and you don't even know that we're doing it," because they're trying to take people from a non-communist point of thought into a communist point of thought. Was her whole vision. And it's there. It's what happens every day with Glenn Beck. I mean,
people think that he's like on their side because he's talking about Ron Paul. See, they what they do, they call them Trojan horses and talking mules, where they kind of like inject them into society, and they seem to be speaking the language that they taught. Like Ron Paul, like they all have like a certain type of vocabulary, free trade, gold, and Constitution, and then they inject one of their people. Hey, He says that, and then they immediately, like sheep, go and follow him, and just support the guy. But he's not. He's not on their side. Same thing with Alex Jones. Alex Jones promoted. I remember Alex Jones was like the biggest promoter of Ron Paul. I remember I went to a Ron Paul. I have a friend who's like really into Ron Paul, and he was like, he brought me to a Ron Paul like donation thing. These guys donated like it was like $1 million, like over $1 million, and the guy never won. I'm like, where'd the money go? Did you get your money back? And I was like, wow, man, these guys are just giving the money to this guy, man. Insane, man. Like money's gonna solve anything. It's not really money that's gonna solve the problem. Like I remember John Taylor Gatto said, he goes, you don't put money into something thinking you're gonna solve it. That's what a business is all about money. It's not. It's the least amount of money it's supposed to go really into it.
Simplest solution.
It's really the thought that's really more, I guess, more.
And all this still comes down to people hijacking reality, right? Yeah, they're called hijacking reality. So there was originally just everyone had that view of creation, right? That the process of creation, and there was no like intermediary, someone telling you what it is. That's when all the religions came in there. So everyone here that you're talking to that you call them transubstantiated or whatever, what have you. Most people are walking this earth are just, they have that shield that they can't see, like what the true nature of creation is. So it's like all of this is just trying to like, you're piecing together a puzzle so you can kind of, for one, explain better creation. Two, you're trying to make people remember like stuff that they already know.
Yeah.
And how they're supposed to see.
Yeah. Everyone knows. Everyone. Leonard Cohen said. He said in the song. He said it wonderfully. He said everybody knows. Everybody knows internally, and that's what it goes back to what this guy before was saying earlier. It's like knowing and believing. I was like, yeah, I know. The things that I talk about, I know. It's like an internal experience, and I'm trying to put it out in words, to people. But some people, and then they say it's a belief, but really, no, it's their belief. It's going against their belief system. And
even the beliefs that people are given are just, reinterpretations of what the original was. So that, like you have it, you already know, you're born knowing, and then they have to redirect it so you can follow their path and their agenda. So it's like that there's something that created. That they have all these same knowings, and they have to just keep redirecting and translating them for their own benefit.
To think that you have to read something to know, and it's not that you have to read to know, because the original people didn't have to read to know something. It was something. It was more like an action that they did, like dancing, passing out information. They knew this, and they just went and experienced it. They did something. But but then they changed the whole line of thought by going from the matriarchy into the patriarchy and going from right brain to left brain.
We shall go down there and confuse their language.
This took a long time to do. It took thousands and thousands of years to get us to this point we're at.
No, they started using propaganda right back there with the Tower of Babel. That was the whole point. We shall confound their language.
Yep.
Because right now the people are as one and they can't be stopped.
Yeah, man. Yeah, exactly. And that should tell people and people who follow this religion, and they go along. Like if this is what the person you claim to be your God, like it's saying, why would you go along with that? It's telling you he's a tyrannical control freak, man.
Yeah.
If you're saying these things,
if you're not within love, you're not in the right religion.
Yeah. Yeah, and even love, man, like these words that we use, man, like the love religion I've heard. I think Buddhism has been termed the love religion. And I've heard it saying that a lot of people say love shall conquer all. And love can be interpreted so many different ways, man. It's not just one interpretation, but another, if you look at the way they can mess with the word, is lava. Lava will conquer all. Lava, just O and E is interchangeable, the vowels. You turn them A, and O and E is also another way of saying a beginning, a new beginning. Esophagus, Oedipus Rex. It's a beginning.
Original.
Yeah, it's a beginning that they're gonna have out of our end, but through lava is a new beginning. They say, because lava will destroy everything. You know, recombine all DNA. Just erase all.
So you just mentioned that whole. You just mentioned what's his name, Oedipus Rex, and I got a whole thing on like the NWO Oedipal complex.
Mm-hmm.
Like human beings are Oedipus, and
Yeah.
we will inevitably rise up and conquer the Father in our mind, whereas we will then stop. We will then stop following these patriarchal concepts, marry our mother, by going and becoming one more with the earth once again, maybe going back towards living with the land better,
well,
so on and so forth, living within nature.
Oedipus
Exactly,
Rex
it's
is an allegory for how human beings were conceived, because in the beginning it was incest. There was no other way for people to reproduce. There was no other way. But then they learned over time.
I'm saying it's an allegory of where we're going too.
I think you know what? In a way, you kind of got a point there, because we actually are like, it's being like we're told we're going to be destroyed and we're going to kill ourselves or whatever.
It's all part of the plan.
And we're told we were told this thousands of years ago, and all the religions they're all telling us, and we're exactly doing. It's a program we're going along. You know, it's we're told we're going this direction. Yet the people know this, but yet they're doing it anyway. It's almost like the whole fates, you know.
And that movie Runaway Train.
I think it was that with that's with
fate, is it?
Denzel.
Programming, isn't it? We were just talking about earlier. I mean, you said it's like fate, but it's not fate, because like you were saying earlier, it's program. You know, robots. Languages, you know, and like you and your friend were talking, it's scientific dictatorship, you know. I mean, that's what we're living in, right?
It's a dictatorship on so many different levels. It was science, genetic dictatorship, mental, psychological, verbal.
There is a war on for your mind.
Yeah, and I would just, you know, when you threw that word fate in there, I'm thinking, well, you know, that opens the whole door for other things, you know.
You gotta look at the allegory in Greek mythology. They have the fates. Even Zeus couldn't persuade these fates. And these fates, like they could. It's in the movie with Angelina Jolie. They had this thread, this machine, thread that can like basically. Because it's the machine Hal is talking about. Hal with the eye, it can see things ahead. You know, it's a machine that you cannot change its mind. It has no feelings. It's pretty cold and clinical.
I forget.
If you genetically engineer somebody a certain way, they're gonna come out. It's almost like they're fated to go a certain way. But there's always that one. Probability, they call it choice. You know, choice is linked to the word chaos, similar terms.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I forget who said it, but I like this quote when that says, "Truth is on our side," you know. So I don't see everything as a doomsday scenario.
But to say truth is on your side, that's. Truth is truth. There's a grain. There's truth in everything. There's truth in everything.
Exactly. The truth is within us. That's one of that's a Bible verse. I could look it up if you need me to. But like they say that the truth is within us. Then they also, I'm sorry, it was the truth will dwell within us forever was one of the lines. And then in another one they talk about how the kingdom of God is within you.
Yeah, the kingdom of God of heaven is within you, and so is the kingdom of hell. It's basically saying the seeds of all possibilities is inside man or woman. You know?
Truth is within you.
You choose to what you want to do with that. You know, choose, because that's a power that's very powerful. That's like incredible power, and they give people false choice to control that power. False.
Yeah, and the truth within you is also intuition. So.
Yeah, exactly.
It's within you.
That's why when they talked about the quietude of Lao Tzu, who like you hear like in Buddhism they have little allegories. One was a bird on a tree, and then a storm comes along, and this bird's singing this little song, and the storm comes along, and you can't hear the song anymore. It's that bird is the truth in you. It's like when you're by yourself, when you're reasoning and using intuition, like it comes to you as a little voice. You know, when you have that quiet, you can hear it. Huh?
Do you think whoever's running the show or who's ever genetically modifying the whole human race, you think they'll ever do away with that? With that certain?
That's why if you look at the movie,
they did. That's what Medulla.
Bald head. That's what they meant. In that movie, what's that movie I watched with you, Dana? The one with the bald head lady who was like genetically engineered. That's what the slave will be around. It'll look like something like that. Bald head, meaning that it won't have any hair to access its spine. It will just be running on its program.
And that control that voice. That's what the medulla was modified for. Medulla oblongata. That controls that voice that you hear, that little bird calling you. You know, that's what that was designed to do. So.
Yeah. So maybe that's what they're saying in the Bible. They say because the snake is also wisdom, but the snake you can actually link it to Neanderthal, and you've seen in some pictures that the snake is actually wrapped around the tree. So maybe they could say the snake is the spine is the tree and the snake is the medulla.
It's guiding the spine.
Yeah.
It moves.
Well, there are these little things called like mitochondria and stuff that like actually like create and ride along our DNA, and they kind of like actually like they take the little proteins and they put them together properly. They're like essentially like the zipper
I know what you're talking about.
Brings us into existence, and these little creatures are kind of like that snake wrapped around our DNA, and that's kind of all like with that flowering of the tree. And we're kind of like within that world tree. Again, I always bounce back to that we are one, as above, so below.
Yeah, that we are one, as above, so below that's what Neanderthals did. They've all linked themselves into one computer. They are one. Right. We are legion, but we are many. We are one. We are legion. We are many. They're one. They're like one computer.
That's how.
How? Yeah, the computer, Neanderthal. So.
Number two is
as above, so below. They want us to be one, but in their image, though.
It sounds like the Navi, or like right at Avatar.
Yeah.
How they were all
tree
able
of
to
life
link together.
is the tree of Yggdrasil, they call it in Norse mythology. The world tree. It's the system. There's a movie. It's a great movie.
Oh, real quick. In that movie, you notice how they hooked their hair up to that tree, right? And they got that information. That's kind of the same thing. You hook your hair up to your spine, and you can get that same information.
Yeah.
Your intuition.
Nope.
Maybe people that are listening to this or on this call aren't fully like they're not sure exactly of the whole premise. So a lot of
there's like a basic premise that I kind of understand, like, to understand like everything and to be able to piece everything better. There's like a premise that you can grasp, and it's it's really interesting because you'll see everything in your life already because you already. I'm saying everybody here done research. You'll see that research actually connect everything, and you'll see all the correlations and everything kind of sync
It's
together.
a tapestry.
Yeah. It's a tapestry.
All the different threads combine and they create this epic picture of life, the universe, and everything. But it's
like Penelope weaving that tapestry.
Yeah, exactly. The perfect allegory, as far as I'm concerned, for like what really kind of goes on and how we thread our way through the universe. And it almost reminds me a little bit sometimes of Donnie Darko and those threads and how people were pulled in those directions.
Yeah. That was a very good movie. It was really like I know it's like in surreal movies they seem to put a lot. They seem to tell a lot more.
They get away with a lot more.
Yeah, they can get away with a lot more in those movies.
Their programming upgrades, I really think they're actually trying to make. I think the Masons know that the Kwisatz Haderach or the one that they're trying to create, the Kwisatz Haderach is a line from is like what they were trying to create in Dune, and that breeding program of trying to wake the one up that will then wake everyone up. I think that I really think that their architects of control that are creating these things are creating this giant oppression, just like even they're creating this giant oppression so that one day a spark will pop up. And if they can snuff that flame out like they did with, like, say, JFK or Martin Luther King, great for them. They can keep this going before the wildfire begins. But I don't know. I feel like guys like us that are even just to have on this call talking about this sort of thing are part of this great awakening, and they can't stop us anymore.
The only reason, I don't see any great awakening, man. I see very few people can actually grasp what's really going on. Very, very few, and other people.
There's levels within that too.
Yeah, it's very like people who can actually get the whole big picture. Grasp. Even me, I don't consider myself to. I can get the basic outline, I guess, but like even me, I'm a little young, so like I have to go, through some life experiences, I think, to actually grasp the full meaning.
To figure off more memories.
Yeah. So it's time, man. That's the thing about this. Like, you got to go through time, through the fourth dimension.
Yeah.
To understand, I guess. So, yeah, man.
I think you guys are on the right path myself. That's just my opinion. I'm like 36. Mm-hmm. And I think that if you guys are I don't know where you guys are, but you guys are like right where I am as far as I'm concerned, and you guys know what's going on. You guys got a clue, and if you guys are younger than me, then that means you're doing better than I am, and you guys are going to have it better off than I did, in theory, when it comes to like sticking with the truth and moving past some truths just because it's not worth the battle with some people. And these things, yes, will come with time, but at this, you got to stop doubting yourself. That's the one thing that I if I could go back and just like kick myself in the ass over, like,
yeah, you can't doubt. Doubt is like the mother of all fuck ups. Doubting. So that's what faith and belief really comes from. Comes from just what I think they really mean is belief in yourself, not belief in something outside of yourself.
And this is my point. If you guys get this, you're already leaps and bounds ahead of other people. So now it's like our turn to then go and somehow, even if we only have one conversation with one person, that's one little piece of the program that they need, that you can upgrade them and help them understand something. It's our duty to then go and do that.
In existentialism, they talk about that. They say that that what you do does make a difference. Like, it's like a ripple effect. Like, people sit there and they write themselves off, but you don't realize you can just keep doing it, working at it, whatever. You can make a difference. Like, you can do something.
How dare you abandon your own truth? Really? I mean, like, who are you then truly abandoning? Like, where do you turn then when you've completely abandoned your own self? I mean, you have to be able to say, listen, this is just my perspective. I'm not going to fight you, but this is my way. Leave me alone. Let me have my way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, this is,
especially if you're not hurting anyone else
specifically. I have my perspective on things. There's facts, though. I do offer. There's facts, and I do have my perspective on things. Because this thing, the way I interpret things is just the words that I'm using. But there's people who say the same thing, but use different words, different terminology, but still, I think the same
idea,
thing,
same principles. Yeah.
Because if it's all part of one, then it's all one reality. So all we're just doing is just telling it in different ways.
Right.
So
different books of life.
Yeah, different books
well,
of life.
It's the one song, the universe. I mean, verse, song, one verse.
Oh, you could say
we're all singing the same song. That's sadly part of the reason why they've stolen
sad,
that.
Though,
Yeah, no, like exactly, because like the university, they make everybody sing the same fucking song all the time. Like that's why they all look just the same in the song.
Yeah, it's going in the direction of one. That's where they want to take us. They want to take us to that one slate in the direction of one. And that's where people are going, and they all want to be number one. I want to be number one. I want to be on the top. They don't realize they're speaking a non-existence into existence. They're speaking what other people want to. That's
Willing the will.
The will of God or Creator, they call it. Creator is the one that's behind all of this stuff.
And so if our universe is then spoken into existence and the as above, so below thing works, we need to speak our truths to people in order to continue to flower.
But these truths should come from us and not from them, though. What you're saying?
I understand. You have to share your truth in order to just it'll even if it just makes that one little brush stroke. Maybe someone else will then pick another brush stroke, and then eventually someone will finally get the concept of, I don't know, you're not supposed to hurt people. You're not supposed to be a part of the military.
But that's something that's innate in everybody. Like don't kill. If you like, that's not something that had to really be taught. I mean, they tell us don't kill, don't do this because they do those things. That's why they tell us to do not to do them. But like, as far as not killing someone, there's a voice, that voice of truth, that tells you this isn't right.
They tell you don't kill someone because you're taking away a taxpayer. That's why they say don't kill someone. But only when they organize it, you're allowed to kill someone, like in a war.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't kill the other taxpayers.
Yeah, Spock made a joke about that on one of the old Trek shows. He talked about how it's funny how nations can employ violence and murder on a scale that's untold of and completely horrific. But yet when you employ that level of violence on a personal level, people have to do jail time or then kill themselves for it.
And when you kill it, they're getting their money back by what they lost. When you kill that taxpayer, they put you in jail and they actually make a lot of money locking people up. There's actually like stocks in jail, man.
I'm going to have a guy on one of my shows in the future, hopefully. He's a buddy of mine who just did a college thesis on the rise of corporate prison systems in the country, and it's the numbers are staggering. It's part of the reason why I want to have him on my talk show at some point in the near future.
Yeah, I want to hear that show because I think that's interesting how we're supposedly the freest nation, but yet we have the most incarcerated people in the world, in America.
It's propaganda. Again, it's that we need to come down and confound their language because they're starting to become one, and they will start to understand. So they come down and they confound our language completely to with that propaganda of, oh, we're free, just like freedom is slavery, and strength is ignorance is strength, and right out of 1984. That's the type of backwards thinking that they throw at us, and they expect us to just go along with it. What? Oh, it's 25% for up from 30%.
Do. Most people do. They know that most people will go along and get along. I'm just doing my job. But they'll always have the few though. That know that it's a fraud, and it's a 10%. There's people, usually that 10%, 5% of them go, actually 20%, I think. 10% of them go actually work for the system.
Right, be a part of it.
A part of it, implementing, and other parts are just like they're kind of more working for I guess I don't know, we call it creation, or it's just working for the benefit, I guess, of the whole.
Yeah.
I think we're the actual like counterculture. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
I wasn't saying anything. I think it was
Well, I was just going to say that's all it takes, right? A certain few individuals out there speaking out. I mean, it's never going to happen where the majority of the people are going to say, hey, you know what? Let's all be free, true freedom. They're not, all the people ain't going to agree on that. I mean, most of the people are always going to want somebody to guide them, right? It's always a certain few individuals that stand up and tell everybody else, hey, leave me alone, right? Leave me alone, let me do what I want to do. And because of those people, those individuals, that's why other people can prosper likewise. So it's never going to be total freedom on this planet. At least that's what I think.
That's why you got to direct your message at those who can have an influence, not just John Doe or the average guy who's just watching sports on the weekend that doesn't care. Like that's falling on deaf ears then if you're speaking to those people. But if you have a chance to get someone who actually has an influence, that's who you talk for. That's who you
leaders.
Sharpen your argument for.
Yeah, like I don't bother. I used to be like that where I'm trying to wake up the dead like a Jesus Christ. And you got to understand the reason that Jesus Christ figure, that ideal they're talking about, it's a Trojan horse. Because all that did was just get, kind of open the door for monasteries and different sects of priesthoods. You see them all over the world. But, like, to actually think you can wake up these people, it's not about that. It's about going to the people who already are searching. You can't. These people are already made a decision, choice.
Yeah.
Everyone makes choice, so you can't sit there and try to enforce your will upon these people.
Not wanting to know is a choice.
Yeah.
But if you could even just help them if you could even just impart a little bit of knowledge to them, if they're
they have to come
listening.
to it though. Like I put this stuff out, and I put it on my Facebook, and whoever wants to come to it, those are the people who come and get involved. Those are the people I'm looking for. Whoever doesn't want to get involved, those are the it's like a
filtering mechanism.
A filtering mechanism, exactly. Those are the people I need, around. But it's sad because now a lot of people are actually have functioning brains. I say like now a lot of people do, man. It's that same allegory of Lot. God goes up to him and goes. Or the angel says, find me 30 people. I was like, all right, I'll try to go find 30 people. And then he's like, I can't find 30. How about, can I try 20? He's like, all right, find 20. All right, then couldn't find 20. Can you find at least, it came down eventually. Can you find at least 5? 2 people? Find one person. And that's the same thing now. Like, there's only people, personally for me, I can count on my hands. On my hands, 5, 6 people.
Yeah.
7.
That truly grasp the concept.
They can truly grasp what's really going on, the enormity of it. So not a lot of people can do it.
Well, if there ever are any opportunities to impart knowledge to people, please take them. That's at least what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you can't ram your truth down someone else's throat. I mean, that's the reason why I can't stand born again Christians and stuff. They're always trying to wave their religion around like it's a dick, and they're want to just rub it in your face. And I'm like, no. I'm sorry, I don't want that rubbed in my face. Please, that's not my truth. Deal with it. Mm-hmm. And I understand people get that way, and I'm not trying to just shove it down anybody's throat. But again, to impart what we can, I think is our duty to do so as people that are truly actually then being of true moral ground and then looking out for each other. Mm-hmm. You know where I'm going with it?
Yeah. You're thinking of you're thinking as a community. That's how you're thinking of the whole. You're not just thinking about yourself. You're thinking more long term. Okay. Where's it going?
Plant these seeds.
Yeah. yeah, you can plant seeds, like, just put it here and there. It's a process though, gardening, though.
Yes, I totally hear you.
You gotta
Just
wait
water
for
where
the
you
thing
can. Yeah, get that seed in when you can. Water when you can, and do what you can. But then, the everybody else does have to kind of like do it on their own. And I just hope every time I do stuff like that, like something. I'm also always looking to get more knowledge too. I don't like I came here to talk to you guys, but like I really like hearing it. You guys are like on the same level and like can actually speak my language. It's nice to know that this is 4 more guys I didn't know existed that speak my language, and like I already have like 3,000 more on like Facebook and Twitter combined. So like I'm really digging this. Like that's more people that are out there that I feel less alone. I feel less like an alien human on my own planet.
Yeah, it is like a instead of like a teacher student type of thing, it's like it's just roles people play at different time. At some point you'll become a teacher, another point you're the student. It depends what's necessary, I guess, at what time, what's required.
Everybody offers their own piece of the puzzle.
Yeah. Because one can't get it all by himself. It's actually solve a problem like this with the world, especially by himself. You need like at least 13 people. That's 31. Why Jesus Christ had the 12 around one. It's a number in physics they use. That's why
either 13 or 31.
They in the jury they used to have 12 people on the jury. Now they have 11 because they know if you had 12, one of them is going to have a functioning brain. One of them will, at least. So they have to take that probability and lower it down to 11. So they know how the laws of nature work and stuff. So they try to like fight against it and be directed.
Jared, what do you mean by a functioning brain? I mean, I know basically what you mean, right? But where you care to comment on that? Functioning brain?
I mean, police officers, if you look at, I've seen brain scans of police officers, and they have specifically issues with their brain, holes in it, because of the fact that most of them have terrible diets and are essentially adrenaline junkies. And these adrenaline literally eats a hole in your brain if you look up like long-term abuse of adrenaline in your system. So these sorts of things become addictions and habitual, like, oh, I want this rush, and I almost hope somebody actually tries to screw with me today type stuff. And this becomes their generalized mentality, and it's not even their fault. It's due to the stress of the job. I believe that a lot of them, when they get in there to start out with, the worst that they get that's right away, that's like, oh, this camaraderie that they have to plug into, or else they're not going to get taken care of out on the street also. That's one of their first base fears that they have to worry about. And then there are all these other fears that eventually they're hooked into the system, and then finally they probably even corrupt them utterly in the end, and then they're doing whatever the gang is telling them to do.
Engineered to be like the way they are. Like I spoke in the cops when and I was like, why are you an officer? And they're like, well, everybody in their family's doing it. It's a genetic thing. Like you'll see that. Like it's like you go down south, sheriff families, you'll notice sheriff generally anybody who's a sheriff, like all the people in the family is all sheriffs. It's the whole family. That's what they do, man. Like they use, they genetically engineer people to be a certain way, and maybe that's why they call Irish like that, like because they have the letters IRS, and they use Irish for police, priests, all these jobs, are IRS, the toll gating systems, tax collecting systems, the toll gate, and that's what the system's all about. It's all about. They did that in the Middle East, the Ayatollah. They toll gated in the Khyber Pass. They did that. Yeah, they sit there and they became pirates over time.
Right.
They toll-gated everybody, man. That's what religion's all about. It's all about tax collecting. That's the main thing. It's all about receiving money from you, and the money to them does. Yeah, what happened?
That's why they're called denominations, right?
Yeah, and the money to the people who run the system, the bosses that don't do anything at all. It doesn't mean anything at all to them. Absolutely nothing. It's common denominator.
The masses.
Yeah. What means more to them in their world is actually shit. Feces, excrement. Copyright.
Number two
is number one. because shit is like has when you can
DNA.
bring all the DNAs and everything. You can find watch stuff on science channels. They look at the guy's excrement. They find out everything about the guy, his diet, everything. And they don't go deeper probably, but you can find out. You can bring this person back from the dead, basically, reincarnate them.
Coprolite,
fossilized.
Yep. Fossilized excrement. Cops and pros are light in the head.
Yep. It's man. Every word, man. Like you got to use like the philosopher's stone, they call it, and the philosopher's stone is syllables. That's what they use. That's their building.
Paragraphs.
Yep. You break down the words into syllables. Reverse mirror imaging, capillary and count, and after a while you become used to doing these things, and you do them in your own head, and then you'll just see the Desdemona is another one, Desdemona type font. You'll see they actually tells a whole other story. It's like that Led Zeppelin song. Sometimes words have a few meanings or some shit like that.
Yeah, they help structure an idea, and then with the syllables, you're finding the common denominator within the syllables to find out the meaning of that word, and how they use it, not what you use it, because there's two ways to read, or there's more ways to read, but you're taught one way through schooling. Schooling and education are totally different, and they're taught another way. So when they're using these words, and you're using these words, you're in fact willing their will, because you're not actually familiar with the exact meaning of these words.
Yeah, generally I find the word is like a exoteric. Basically, the general, the words have so many different meanings, but on the inner usually means all the same thing. It's always going to one, a new slave, turning woman into something else. It's always that's the general basic thing I've always found. So it's a computer made this general thing and it's all going towards that one direction. That's how it's set it up. So it's all going.
It's really scary when you see street signs and stuff starting to get that pattern too.
Yep.
Because the yield sign really is the sacred feminine symbol, and then they have yield written in it. Wow, that must program females daily, and they don't even know it's happening to them.
Yeah.
That's sick symbology. It really is.
Yeah, man. It's the things that I see, how they train females, is insane. Insane, man. That gypsy training, man. The gypsies, I guess, mastered that. But, you see how women are today, and it's something. It's partly how the father trains them too, man. Oh my God, man. The father, that whole father complex. You ever hear how they look at the father in their mind? That's how they start to look at other men and expect. Because when a father thinks, okay, it's his duty to sit there and give his daughter all these material things, they grow up and that's what they expect. And it's so sad because First of all, the family structure is not even, it's an illusion, man. That's not how nature intended it to be. A mother and a father and whatever. It's a clan structure. It's females were on one side, males on the other side, and women kind of, they had the power in the community. They were like the judges. And the men were like a support structure for the females. And they would, the men would build and go hunting, and the women would kind of do the gardening, preparing the food, whatever. And they would all get together at night, and they'd be like, "Hey, anybody has a problem?" And one guy would, say, "Yeah, I do," or whatever, and they'd vote it out. Who's for or against or whatever. That's how it was. And it was fine that way. And even sex, how we look at sex, is totally wrong. Like, they would only invite men for sex just for procreation reasons. They didn't have sex for pleasure. That's something that's...
They didn't need that for pleasure. Because it wasn't taken away from them.
Yeah, when they started training women to give men, head, fellatio and stuff, they totally, wrecked everything. Because now the man was getting attention, and he noticed. He's like, what? He's like, and they, And how do you train a woman to be like that? First of all, you genetically engineer her to be like a man inside instead of a woman. Because these, women don't think like how you see women are all about sovereignty and security. I mean, a woman in the beginning did not think like that. That's like a skewed way. It's a perverted way of what women were like. Women were a lot more mentally stronger, and you can't really get mad at women today because so much has been done to them over thousands of years, and that's what this whole conspiracy is about. It's all about the war on women. All you see, all these women you see, like Hillary Clinton, Condoleezza Rice, these are not women at all. They look like women and they may act like women, but inside, it's a male. It's an Iron Lady, they call it. Iron Maiden. Iron Lady. Meaning that they have to make it tougher. But Lucy was the first, they say.
Lucifer.
Lucifer was basically fur is the metal, but it's not tough. So they got to make it more. Got to make it iron and steel, stainless steel. It's like that's a principle you see in nature. So that's what they're doing, man. But it's to the point where woman is just a mirror in the world. She's just you're seeing what looks like a woman, but it's not in fact a woman. It's a facade. It's a veneer. It's the man in the iron mask, they say. Yeah, man, and they talk about it in all the allegories. I was reading about it in Arabian Tales, The 1001 Nights, and 1001 really means you switch the 10 to make it 10101. It's actually a binary code they put in there. 'Cause that's the new slave, the 10101. They always use that in all the. You always use 101. Neo, his door was 101.
Yep. Back to the beginning.
Yeah, back to the beginning. Stones. ST is 1, 2, and you have 1. 1 to 1.
Yeah, so I think it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah. Hey, who's still there? Everybody's gone?
No, I'm still here. I just was listening.
Oh.
I tend to mute myself on this side so I don't monopolize the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, what's the name of you're on Talk Show?
Yeah, I had a show on last night actually. I call it Caution Tinfoil Hat Area.
Mhm. Oh, so you kind of filtering everybody by doing that. You just letting people.
Yeah, I'm floating around and seeing what other hosts are doing and listening in, but I'm gonna stop doing it on Fridays, and I was gonna start doing it on Saturdays, but during the daytime, and whenever I can get people involved. Like I try to specifically line up real guests. Like last night, I had 6 different guys that are all from Philadelphia that are guys that are like leaders in their community and have other people that kind of like talk to them and like they're liberty leaders, I call them, for lack of a better term. Like one of them is trying to ed the Fed, like that sort of crowd, and each guy, a couple of guys knew each other and a couple of guys didn't, so I want to kind of have them introduce each other and like learn from each other as to what each offered. And one of them was James Babb. I don't know if you know his name, but like he started the WeWon'tFly.com with another guy named George Donnelly, and George wasn't on, but James was, and like they tried to set up like the opt out like 2 days or the day before Thanksgiving, so it kind of messed with the TSA, and then like women like Whoopi Goldberg and all those ladies on The View were actually complaining about them, saying about how like they're supposedly like domestic terrorists and blah blah blah, and really all he's doing is trying to set up a protest against someone who's trying to take away like the Fourth Amendment rights of the people. And so it was a nice conversation that I got a couple guys to like really that are again like are on our level together, really discussing what each one of them do in their specific community, and then how can they like help each other out.
Yeah, do you know anything about Wesley Snipes? What's going on with him? I heard he actually, like, somebody was telling me, a guy from We Are Change that I met at some type of meeting years ago. He was telling me, like, Wesley Snipes is actually, like, part of, like, some militia, and he actually knows a lot more about, like, you know, the New World Order and stuff like that. And
I don't know anything about it, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, if he was in that movie Demolition Man, and you can kind of see where like they're really dragging us when you look at that movie. I mean RFID chips in the hands and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
So like I mean, if there is a quote unquote, which I believe like there's not only like a leftist conspiracy but also a right side conspiracy, and I think they both kind of play against each other, but eventually it's all interwoven, like the different things that they do. Like one year there's a giant agenda that's called the Republican agenda, and then when the Democrats get into power, they rename it the Democratic agenda, and it's still the same agenda that's getting pushed forward.
Yeah, you'll see that like whenever they have like a title, like, oh, we're not gonna, like one obvious one was like, okay, people wanted to get the people outside. They didn't want them fighting in a war. So what they would do, they'd be like, okay, well, when the Democrats get in, like Obama was like, okay. They asked him, okay, we want to get out the war because Republicans are all pro-war, whatever. And then he was like, oh, I'll just take out troops, less troops, but he was still in the war. Like, it's just like they never, whenever the agenda is, they always go along. It's always how they implement it. That's the only. That's how Democrats and Republicans work. So they always go with the same plan, but they just apply it differently.
Yeah, Obama's still pushing the Bush agenda for like what 90% of it, maybe 85%.
And Obama was playing a game with Bush. Like everybody was thinking that Bush was like some complete moron, when he was in fact the total opposite. The guy was acting. I mean, of course he's gonna play. He's a moron, so he has to be responsible for things, and he makes Obama look like a genius. You know, it's all a stage play, and then everybody's is going along with it. They got Bush moron shirts. I mean, when you see the media saying that he's an idiot, you know it's a stage. You see the media, because the media, people don't understand like what the real job of the media is, man. They actually engineer events and stuff. Like I was shocked a year ago when I found. I thought they just propagandized people or whatever, but it's actually deeper than that, man. These guys are controlling everything, man. They're in the middle.
Well, yeah. I mean, my wife had a a college course that was in broadcasting. Like she was going for communications, and like her father was a radio DJ, and that's why she wanted to get into it. But like she specifically had this book called Creating the News.
Mm-hmm.
And it was through reading that book that she figured out that the entire media is a sham and a lie.
Yeah.
And from that moment on, yeah, it was called Creating the News, or How to Create the News, something like that. And to see something like that happen in your life, it really affects you, and that's why I think that's why I was lucky enough to when I met my wife, how things happened and how we became friends, because we were on that same level and we clicked and we understood like each other's pet peeves when it came to government and corruption, and we actually cared about it, building a decent world for the future.
Yeah, like when you look at the news, the reason why they call them media, it's a clue, because that was the capital of Persia, Babylon. Media was behind everything. It was in the middle of everything. And that's telling you who's in power right now, the media. Persia. See, that's how they fool everybody. The whole Middle East, they think like it's all about to blame everything on the West and, and destroy the West. But like people don't realize that it's actually a lot of things that's going on in the world is actually their fault. It's they're behind a lot of things. All the leaders and stuff over. I'm not saying the actual people, the bystanders. But even the bystanders, man, that's what you have people who understand, overstand, and then you have people who bystand. And those are just the people who failed, who just get the, they feel it hard. They get the hardest out of everybody. They're the ones suffering. They just, the public. Yeah, I think I want to go wrap it up.
Thanks, guys. I appreciated the conversation.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, if you want to email me, I got emails, gwap360@gmail.com. Email me. My cell phone is 631-885.
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm back.
0689. Who's this?
Don.
Don.
Yeah, man.
We're just about to shut it down.
Oh, my bad.
Where'd you go?
I had to handle some business real quick. I got.
There's actually like a few people on this.
You got what?
There's a few people on here right now. I just looked. 3 guests and 1.
Yeah, how many people on?
Altogether, I think 7.
Oh, really?
5 on the phone and 2 on the chat thing.
5 on the phone is okay. It's me, Don. I forgot the other guy's name.
Kevin.
Right? And Dana. So that's
your boy from Texas.
Oh, George?
George.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. I don't know.
Guest 20 said, is this recent? If you don't end the call, I might call in. Is there a time period for this?
Well, I could leave. I could leave the thing open. People call in. I just want to go and get something to eat. I guess I could come back. You could still talk.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm not actually going anywhere, to be honest.
Yeah, I had to satisfy my girlfriend. She was.
Yeah, I'm just kind of hungry, man. I just want to go get something to eat, and I'll be. You could keep on chatting away.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a little refreshment break myself. If you guys are still on in a little bit, I'll come back, I guess.
And I'll be on. So what's up, guys? What's going down?
All right, I'll be right back. I just gotta go get something to eat, man.
All right, fellas. Talk to you soon.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for keeping this open. I appreciate it.
Definitely. What's going on, guys? I'm Don.
How you doing, Don? I'm Kevin.
What's up? What was it? What did I miss in the period that I wasn't on?
42. It's a joke from Life, the Universe, and Everything. It's a joke from the movies, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and the books. And TS-42 was the answer to life, the universe, and everything. So we really were covering like life, the universe, and everything. Like that was kind of the joke I was trying to make. Sorry.
Man. Yeah, I didn't catch it, but it's cool though. All right, that sounds cool. Sounds good. I'm I'm just like sitting here trying to go through some internet marketing stuff, trying to get into that. Tired of actually going outside and talking to people. So yeah. Anybody know anything about the? How do you guys feel about physics? Anybody? Nobody here? Nobody?
What little, very little I know is very peripheral. I do not know enough, to be honest.
Okay, sounds good. I'm not very good at it. I majored in math because I wanted to get better, but I sort of use it as like a sort of social equalizer, per se. The formulas in physics apply to different, I guess, social situations. Like if you have like the word power, you can sort of manipulate that situation and really try to hone in on what it means. But we were discussing on the last call the correlation between like something called the golden slave ratio and algebra. So I've been sort of obsessing over it, trying to make analogous, I guess you could say, theories based on understanding that algebraically with physics formulas. I don't know. It's my only real contribution is sort of social engineering, Kevin Mitchnick kind of stuff. What do you guys do?
Be my guest. Elaborate.
Well, social engineering is a term now is sort of coined by this hacker named Kevin Mitchnick. And it's just basically his whole formula was that hacking has nothing really to do with computers, more so than like understanding people. So he was more of a life hacker that just knew computers. He wrote a book called The Art of Deception, and it was like deceiving, I guess you could say, people who played certain roles for the purpose of like making information free. And I don't know, I sort of started getting into, trying to figure out how can I get more control over situations than someone else. What would give me more control? But doing that constantly sort of burned me out. And then when I was on the phone call, I'll give you a more elaborate understanding, but basically the phone call added a piece. This phone call, that's why I like these calls, gave me another piece to that, which was the golden slave ratio. So allegedly the golden slave ratio is basically on one side of the ratio you have freedom, on the other side you have control. And as the way he explained it, as control increases or someone's control of something increases, someone's freedom decreases, and vice versa. As someone's freedom increases, control decreases. So either you can be in control of yourself or someone else can be in control of you, right? And that's where, like, I guess you'd have, like entrepreneurialism versus being a worker, and you have these debates, but these debates all center around that formula. It doesn't really appear so. So, as the reason why I got burnt out is because I was looking at one piece of it, which was control, and control is power. So you have a bunch of words, like books like the 48 Laws of Power and the Craft of Power. That was one that I actually picked up on very, like I damn near memorized both of them, like just out of, I guess you could say, severe want of control. But I kept finding myself going extremely hard at things, just putting a lot of effort forth, and realizing that I was becoming obsessed with having control over certain situations. And I would see success, like the formula sort of works, but as you constantly chase the power formula, which is work over time, right? So it's work divided by time. So if I get a job over someone, and, capitalism is all about productivity, then I'd have to show that in the same period of time as someone else, I'm able to produce more. So the work part of that would be credibility indicators. The bottom piece would be time. So 4 years, if I do 5 things and someone else does 2 things, then in theory I would have more power. In that same piece of time, I'd have more control over the situation. So, like, using that formula, I was able to sort of avoid favoritism. Because if somebody else that didn't do as much work as me, in my theory, got a position, which usually doesn't happen, but if they did, I knew that it wasn't like something that I could control. So I'd be able to release myself from that and not attach that to my ego, like a lot of people attach their failures to their ego. But if you use a formula that basically says, okay, you will have more control in the situation than someone else, then you're able to deduce, whether or not there was favoritism or nepotism involved. But you get burnt out like that because obviously you can't. It's unsustainable to keep grasping at control from whatever position. So there's a way that you have to go about it to get more control, and that's by removing other people's freedom or gaining that. To increase that control, you have to suck freedom from something. Either it's from yourself, and then once your freedom runs out, then you have to suck it from someone else. Pause, and I guess that's just how the economics of it work out. So, like, I guess you could, if you wanted to start a business per se, you'll be a freelancer until you become an entrepreneur. Like, you'll be working for the money. You won't be using someone else's money and someone else's time. That's when you start taking someone else's freedom away to further, like, the whole entrepreneur is to remove someone else's freedom for your own profit.
What about passive income? Let's say people who own real estate, like an apartment, and then they get paid, say, 20 or 40 grand a month from all the tenants' rent.
That's still, when I say removing freedom, I mean it could be economic freedom.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I mean, like, it can be anything that allows someone to do their own will or act according to their own will. Like, rent doesn't really allow you to act according to your own will. If 1/3 or 1/2 of your income's going towards rent, then that's restricting you to that one spot. You might not, now you have to work. You have to work to pay this rent, to have shelter. Like, it removes your freedom. It's still
What if I could get you out of that system?
Huh?
What if I could tell you how to get out of that system altogether? I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm just saying I know a way out. Would you be interested in hearing it? Yeah.
I'd be interested.
It's called Earthships. They're essentially a home that is built out of recycled or reused materials. Like, they'll get a whole bunch of tires and they'll stack them up in such a way and then build the wall around it. And you can create them in almost any format you'd like. There's like, just look it up on the internet if you ever get a chance, earthships.com. But basically they have water catch systems so that you have your own water. They have hydroponic systems and a little bit of like area for maybe having like a garden, or not just a garden, but like cattle if you wanted, say, milk or something along those lines. But essentially, in the end, you've got a home that's made very cheap, and you don't even need money by the time you're done, because they even have like solar power systems or wind, depending on which area you're in and which one it would use more, so that this way you have a full system all built for yourself, by yourself, because you're actually supposed to build them yourself. They show you how to, they can teach you how to do it online. They can like send out contractors to show you how to do it, and then you can pay them. But again, like, you can build this for yourself, and by the time you're done, you don't need money anymore. It's a simple lifestyle, but you're out. You're out of the system.
You've heard of eco villages?
It's very much along those lines. What I'm suggesting is something that you can actually personally do on your own, anything else that you can do with other people, I also encourage along those lines, because people can find those little pockets of freedom. It's like I don't know if you guys ever saw that Zorro movie, but he had the whip, and he could, like, that was his, or like arm to arm was the very first level of freedom he had, like from fingertip to fingertip. That was his zone of freedom. And then the next zone of freedom he was able to level up to was to get the whip and figure out how to use that, and that became his next round of freedom, and he could make sure that that whole area was clear, all of his own. That was his space. And that's just the suggestion I'm trying to make, is that everyone could have their own sacred space. Imagine it, just even flipping this and taking it towards all the entitlement programs we have in America today, be it like through the ending of homelessness, poverty, anyone that's underemployed or unemployed, on welfare. All these people be like, here, instead of you just taking these entitlement grants, like, you're welcome to still take this money, but while you're in the program, you're going to learn how to build these things. And now, poof, when you're done the program, you don't need any more money. Have fun. You've now been taught how to fish. Don't ask for any more fish, and we're not going to give you any more fish. We don't need to. You now know how to fish.
Definitely. What about the land?
I'm looking at these earthships. They look very, very attractive, actually. This is actually the reason why I've been trying to get capital, is to set up a very ecologically sound, self-sustained lifestyle that doesn't require
There's freedom and sustainability.
Constantly trade values. It's a ceaseless chase. Like I've realized that it's a ceaseless chase. It just seems like something I have to do to unplug. It's like I don't know.
It's the splinter in your mind, as Morpheus put it. You've always known it was there's something there. You know it's there when you pay your taxes, when you go to church. This wasn't just metaphor in some moments of this film. It was like, this really is what's going on around you, and you have to, like, you can take the blue pill. It's called Prozac, Lipitor, or like all those sorts of things. You know, that those things that, like, allow you to dumb yourself down and not care that you're basically being, raped societally.
Yeah, you're being enslaved.
Hello, who's on? I'm sorry, I'm just kind of...
Don's still on.
It's Don and Kev?
Yeah, I'm still here, dude. I'm Kevin. What's your name? Creation? Should I just call you that?
George. Yeah, I'm on. I put the name Creation. It's George. That name, I was looking at the people who are on. Who else is on? Mike.
Yeah,
my name is Neo.
Yeah.
You left before?
Yeah, I had to leave. My phone died, and then it's probably going to die again right now.
Okay. Yeah. What were you guys talking about? Sorry, I interrupted.
And I'm just, like, creating, like, real strong... We were talking about earthships and, like, sustainable living. I was being enlightened about earthships. I was more, like, focused on... I was looking at eco-villages and... Huh?
I'm sorry, I was... I'm using it. I'm sorry, yeah.
I was looking at eco-villages in, like, Quebec.
Those, yeah.
But,
see, I'm really into the Burning Man community. Like, I've been a big fan of stuff like that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Burning Man, isn't that thing in the desert where people spin fire and shit?
What were you saying, Mike?
I was saying that if you probably save up like $100,000, you could buy yourself an earthship or get whatever you need to build it. The only thing that you would have to worry about is getting your own food.
Getting your own what?
Your food. Like
I've heard too. People mention. Andy was mentioning it. Homesteading. They talk about homesteading. People who.
Can you imagine building an earthship on a homesteaded area, and then you've got that little plot of land that you totally own all to yourself and can pass that along to your kids, and it's a sustainable house. They'll always have it. Like, if in some areas the taxes are really too big, that's when you just put in extra solar panels and sell the energy back to the grid.
Yeah, I've heard about trying to live out as far as because nobody can completely live outside of the system. That's impossible, I think.
Actually, I was just describing how you can do it with Earthships because by the time you're done, you have all of your food taken care of through hydroponics. Water catch systems take care of your everything from drinking water to flush into toilets, and some of that water even then goes into the hydroponics area so that it'll grow your food. The system is set up and designed so that you have a couple solar panels and or windmills, so this way you can always have energy. They even have heating is done through geothermal. Like the earth temperature tends to only get to about 52 degrees, so they can actually funnel that up, be it at during the summer for air conditioning or then for heat during the winter. They have different things that you can do, and if you get
that
low,
stuff costs money though, right? It costs a lot of money.
Yes, it would unfortunately cost about $50,000 to $100,000, but by the time you're done creating it, you don't need money anymore. Literally, all of your food and everything is taken care of by your home. And if you have a home and know how to build these homes for yourself, which is the whole point of them, and then can teach your children how to build these things, you could I don't know, like Weird Al Yankovic's Amish Paradise joke song all of a sudden starts to have a little bit of clarity and new meaning for me.
Yeah, Amish. You know what? You kind of bring a point there, Amish Paradise, because with the whole conspiracy,
the geothermal thing's only 22,000. I'm looking it up right now.
But me right now, realistically, right now, for me, that's not even something I could do right now. Something that's closer to something I could do.
Yeah, you really need to look at the internet
maybe
marketing,
finding a home and splitting it, something big, and splitting it with people of like mind.
I'm telling you that.
And it can't be in America because of what's kind of marked for
Isn't Canada going to be part of the North American Union though?
No. That's all. The North American Union is they're talking about continental merger, but what they really mean is they're going to destroy most of the land. I mean, America is not going to be there anymore. They don't mean nationally. They're talking about it's going to be underwater. So is Europe, Asia. Only places that were parts of South America will be around and above the Canadian shelf. That's it, man. I mean, and people are preparing by buying gold, but all that gold's going to do is just weigh you down in the water quicker to the bottom of the sea because you're not. They got everybody looking one direction, but they're coming in from behind. So, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that is kind of the problem with paper money and even then you can say it has value, but you can't eat it. And then when people go and talk about gold and silver, all I see is still just metal. It looks pretty when you design it into jewelry and stuff, but it's still just metal. And I don't care how much value someone wants to place on it; it's still just metal.
I'm not totally saying just don't use money anymore because money.
I am. I think it can be done. Imagine you then
how would people,
with your you have your setup with the hydroponics and say you've got extra strawberries and Dave down the street has extra oranges. Well, you can just Facebook him and be like, "Yo, dude, I got extra oranges. Can I get some more of your strawberries, dude? I heard you had some extra." Because maybe I'll put it up on Craigslist or whatever,
I mean,
it could be that simple.
Cool.
Yo, let me ask a question. No, go ahead, Jared. Finish your point. I'll ask a question in a minute.
I said bartering is cool, but
it's all about the barter.
You're always gonna have the situation where people don't always have something that they feel is of equal value to what they're bartering with. So they use money as a third person, and it's just people's view of what money is that has to change. That money isn't the most valuable thing, that nature has it all already, and you shouldn't have to have money to get something that's basically your birthright. why get, so just, the people who made money fooled everybody thinking that. I think
How you feel about
use,
all right with the Earthship? How much space you think you need and you're really gonna realistically need? Like how much land and like what sort of land? You know what I mean? Like what kind of economic condition? Like how you because you have to build according to like
the structure of the land around you, yeah.
And then you got to
that's
think
the reason
about
why they put in like extra solar panels depending on where you're at, or if you're in like more flat land area that's more likely to have that wind rolling across it, or if you're in like a valley that's expected to have more wind going through it, that sort of thing. That's when they put up the windmills. I'm not saying it's a perfect system, but when they're done being made, I have seen people be able to make them for themselves and spend as little as like $50,000 to $100,000, and then poof, they've got a house that they literally don't need to pay any more money towards at all.
Yeah, but then think about like what's planned to happen in the future. Like, if they, like I was saying, that a 2012 scenario where you have mountains melting, tsunamis. I mean, they can all do that, and that is going to happen. They've been preparing the planet for centuries, thousands of years. That they're going to do that. I mean, when you have these two pieces of land, that the only place, some parts of the northern hemisphere, some parts of the southern hemisphere. Those people who survive that, I mean, you're building an Earthship on these. You're gonna have to. There's gonna be people who are gonna be slitting your throat to get what you have. It's gonna be people, people are gonna. It's gonna be like, because survival it turns ugly. It's not always. It's not It could be an ugly sight at times.
So I don't have the fears of those sorts of things. I guess I don't know what else to say. Like, I don't think it'll be like that. I think that I don't know if they start dropping nukes. I think someone's literally going to end up with like I call it ESP or whatever, just the capability of using the Force and just being like, no, that's not going to happen. I'm sorry. Like I cannot fathom the idea of just a complete obliteration. If it's going to happen, I won't know it. I guess I'm trying to plan for a more.
What's going to happen?
I have
next
not
year.
seen enough. I have not seen the data that suggests that ththese sorts of things are actually going to happen.
Well, maybe I can help out with that, because there is.
Yeah, I'm all ears.
Data. There's a lot of data out there. I mean, when you're seeing things happening, like mine shafts collapsing all over the world, finding sinkholes all around the world, earthquakes. There's something that's being done underground. They're preparing the ground, and then you understand like how they design cities to be destroyed. Why would they design cities with steam pipes, knowing that if water hits them, they'll explode? Because they did, like New Orleans, they designed that. Lewis and Clark designed those areas to be destroyed. These guys think way ahead. It's not even. It's a computer running everything. So it's of course it can think way ahead. So
Yeah, if you go read the ancient Egyptian text that the Egyptian ecclesiastic priest wrote, you're going to have to find translations, but things that they wrote on the mountain of Sai, Plato and Timaeus, they talked about it. They say that past deluges occurred where land was destroyed by water and fire, and if you just do a comparative mythology check, you find that every civilization, every antiquated civilization has talked about it. Immanuel Velikovsky, he talked about how there's an amnesia in human civilization where they are totally disregarding these types of events, where there is surmounting evidence that suggests that these types of things did happen. And scientific evidence is accumulating, which shows that past ice ages did lead to floods. There is scientific conflict whether it was a global flood, but there is scientific evidence that isostasy can occur at relatively rapid rates. Sea level rises can increase by 100 feet in a matter of a few days. So it can have huge water surges. Things like these aren't fiction. They can happen.
Yeah, but these stories and this catastrophe of old, I mean, I'll even buy it because I've read Michael Cesarian's work and that whole idea of there being another planet out there that was exploded and it was a water planet. And while our planet then drifted through the solar system as it normally does, well, after the explosion of that other planet ripped our like stratosphere and stuff off and pretty much upset the balance of our nature, and maybe even pieces of that planet crashed into it, like that Lucifer Morningstar fell to Earth and stuff. That's kind of the allegory that this guy suggests, and that while that was a water planet and our planet went through that explosion and all the ice, because instantly after it explodes, it would go and become ice after it gets out into a vacuum of space, and then that water would then melt in our atmosphere, and then frogs, if they were on that other planet, would look like they were falling out of the sky. And this whole giant catastrophe, were we to have forgotten about it, I believe would be something that, say, the Catholic Church could easily use against us as, say, and they tell us it's a hell in the future when really it's a hell in our genetic memory. That's something that's happened in the past. I'll buy that. I'm talking about stuff about like a future 2012 scenario. That's the stuff that I haven't seen. Yes, I've seen some data about the sun and like solar waves and stuff like that.
You
but they're not
like read like stuff like Dante's Divine Comedy. They describe like read, you know what mythology really tells it what's going to happen. Read Norse mythology, the twilight of the gods. But
I think these things actually happened already in the past, though. They're not something that's due to happen in the future. I think Revelations even happened way in the past.
Yeah,
like the Book of Revelations happened way in the past and is not due to happen in the future. I don't think there's going to be an end of the world scenario like that.
It's not end of the world. It's just my opinion. And it's end of the people. It's not end of the world per se, because these people live on the planet too. But it's not.
You mean end of a republic kind of thing?
It's the end of humanity. It's the end of this version of humanity. They're saying.
What's
another
the next version of humanity?
Born out of what?
What's the next version?
The next version is the 11.
The Borg.
Yeah, the Borg. It's a perfect genetically. It's gonna be like it's male and female in one. It's gonna be the physical structure is gonna be really strong. It's gonna be like telepathic, but in a way where it can receive instructions, and its whole thought process is going to be basically linked around, doing its work for its master. It's not even going to question anything.
You think that's just like you go from like evolution, right?
Yeah, it's like an evolution, but scientific, sped up evolution in a way.
Accelerated evolution.
Yeah, accelerated.
Via genetic manipulation.
Yeah, because you don't evolve like that. It takes like billions, man. Billions. It takes a long time, something to evolve like that. It takes a long.
We had a huge jump in our own evolution, which seems totally unnatural.
Yeah, I'm saying a huge crescendo, personally, like between technology and how people are able to like communicate over vast distances. It's shocking and beautiful to me.
And even if you go more basic about human communication, when was the first time language was ever evolved? When was the first time that the human mind actually evolved to have proper consciousness as the way we have right now, where we can communicate our ideas in sophisticated manners? There is a huge jump right there. And history, his story, doesn't explain that. So we have to go and pick up the pieces and see what happened, which we're doing.
Well, I mean, it depends. I took a few, some history classes, his story, right? And
his story is Anu's story, isn't it? Like the Anunnaki
story is the male conspiracy.
They created us?
Yeah, they created us.
the way I was taught history was not like it wasn't like one story. Like the way that I was taught, it depends on the school, and it's like I've seen like the how do I say it the differences in education per social class. So like if you go to the top, right, the Ivies or whatever, the way they sort of teach his story is they present both sides of the argument. And then another one that's more heavily citationed. So you argue it. Like they make you argue in a round table. Like you're literally there's no teacher in the front of the class. The teacher's at the head of one table. You can sit at the other head if you choose. If you get there early enough, someone else, whatever. And one person carries the class. So tomorrow, Jared will be the one that comes in and presents all the readings for that day. One reading will be for, one reading will be against whatever event. Another one will be like it'll be a succession of readings. They'll basically tell you how to decipher biased readings versus more objective readings, and it's just like versus just someone telling you one story. So the major point of me saying this is that I took a Chinese civilization class, and it went into language. Like one portion of the class was just language and the evolution of that language. And I'm pretty certain European civilization and African, I'll take African civ, and it didn't really go into language because they don't really say much about their language. So everything's very secret between each tribe. But it's like, they go into the evolution of different languages based on colonialism, but that's another story. But basically, it's not so one-sided. Like it does have, like history does have many different sides to it, and it's all about sort of deciphering all those sides to come to a conclusion, not just taking one.
Yeah, but the thing is, when we learn from the system, they give us dialectics, so we come to their synthesis.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, because the people look at history, don't look at it in terms of a dialectic. That's how you have to look at it.
Look who funds these universities. Just look at the occult history of every university on this planet, and you can see that it's all controlled.
Yeah, well, you guys know who the mosque is funded by? That Ground Zero mosque. I have a link I can throw into the chat room. It's pretty much the Carnegies and the Rockefellers. Like here, let me look it up. I'll prove it to you in a second. Hang on.
Frankish. Yeah, like the universities, if you look up the history of university, that's what Masonry is all about. Like it came from like the Roman College of Artificers, and they had colleges, and then over time they amalgamated the colleges and made them universities. And then when you go inside these universities, you'll see different fraternities, and those are the secret societies. A lot of them. I watched a special with Bob Saget. He actually got like initiated into an order on TV, and you got to see these guys. Like they're very serious about their order. Very serious. It's just like that movie Brotherhood of the Bell. Very serious. And I know a lot of these are real.
You said Bob Saget?
Yeah.
Bob Saget what?
Bob Saget got like initiated into some order. He was like, because some special thing that they do. And like they let an outsider come into the order or whatever. I thought it was interesting.
What, Cornell University?
Was it Cornell? I'm
But
not sure.
he was initiated to some. I just typed up Bob Saget initiated. I'm always sitting in front of a laptop while I'm talking about yeah, I do not have a laptop in front of me.
Yeah, it's
pretty much the same way.
It's on the special. It was on like last week. I think it was.
One clue for you when you're looking at universities is to ask why do so many universities have fraternities, and then you'll see it's all just for recruitment for future.
Yeah.
Oh no, I keep it real. I totally noticed some real weird shit going on, like particularly at Columbia. the one thing that made me not want to be there anymore was I noticed that I was putting in way more work than some students, and I tried to understand why was I having to put in so much more work as a student that's coming from, like, first in family college kind of thing, right? Why am I having to put in what seems triple the work, where I don't have a social life versus someone else who's just walking around aimlessly on the university, like pulling in grades? And I started to notice things in the class. Once I put that question deep in my subconscious, I started noticing things. Like, it'll be a class of 60. In that class of 60, if you just sit in the back and just watch, you'll see groups of students chilling with each other. Usually, it'll be, and these are the main fraternities, but it'll be one upperclassman, one freshman or newer pledge, and then same in the sorority. And those four will be chilling with each other. They'll just be with each other the whole time. And I started thinking about it, like, because I knew for a fact that the African Civ class I took had the same professor, same classroom as Lauryn Hill, the singer. She went to Columbia and left before she became a musician. And it was the same syllabus. I think he added like one extra reading, but this is probably a 10-year span. It's just these schools have whatever experts or whatever, but it's the same syllabus. So that means the fraternity itself can have a library that has every test, every note, and it's just constantly being updated. So if you go in there with 4 students, not only do you already have the notes, you have the tests, and you're just literally just implanting information that someone next to you already knows. So if you have any questions, someone next to you just took that class, and someone next to you is taking the class. Like, it's really, it's like rich kids, because you, like, in some of these fraternities, you have to be able to rip up like a $5,000 ticket just to prove that you can deserve to be in the ranks or whatever. It's like rich kids that don't have to work that much are hiring the smart poor kids. Like, it's real crazy. I was like, I gotta get out of here. But I was able to pick up, certain mannerisms that I know that they, whenever I need to do something, I can sort of do the visualization shit I was talking about earlier to exude certain things, the job interviews or whatever. But, yeah, it's like crazy. It's a very crazy system. I'm glad I had the experience. Like, I learned, like, I can take, like, earlier I didn't, I don't know, was everybody on the call for that little mental experiment that I did earlier, where you memorize shit fast using visualization?
Yeah, I was there.
All right. It's basically, that's where I picked that up from. It's like how to pick up on shit that's allowing these dudes to just breeze through the hardest level of work or whatever.
Yeah, well, it's like I guess there's always like a formula to, to get past certain things.
It is. It's not necessarily, I can't say it's a good thing because it's being used so negatively, but, I mean, these are things that are naturally, like, if they do mirror nature, then they've just done a very good job at cloaking it from the rest of society. Like, natural things that everyone can do.
So it's like inside information, and they probably only give it to their people.
Like,
this way they have control, and they're the gatekeepers of the Akashic records that truly actually exist. We have the ability to get in contact with this sort of energy at all times, but we're told we don't. We're told that no, these sorts of things don't actually exist. And I'm not saying I can prove it. I'm just saying that I've had a lot of amazing synchronicities in my life that have proved to me, if not to other people, that have proved to me that that there's more to life than anything that they dare try to explain to me through science, through religion, politics, the whole 9 yards. There's more to it.
No, yeah, it's right there. Like, all you gotta do is just look at it's in front of your face. Like, but that's what's like with cities and stuff. They cut people off from, nature, When you cut somebody off from nature, you're cutting them off from themselves. And you see, it tells you what the meaning of life is, the purpose of it is. I think the purpose is, finding out what reality is. The purpose is actually finding out what is your purpose. But,
Get any degrees at Columbia?
No, I have I hold a science grant there. So I was there on a research grant, a Howard Hughes research grant. Because I did some microbiology research that allowed me to take classes to catch up on the research I was doing.
Still at school right now?
No, I'm in City University in New York. I'm transferring to Penn State, Harrisburg, probably in fall, because I realized that how do I explain it? If the Ivy literally is, it's a trap. Like, if you put that down on your resume, I stopped putting on resumes and everything. If you put it down on your resume, then you're not going to impress anybody. You turn off most of society when they think. If you're of the same economic status but smarter, people are trained, and I don't know if you guys, somebody on the call before put me on to this guy named Gatto.
Mm-hmm.
John Gatto. Basically,
I know.
he explained, the class system sort of makes, it teaches students to look down at people that are dumber and look, and hold the same sort of, condemnation towards, people who are smarter, not to be indignant towards them, just be disgusting, I hate these guys, this may act so smart, and that's why nerds get beat up or whatnot, things of that nature. That sort of mentality keeps you from getting a job if you actually put down that you're from Ivy. Unless you have political power or some form of financial power over people, it's not good to say that you're from Ivy League school. It can be, and you'll end up having to work for somebody at an Ivy League. You get stuck in that sort of system, or you'll end up just broke. It's not it's because you don't.
But I think no matter, I notice the people who actually care, and actually care about what's going on, and really just want to do what they want to do, and not what the system has taught them to do. They're usually broke, don't have any money.
I mean, that's relevant.
That's how it's designed. You got to kind of sell yourself out to get money.
I don't think
not
so.
in all situations, though. I can't say that everybody who has money is.
I think, in honesty, I think just based on how things are run, people are just selling. Right now, literally, most things that are being sold in this country are just repackaged things. Reality TV is just repackaged life. You know what I mean? A lot of money is being, because people are just packaging life.
All the great themes are used up and turned into theme parks.
Mm-hmm.
Explain that. You said all the great themes? What do you mean?
Yeah, if all the great, there's all these wonderful themes that are out there that are, repackaged and branded. There are things like shopping revolutions, and what kind of bullshit is that? We need real revolutions of the mind, of the spirit.
They were behind those revolutions of the mind. They were behind, the Renaissance. They were always behind every single revolution. They were always behind it. They were always something with mental. I mean, they even promoted thought at one time. They did promote that. That was Shakespeare and all that time, classical period. They promoted people thinking only because it suited their ends, what they wanted. It's not. It's I don't know if it's a revolution, but really, all you need is, it's not a global mass thing. All you need is a few people who can link together. 13. A few people who can will their will. It's all linked to that, thought, and they understand this, man. They understand the whole idea of what thought is, and
just Google the cult of reason. That's one of their own revolutions that they made. as an example.
Yeah, it traps people in the right brain or in the left brain modality and separates them from their emotional and imaginative right brain side. And keeping that schism in the brain is it's divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny. I've been. That's the exercise I did earlier was like a right-brained exercise, like using the right brain to sort of like increase your ability to memorize things, as opposed to like if you just use a left-brained approach, you have to study 3 or 4 times harder than you would if you actually just use your right brain. Like use visualization and use relaxation to sort of remove like barriers to whatever subject you may have a barrier towards.
But it's a misnomer to think you only use one. Typically, you always use both. For the right.
Yeah, it sounds like you're taking a more holistic approach at that point. But I think once people get sent down a certain modality of thought, they tend towards the right brain usage because they're using up that imaginative side too much, or they're using up the reason side too much, and they're not able to then think outside the box. They're just calculating.
No, I can't even truthfully afford to like use one side. Like one side is definitely like the language. The left side is the more like European-based reading kind of thing, and like the other side is the picture kind of thing. So it's like it's a combination of
like they have the Eastern people who are completely right brains in a lot of ways. Actually, probably not, because when you use Sanskrit, you're using your left brain. But these people it's like an extreme. They go all the way to that non-linear way of looking at things, all that way. They go to an extreme, because these guys are extremists, man. They always take whatever thought and they just go in an extreme where they create a movement. And it's a kind of a balance, I guess, you gotta have of everything. You can't go in an extreme.
How many types of Sanskrit are there?
I don't even know, to tell you the truth.
It's a lot, I think.
The guy Andy mentioned that Sanskrit is a good way to program people.
Yeah, I'm looking online. There's at least like 10 different versions.
Like that exercise. I'm giving a speech in Atlanta. I'm giving a speech on April 6th at this convention to a bunch of teachers. Like I'm a student that's supposed to be teaching teachers how to like. It's basically I'm repackaging a war theory into an educational philosophy, basically, and basically synthesizing it with a bit of a story and how I came to it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and just repackaging something the government does to like whole nations in war.
Is it about pedagogy?
No. It's like it's called like Boydian maneuverism, and it's a way of like in conflict. There's a winner and there's a loser. They've created formulas for what creates a winner versus a loser, and a winner basically is able to observe. You ever heard of the rate of change in calculus?
The rate of change?
The rate of change, yeah.
Not in calculus, no.
The rate of change is it's not like addition subtraction, but it's more like I gotta figure out how to explain it. It's it's been a while.
I know what the name means though. It's like the rate of change. Is that what it
means?
Right.
It's like, all right. Well, you can get an idea. Basically, the person who can get through the fastest rate of changes wins.
Hello? Looking at society in a linear mathematical fashion, but take into account chaos theory, for example, where life isn't linear.
Well, that's not. See, that's the thing is rate of change isn't linear. the war theory is based on it's based on chaos theory. It derives from the new theory. Actually, the original theory was based on it was more linear. It was thermodynamics, right? So it was all force. This Boydian theory, it takes into account chaos theory, which basically on one pole, if you're looking at a graph, right, and on one axis, the y-axis, you have complexity. On the x-axis, it goes from order to disorder. It creates an upside-down U where the equilibrium point between order and disorder is your highest point of complexity. Order, there's no complexity. Disorder, there's no complexity. But as you move from that, it increases or decreases. As you go towards the equilibrium point, or as you go away from the equilibrium point, it decreases. As you go towards it, it increases.
Yeah,
so,
balanced entropy, right? Balanced entropy?
I'm not certain if it's called balanced entropy.
Well, it's just what I term it. It's whenever you're trying to make a balance in something, you're adding force to both ends, so it's the most complex route.
Right. It's like as the basic theory just goes, your goal in any conflict has to be not to just get to your goal. So like the education system is trying to get to a goal of, let's say, increasing test scores. That's their goal. But your goal can't just be that. It has to be to distract the student from their own goal. So if their goal is anything but schooling, right? Like their goal might be get money because I'm poor and I can't just sit in school because I will be hungry. Your goal has to be to distract the student from that goal and redirect it towards your own. So you have to like sort of
You said redistract the goal towards your own.
You have to distract their. You sort of have to make the they call
You're
it.
You're redirecting. You're saying that.
You have to do like that's what they do. Like that's how they fight the war.
But you're not fighting a war. You're taking part in the war. I mean, that's the same thing I'm saying.
Like,
but I mean, when you fight the war, right?
When you're
it's
fighting,
like
you're fighting the war.
You're promulgating. Like let me explain. Like in Hinduism, they talk about this is a good point they make. They say that I think it was something about like transgressing or going beyond all dualities. Like you gotta like almost like look above those dualities, man, and instead of just taking part in it, because you just get dragged into it. It's a cycle you get dragged into.
It's like I'm just basically I feel that if you have a goal, any goal, like if you're at a job interview, like you'll win the job interview if you're able to take that person that you're competing with, which is sort of, I guess you could say, your interviewer at the time, or even since it's chaos theory, right? So it's not even just the interviewer that you're fighting. Let's say it's multiple people that you're fighting. You're fighting the people who are also trying to get a job. You have to out-observe those people. You have to orient that with what you've been able to do and make decisions.
It's like you're in a rat race and you got to be the more clever rat. And you got to like kind of that's how they set it up, man. And only the ones who the ones who could climb to the top are the ones who make it to the top. And those people, like, that's the system they set up, but like that's not the people that they want in the long run. They're just using those people because those are the best people to promulgate that system. And then after they're done with that system, they destroy and rebuild, and then they build another system that's totally different. And then this system is going to be, guys who are just automatons who can't even think for themselves.
When you were talking about that bell curve, what was the title of that? Like, what was the key?
I'm not certain, but I could get you the book that it's in. It's called it's actually a Columbia book. It's called they teach a class on it. It's like the history of war. Like, hold on, I'll get you the title now. But I actually made sure I memorized that because I was like whenever things seem too complex, like I can sort of gauge what I need to do as far as like getting organized or what I need to visualize. Like it helps me to sort of understand where my mind is at as far as if it's completely ordered for what I have to do or if it's in a state of disorder where I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Because when you're at that state where you don't know what you're supposed to do, then like nothing's really that complex. It's like rock bottom, right? And then if you're completely ordered, you do exactly what you have to do, whether it's spiritual or if it's an esoteric goal or if it's a financial goal, whatever you have to do, there is a state of complete order or disorder or in between. And the in between is where you get really, really confused. You might have a vice that pops up. You want to go mess with a girl at that point because you're just so stressed out. You need to relieve some kind of innate stress, or like, you know, that's where the complexity comes in. And then getting back to order is removing those things, or you know, whatever the case may be.
How do you think this applies to the universe and evolution?
I haven't really ever given it thought. If I was to give it thought now, I'd say that order itself would, if there's complexity, right, where there's things that are not really that certain, you're either, one, going towards order or disorder. Like, and that's really not I don't think there's ever really been order. So if there's decreasing complexity or increasing complexity, you're not even going towards anything. You're going towards, like right now, we're not really going towards anything. This is like going towards, like, the most complex situation where there's constant disorder going on. Just not even disorder. I'd say, like, constant chaos.
Well, everybody's view of disorder is always different. I think, like, our view or the people's view of disorder, the slave's view of disorder is different from the master's view of disorder.
I mean, it is relative, but I'd say if you were looking at it from above or below the chessboard kind of thing, like if you're looking at the whole picture, like if you were to take all of, if you were an elitist, right, and you're hitting every single thing that was planned at a table, right, is happening, then you could say you're in order. But if every single thing is not happening, then they're sort of in the middle. Maybe they're hitting some of their things. Maybe they're spinning some things that have just happened randomly, chance occurrence, and making it seem like it's something they did. Maybe there's a lot of chance occurrences, and they just learned how to make it seem like those chance occurrences are their own. But I can't really say that, like, life is, it has a lot of variables to it that can't really be ordered. So it's just about constantly reevaluating a plan. Like if this think tank or whatever it is that is not constantly changing the plan, then it's like a flawed plan. And that plays out with everything. Like anytime you're not constantly changing the plan, it's a flawed plan because the universe is ever evolving. It's like everything's constantly changing. The wrong radiation from the sun could just destroy us. Like the wrong solar flare could destroy everything. I don't know.
You know, when you're talking about complexity and how things are going to disorder, there is the theory where the universe is leading towards increased entropy. But if you just take a look at matter and even the human body, I mean, every single cell is composed of trillions upon trillions of smaller particles, subatomic particles, and to compute in terms of chaos theory of how to clone a human in terms of restructuring all the atoms, because we're all just the same types of atoms composed together. Whether or not there's like some type of fifth-dimensional force, that's something we can debate about. But going back to the concern of complexity, the human body and any physical system is incredibly complex, and it has been ever evolving through the senses of perception. Perception is like it's not linear, it's more dynamic, where the person that is perceiving the object, not only is a subjective nature affecting the object, but the object is affecting the perceiver. And you have this constant state of evolution. So when you really look at a system of life, which life can be described as something outside of this fourth-dimensional reality, you always have a progression towards an evolving equilibrium, a balance.
Oh.
Yeah, is anyone there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, no, I'm here. We're listening.
Yeah, and that's
taking it in. Yeah. There's a lot said just now. I had to compute. I think that the universe itself is a sort of self-regulating, fluctuating according to equilibrium in terms of chaos theory. But I don't know.
Yeah, but even the equilibrium, like I think sometimes the equilibrium, like may not be understood completely by people, and could be, categorized as disorder in the universe, not on the planet.
I had a problem deciphering the difference between disorder and complexity when understanding the chaos theory in itself. Complexity sort of seems like the disorder, but it's not. So I don't know.
I mean, you know what? Like, I think maybe you might be making a mistake when you just class everything in disorder and chaos. You're like polarizing your thought process. You're not, and you everything is either this side or that side, and that's how you're judging reality.
Well, see, now the thing is, like, chaos is not even. It would be. It's not even polar. Like the poles would be order and disorder if there was a polar thought, and then the complexity is like it. The chaos is the equilibrium.
Well, like I look at it like I'm trying to find out, me personally, how original or primitive people thought, and they're trying to redirect that, like, oh, it's all about the now, the eternal now, at this instant, and they're right in that sense. But I think because they're saying it, there's something else missing out of that. Because I think
just out of no trust.
What?
Just out of a genuine distrust for anything coming out of the mouths of someone that's that manipulative.
Yeah, because they do tell the truth, man. They do tell the truth. They just whatever suits that what they're doing at the time, though.
I had a theory. I don't know where I came up with it, but I guess it was like a dream or something where I was feeling like they were telling, or like there was a lot of people would be getting, like, how was it? Andy Warhol said that in the future everyone will have 15 minutes of fame.
What's that?
Now every in the future everyone will have 15 minutes of fame. And
kind of true.
Yeah, it did sort of come true, but
and now everybody's looking for 15 minutes of privacy.
What was that? People only have 15 minutes of privacy?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Hold on.
Yeah, that's what they do. They make you want to be like those people they put on the stage, but really, in reality, those people are living the most horrible lives. They have no privacy, the drug problems, and everybody wants to be like that, not knowing what they're like, and then look what happens. Everybody's on TV somehow, or drugs. I guess they always use drugs as a control mechanism.
Concerning disorder and complexity, I think the difference is think of it as variables. Okay.
Right.
Complexity is whenever the variables are connected. Disorder is when the variables aren't connected. Think of it that way.
That's interesting.
There's when there's a connection, there's you can think of an intention, or you can take that intention out and just imagine the universe as a mechanical system, and it's mechanically going towards some type of goal with variable connections. A disorder is when there is no connections, where you just have factors there. No specific intention, no specific goal.
So order would be the proper synthesis of the variables. Disorder would be completely separate variables that are not touching each other or interrelated or correlated.
Right.
That's dope. That is a dope way of thinking about it. See, I love these phone calls.
It does help set the verbal parameters that we're trying to all just meet on the same grounds on, because we do kind of all sometimes speak a different language, and it just because of where we come from and our perspectives, and it's nice just to hear a whole new influx of ideas and exchanges going on. It's been a lot of fun. This whole weekend's been kind of like based around this for me, and I'm really enjoying it at this point.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think how everybody comes at things and their thought process is really interesting. Like some people even say, maybe it's true, but I guess I see that with myself. People say that I take a philosophical approach to things. I do use, I guess, philosophy, but I wouldn't class myself as a philosopher because I've looked it up what it means, and it all goes back to that agenda, because their whole goal, philosophers, is to have a one worldview, like one. There's only one worldview.
Yo, I'm telling you, what we should just do is all think together, add all mental resources, get as much capital as possible, and just build mad Earthship, so one just mass collective Earthship somewhere.
I would love something like that. I mean,
yeah, but I'm kind of wary of those things because it seems like, because I hear so much about, living in convoys. They call
communes. Yeah, check out Burning Man, dude. I'm telling you.
But like,
yo, hold on. Let me cut this off real quick. Yo, somebody's phone is giving them like the God tone.
Yeah,
right now.
Kevin, it's your phone. Your phone. I think you're using a headpiece or something.
Yeah, your phone's giving you the God tone.
You gotta hang up and call again.
It's making it very hard to hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Can you hear it on your end of the phone?
Yeah, I heard too. But it's
Can you
those communes.
I want to hear what you have to say. I'm missing a lot of what you're saying right now with the God tone. Did he hang up?
Yeah, I think so. He'll call back. Those communes. Cool. Yeah, those communes and these things. It seems like they're just corralling people into one area.
Well, I'm talking about like the fucking. I'm not going to be cynical about it, but that fucking. What do you call it? I'm not going to South America. That's out of the question. So. The Canadian Shield sounds popping. I'm not doing South America. That just seems like it seems like the inexpensive option, but it just I don't know, man. Like there's too much shit going on that continent.
Yeah, well, you never actually really know till you're there. Like, because a lot of things we get from the media, but I speak to people who actually live in these, and they always tell me something slightly different from what's actually going on. Like,
right.
They're living, all right lives.
I know.
I don't need. Like, I'll be happy with just, give me a nice. I want a warm place to stay. I want to be comfortable, be able to sleep good.
Are there hot springs
have
in there?
My meals a day. All my certain amount of meals.
No, I feel you. I was just thinking about all I need is food, water, shelter. That's it. We're like, I'm getting capitalistic internet-wise because, truthfully, I'd love to live somewhere off the grid where I'm not paying for anything, but I still have the internet. And I'm still amassing the things that I can use to trade with people if I decide to actually leave my little, my fortress or whatever, my Earthship.
I mean, how can you still trade? Like even if you talk about, I'm going to live off the grid and just not use money, that doesn't sound realistic.
Accumulate money.
What?
Because then it'd be like a game.
Because
like
everybody else
to
is
do
using
at the
it, and you're not the only one using it. You're the only one not using it. If 90% of the people are using money, and then like 5%, 10% of the people decide not to use the money, I mean, how are you going to survive?
No. I mean, I'm talking about you have to, like, in theory, based on what you're saying, if the world is going to just have this cataclysmic end of the world apocalypse flood thing going on, there's only going to be a little bit of land left, you have to be there before that shit happens. Like, you can't plan to do this shit after the shit happens. You have to be there when the shit happens. And at that point, you should be not only there, but amassing enough enough, how do I say it, resources that you can trade. I wouldn't even say money. I would say resources.
You should actually think like
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
All right.
Hello?
Yeah.
If you should think, you could probably look at it like in your thinking, like more of like.
I'm gonna buy cases of Johnny Walker so that way I can distill and have everyone.
Like just imagine what would be like the value. What would be valued like in the water world? What was highly valued? Dirt, because nobody had access to dirt because it was all water. Just picture how.
That's a good idea.
Oh, did I muted Kevin? Did I do that? How did I do that?
What?
So I'll be right back.
I mean, a value in the water world would be pretty much any vegetable or some shit, like anything that has to do with vegetation. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Better?
You know, they have the whole
much better.
psyche. They have the whole human psyche locked down. Just look at Maslow's hierarchy. They know exactly how to manipulate people's forces. So in terms of where you live, what you do, if there's any elitist structure that is using the ancient knowledge that they have accumulated, they can find ways to exploit you. The point is, see, whether or not there is cataclysmic events in this year or in the years to come, wherever you are, they can still find ways to annihilate you. Like
even like when people die in an earthquake, sorry to cut you off, but even people who survive, they still have to worry about, like I heard, like Glenn was mentioning radiation. Like they're gonna like I forgot how exactly it would happen. And even you gotta even think about Hubble telescope. They can just shoot you and freaking microwave you from outer space with Hubble telescope. I mean, these are all like. These are all these things, man. That's why, like, it's not really. That's why in my mind, it's not just me surviving. That's short term. Like, okay, I just want to live for myself. Yeah, maybe part of it, but like, I'm thinking of like how to actually affect like this system. Like, what the thing that's the people who have access. Reverse engineering from the bottom up. The people who have access to whatever. The computer that's running everything.
Like
to shut it down because everybody is going to die. That's like the thing that I guess a lot of people don't grasp. Everyone who serves it is going to be killed. All the people that help veil it, and mislead people, they're all going to be killed. But they don't see that. And then there's people who, I don't know, supposedly service this computer underground. They'll probably be killed too. Like it's like nothing will live. Maybe.
Why wouldn't the people who don't serve it be killed first?
What do you mean who don't serve? Because they buy themselves deniability by killing their friends first. Then they kill their enemies.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's
first
what.
They kill their friends and then their enemies.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm back.
I'm back. Oh, you're back.
I'm back.
The solution isn't just to go and trying to turn that thing off. The best solution, but it's also the hardest. Actually, well, I don't know if it's the hardest, but if people just stop being complacent and learn the power of no, the system would come crushing down to its knees. That is, if the
general strike
can survive without us. Kind of like
a
strike, but you don't have to fight it, because if people go out and protest, it gives the government a right to bring about martial law. When that doesn't
April 15th. April 15th. There's like the day the Earth stood still. It's somebody created a Facebook group and was just like, here, let's have a giant general strike. Everybody go tell everybody else. April 15th.
This year or next year?
Yeah. Like, how about the people who can actually see this and link up? How come that's so it seems so simple for people who can actually see what's going on, meet each other in person.
Tell your friends too.
Why doesn't that happen?
Tell all of your friends. Tell your family.
The reason it's so hard is because of the human ego. I mean, look at that guy Paul that just came in, and all the previous people that in your lives you've debated with. You have this roadblock of a lack of information. So you have ignorance being a stymie to progress. And when you have people in a mass, what happens is, if you study mass psychology, they become de-individuated. They do not relate to themselves as a person. They relate to themselves as a collective of everyone that's around them. So if you have a provocateur or some type of mass voice, like Hitler used a mass voice via the radio, people become enchanted and they become under some type of hypnotic spell, become even harder to dissuade or persuade into the truth. That's the problem we face trying to communicate with the masses. You have the entire science of mass communication that has this art down into a science where they know how to manipulate people's psyche on a mass scale to bring about global synthesis. We don't have that, and we don't have the means of mass communication. All we can do is achieve a fragment of the population. That's one of our major blocks. So we don't have that. We don't have the manpower, the physical power to make any change. They have us locked down from that. But what they don't have us locked down as of yet is our mental powers. They haven't locked that down yet. If we can persevere from that, we can make change in the long run. Now you have to remember that you're not just a physical being. You are some type of energetic being. Whatever that first brought you into this system can bring you back when you're gone. So you always have to keep that in mind.
Nope.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because people always want to be remembered by people. When something else can remember you, and that's what really matters. Man. If it's all about like experiences and stuff, man, like, and you can bring these with you to the grave and bring them back and all this. That's it. Kind of like knocks it when you realize like that's the reality. It kind of invalidates everything else what they're saying in the system about accumulating money.
And all the people within the system, they're internally scared of that. That's why Freemasons, every time they die, they put the symbol of the acacia on their graves, symbolizing regeneration, because the elitist goal is to have immortality. They can't fathom the uncertainty of what happens when they die. And they know that it's not going to be positive on their end based on probability of what they're doing in this life. So what they want to have is total annihilation of that uncertainty by not even going towards that end. They want to have a perpetuated life, pretty much.
Yeah, I've been to those Masonic graves, and
wow,
not all of them are Masonic. Like I've seen.
Where'd you get that? That's a very interesting concept. Where'd you pick up on that?
On immortality?
I read an article about immortality, but I'm talking about not the fact of immortality being the reason why these people do such, like, it seems like I know a few of the fraternal types, and a lot of the things they do are for like afterworldly aggrandizement here.
Yeah, but and see, like, they think that immortality, but what it really means is, like, when you go to their graves, I've been to their grave. It's not just Masonic graves, but I've been to graves where it's like certain graves will have evergreens.
Right.
Certain graves will have these certain, and all it's saying for the system is like, okay, this person was a good soldier or whatever. I'm going to use this DNA again.
Right, because they know they're not brought back by creation. They can be brought back by Creator and reanimated to do that role again. You know, as opposed to being recombinated. Recombined. So
yeah.
And Masonry is just a modern term. Prior to the deluge, Masons were called Noachites, according to the theosophical text, if they are correct, at least to any degree. The symbolism is still the same. They ever use evergreen. Again, they might use acacia. You always have the symbol of the Ouroboros, representing the cyclicity or the cyclic nature of life.
I always found that G that you were talking about earlier to look kind of like that Ouroboros too. Like the G kind of almost looks like the snake's head, like where it points at with the little triangular part, and then the circle around.
Well, each of these letters are telling characters in a play. That's why they call them characters. It's a play. It's a stage, like you were saying. And
G is also a modified Q as well.
And it also looks like a heart. That's why they talk about the love religion. It's 2 question marks mirrored on itself.
And you know the italicized E is just a smiling face. It's laughing at you about what's to come.
And I mean, you can go on and on with these letters, man. Like an A is like something solidifying two, male and female, and you have this.
Like a ladder.
A is not only pillars and a mountain, but upside down. It's the symbol of the uterus. It links to the ram.
I thought the uterus was the Holy Grail that they talk about. Like when you look at it, it's like actually inside like a woman's body. That the ovaries, the Holy Grail. I mean, all symbolism, it usually all comes back down to the human anatomy. A lot of it.
Even places, if you look at landmarks, you find things that connected to the digestive tract.
Yeah. The bagpipe Scottish people use is actually the stomach. Stomach sack. It's just telling, they're the bag ladies too, with their skirts.
Yeah, all these symbols are interconnected, like the cross, the crux ansata. It represents the news, north, east, west, south. In the Masonic encyclopedias, if you look up temple, hold on 1 second. Yeah, sorry. If you look at the Masonic encyclopedia for a temple, it'll show you not only a cross, but it'll tell you that Masons regard the entire earth as their lodge. And you don't have to be an initiated Mason or an accepted brother to necessarily be called a Mason. Everyone who's in the system that gets a degree at their universities automatically becomes initiated into this Masonic system. And you have symbols of the Blue Lodge via the blue jeans, and how the Levites, the priests, initiated people from the blue jeans that they wear. And then you have people wearing the bell bottoms, for example, representing the ancient Egyptian god of Baal, Baal, related to the Big Ben, controller of time. Big Ben's the big ball, the big time. They interconnect. They interconnect all these things.
And Ben is probably short for backwards Nebuchadnezzar or something like that. So you always see, like with the symbols, man. You have a world of symbolism. You have a symbol that can carry more meaning than, like, I guess, a word. For example, like I've been with Dana. We're driving down Flushing, and we're looking for a corporate building, and I'm looking at like the symbols that they use in front of those corporate buildings. Amazing, man. It's telling like 3 stories at once. It's telling so many things, man. It's amazing.
Like with the circle within the square, or the square within the circle.
Yeah, and then it's like 3D, and it's like other things. Yeah. I forgot which one was it, but you start looking at these things like Bank of America. I was looking at that last night. How it's like these. It's like almost like a swastika, but one of them, they have a little part that's like blue. Why is that? And the rest is red. These little things, man. Everyday symbols, man. Everyday symbols. Like when you look at symbolism on the internet, they always put the basic and CBS, NBC, but like there's like a whole. I mean, and I noticed that like successful business people, even your local business. It's like I always think, do they know? Like they know to be successful, they have to like kind of join that whole.
Yeah, my bad. TV just came on.
Yeah, they have to like join in on the symbolism. Like they'll use that same.
Yeah.
Something that goes back to this conspiracy. Though they seem to use that local people. So
a lot of it going back to Egypt.
Yeah, I think it's people. the people who make these symbols. Who are the people who? There's probably a whole field of people who specialize just in making logos for people. I'm sure it's not the first people who actually own these. I think they have like
Masonic
people who
designers.
Yeah, Masonic designers. Yeah.
The local businesses, they're just like picking up from what's on top, but the highest corporations, the transnational corporations, they're given the privilege to have that corporation and whatever entity that they have.
I definitely believe that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right,
I
guys,
definitely believe that.
My phone is dying. The battery's almost gone.
All right.
Look me up on Facebook, man. I'm on Jared's Facebook, Don Patterson.
All right. Hope to have another call next week. Talk to you.
All right, cool.
Bye.
All right.
Peace. Oh, Jared, man, thanks for the notice before putting up the joint.
Yeah, I guess that's smart. That's a little wiser to do it that way instead of just doing it like.
How many people just came on? How many people came on initially when you first put up the
it was kind of like planned, and I would just post it while I was on the show, and people would see it and just come on Facebook or something. I gotta start maybe expanding this sort of like I haven't been using. I used to use MySpace, but like when I go on it, man, maybe it's the way they trained me. I don't know, but when I go on MySpace, it's just so convoluted, man. It's like my computer I have a shitty laptop. It actually starts to like shut down on me, like freezing up because of the MySpace. It's too much shit.
MySpace it kills the memory on your computer.
It's too so much shit. Like why?
They want everybody on Facebook. They're trying to make Facebook complex still. They want to shut that shit down and put some new shit.
Why? That was all planned from the very beginning, before MySpace and Facebook was created.
I took off a lot of like extraneous bad grammar friends, and I put up just news corporations, like connected my Facebook to news corporations. So whenever they post something, I just want to see what they're posting. Why are you posting this, right? Washington Post, I think 3 times, posted up articles about why Facebook needs to change its decorum. Nobody's complaining about the decorum except Washington Post. All of a sudden, Facebook finds the need to change the profile. But it was like Washington Post was like
media. It's the media.
Yeah,
the media controls everything, man. They have a lot of power.
Why are you changing this? And then I couldn't even change my fucking profile back. Like, as soon as I looked at someone's profile with a new profile, it changed my joint instantly.
Yeah, I knew all of this before I even really I signed up to Facebook years ago. I just never used the profile. It was just like a dead profile, and I just and I knew this. I knew what Facebook was all about, man. Like the guy who founded it has like links to the CIA and all this stuff, and it was all just to get. It's an easier way than MySpace to look at somebody's. I mean, when they put that shit on, like, what's on your mind? Like that's the first thing you see. It's just to tell them what you're thinking, and then people are trained in that manner, and they just sit there and they tell everything. Women love putting all their pictures up. What happened?
Let your fingers do the talking.
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's what Google search engine is for, just to let them know what you're thinking. So, like, they have this profile on you, and they can just gauge what you're gonna do. Like, I know this, and I still go on because I have to get this. When the things I talk about, it's not really my personal life. If it'll help explain this thing, then so be it, whatever. But it's not about like my personal. Like it's more
do you
about.
Want to create a social engineering course on a Facebook-based social engineering course?
That's not something I could do personally, but like other people I know, like that if that's a role they could play, that's my role. I feel is different, man. Like I have to actually just focus on that one point of social engineering. There's like a lot of things else I want to get out too, man. I don't like this. I like kind of looking at like I don't like doing the minutia as much. I like to kind of look at the whole. Let
me ask you a question. Do you want? Because I'm studying internet marketing right now. Like I'm trying to get really, really immersed into it. Probably on my like 7th book. I'm working out. Like I have a bunch that I'm just lined up to do in the next 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Just so I can get the basis of it is like it's to really get traffic to a site. For real is like it's sort of it's combining. The engine of Google works like I forget what they call it, some kind of mathematical term, but it basically works on the principle that the more popular people that talk about you, the more traffic you get to your site.
Yeah, I've seen like you know how many like offers I've gotten. Like YouTube does that too. Like once you get a certain amount of views on your thing, they'll like want you to. They want you to like sponsor some things, and you'll get this and that. And it's almost like selling out in a way because now they control you more. Now they got you in their pocket. Like it's easy.
Well, I mean, with the Google thing, it's like it works to your favor if you control it. Like there are certain sites that are automatically have a lot of traffic that you can post on. So if you look at like across the spectrum, you got like 5 different article sites. You have at least 4 or 5 different video sites. That's not including like random forums. If you can like get your stuff up at a fast rate, maybe across the span of a month, put in a lot of time to just putting your information in very small selective ways, but just ways that allow you to get a link back to your site. You might be able to, save a lot of people in theory, if that's what, your interest is.
I think it's more like quality over quantity, though. Like you might go to those places that have a lot of traffic, but it's like if that's not the kind of people that you're going towards. Like.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sitting here. I'm already looking. I'm going. I agree with you with massive distribution. But I'm doing massive distribution for minimum response. Like, I get views, and I know most of those people are like, don't even understand what I'm saying. But like, I always have like 1, 2 people who, But I don't know. I always find like I don't know. I know it's definitely something to what you're saying with the marketing. There is something in there. I'd probably be interested as far as like. Better
some aspects of
presenting
that,
aspects of getting things out there and presenting it more of like on a sales type of thing.
I read this case study recently that I call it a case study because of the way I looked at it, but it was more just an article. There was a sunglass distributor, right?
Mm-hmm.
He sold wholesale sunglasses to people. That was his internet business. But he was a bad businessman, so he would send people if he didn't have like the certain sunglass you ordered, he'd send you something else, and when you complain and try to return it, he wouldn't give you your money, and he fed off that. He used that as a way of building traffic because the more complaints people put up, the higher his traffic rankings went.
I remember you told me something about Rockefeller years ago. You said something about he gave people free candles, free oil lamps.
Oh yeah, he gave people people free lanterns.
Yeah,
like free lanterns, so that way they would have to buy his oil.
And it's kind of like an allegory too. Like these people are searching for the light, and he's the only one that has it. Like, it's kind of.
Wow, they still use that marketing technique. The marketing technique's everywhere, Zero down. Car or whatever.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like it's like to me when I look at the When I look at the TV, like last night I turned on the TV, it's all these sales thing at night. Like they're selling you anything and everything, man, except what you really need. And it's just like all this shit. And I'm like, wow, like the people are people really still falling for it? Like a lot of people are still falling for it. like for all this things that they gotta buy, like
no,
they
think life is so boring that new product offers them that release or that
Yeah, I know.
Now
people
my life
like
will be exciting. Now
I know people who love older people who love to go and shop. I know, like for instance, this older lady who love and just go shop on those channels, man. Like it's just like wow,
Yeah.
That's all depends on the culture too. Like if you look at Italian culture,
Yeah.
I'm not saying all Italian.
Definition.
I'm not saying all Italian people, but like in Rome, they're very, very gaudy. They have to like be very.
Rome. How about Long Island?
Yeah, Long Island's like that. New York City. I mean, it's all about how you dress. Like New York, more than anywhere else. You live in Brooklyn, so you see it, but like it's more of like that in Harlem. You go to Harlem, man. Everything that they start, they're the trendsetters, man. And as far as New York City is concerned, like something comes out, they get it first, and then it filters out, and it comes. I think it comes to Long Island last or something more.
Yeah, it comes to Long Island like 10 years later.
Actually, no, it comes like pretty quick, man.
I'm playing with you. Yo, I went out to Long Island.
Yeah.
I went out to Long Island. I'm gonna keep it. This is what made me say 10 years later. I was dating this girl from NYU, right? Very, very easily mentally fucked with, right? So I'm messing with her. I met her outside of NYU. So messing with her. I went out to her family's house out in Long Island. It was like at Montauk. I don't even know where it was. There's no Long Island railroad that goes there. Like we had to take a car for hours and hours and hours. We get there. Now, mind you, this town, I don't even think there were Hispanics there. It was just blacks, whites, and like mulattoes. And it was like just a mix of just the same people who have been in this town, and they don't seem to really leave like that. So we're out there. Next thing I know, fucking like we're in this party, and this girl is just like, it just seemed like everybody there was exactly carbon copies. Like they were programmed. They were wearing, like they were wearing
everywhere, man.
No, but they were wearing. No. You don't understand though. It was like 1995.
The women all wear.
It was like it was 2005 or 6. There, it was literally like.
Like
1995. The fashion was from 1995. They were wearing Nautica. Remember Nautica from back in the day, a long time ago?
Yeah, but it's different. It's like over here. Remember back in the day, people would wear Polo, Ralph Lauren. And that was like real big, but down south that's still a big thing. It's still like, I mean, it's just little games. I think but then you gotta think about like even that industry, the fashion industry, you're ruled through fashion. It's another form of dictatorship, the thing. But it's gays, man, that run that business. Gays. It's
yep.
They run everybody. What happened?
Isn't that linked to the Hamilton, right?
Yeah, Hamilton. But like, yeah, man, they run that whole industry. I thought that was, that's interesting. Think about that. Like, you're being manipulated. Like when you look at a girl's. Like women
I got disconnected. I'm back.
Oh, you got disconnected. When you look at a girl's, a female's clothing, like what they wear, right? It's like everything's so designed. It's so like accurate. It's designed to catch the eye of a male, and just basically like because men are so visual, so you're like a slave to your own eyes, man. You're just like and you're not really thinking. It's your mind. That's what it's designed to do. And you see that. And what
I'm sorry, what was that? I was looking at porn.
Yeah, man. And then
well, he wasn't really trying to get a rise out of you or nothing, but.
No pun intended.
But when you look
seems like an appropriate joke. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. When you look at men, I don't know. Like I guess I haven't really looked at. I guess what do men wear? Men, it went from baggy, right? That was cool for them, and then not all men though, but at least.
You know what's crazy? I've noticed that women, like, let's say a woman goes from a transitional state of being aroused, like her concept of strength changes, right? So if her concept of strength one day is a gangster, right? She has a sexual dysfunction where she only wants to date people who do things that are legal, right? Because, you know, like the milder version would just be the chick that likes to date a dude who beats people up in school, right? But then the stronger version of that same sexual dysfunction will lead to her writing letters to people she sees are axe murderers in jail. Like, I want to marry you, axe murderer, right? That's a mild to.
Yeah, I think it's all linked to a form of power, because it's a line that the system creates. Like, okay, the system makes a statement, a judgment call saying, hey, only people who are dressed like women, men who are feminine, will be cool, and so women will be attracted to the whoever is the most like that. You know, they made gangster a really cool thing. The media helped that, you know, with music videos. I mean, those music videos are scientifically pieced together, man. I saw a music video, a piece of it the other day, and I was like, wow, man. I was watching this shit when I was like 16, and like, thank goodness I got out of that shit, man. Like, that shit was like, it's like so designed to just totally like bypass logic. You bypass and just, you know, they use these things, you know, when the guy's getting female and how he's moving. It's like a big stage, and none of it's real, man. None of it's real. You know, like, you know, how they have, and then the attitude towards each other, like men's attitude towards women that they put, like. I remember that one song from Jay-Z, Change Clothes and Go. What the fuck are they saying, man? And then they all say this, and then, you know, like, I look into these rappers, I looked into them, heard interviews, man, so many. It's like, wow, man, like, how they look when they're on the video, and then when you hear them talk, it's like, shit, man, it kind of dispels a lot of stuff. Like, man, a lot of them are really like, they're not really that knowledgeable of themselves. I guess some are, I guess, you know. But when I hear them talk, man, like, shit, man, I can't really. It's like, shit, man. I realize they're just getting used, and they don't even really know what the fuck's going on. Some do, you know. And a lot of people, and I was thinking, like the rapper Tupac, right? He was, you know, he would talk a lot of truth in a lot of ways, but then I'm thinking about it, I think he was one of theirs too, man, probably, because
of course,
he started this whole thing called, you know, thug, and a lot of gangs were like incorporating themselves with, you know, the whole what was it called, Thug Life. Thug Life, yeah, man. He started that, and it was all about thug. But all he did was.
But it wasn't all about thug. He also said that it was about thug life. To him was just like Thomas Paine saying, "Give me liberty or give me death."
Mhm. Yeah.
So,
but what I was gonna say was that he took that thug, and he didn't originate that. That was in India. They came out with a cult called Thugism, and they would rob people and rob people, kill them. But they were toll gators, man. That's what they do. Whether it's a gangster or it's another form of tax collection.
See, the thing about Tupac that throws me off, and there was a dualism that you're describing. His dualism was his background. He comes from a very, very radical background. His mother, his aunt was Assata Shakur. She's like wanted by the U.S. government still to this day for like shooting a cop and running to Cuba. Yeah. That's why people say Tupac's in Cuba or whatever. He comes from that background, but during his documentary, at one point he was a stage dancer that was dancing with a thong on like stage for the rapper For real. He basically said that, like, I didn't care if I had to dance with a thong on because I was homeless at the time. Like, these are the types of minds they like, you know, will you do anything for us?
That's
so, like, if they say, yo, we want you to take this thug thing to another level, basically I think what he tried to do, I think he did a very good job at it for a while until, like, the alcohol and the women got him, because that was his weakness, was women. But basically what he tried to do was create a synthesis between, like, the thug that they told him portray to the media and will give you whatever you want, and, like, radicalism. And that's why, like, there was a lot of things, random occurrences, like in New York, they tried to arrest him. They said they tried to arrest him for jaywalking in New York.
Yeah, well, it was all just to make him look like this bad guy in one sense, manipulating him but manipulating the masses. The same. You know, it's also linked with that, what they did with, like, the black community, I guess. I was looking up, what's his name? His name was Clarence something. He's the guy that started 5% Nation, the Gods of North. Yeah, I'm looking up, like, his whole background. This guy was totally on side with these people, man. This guy was
sometimes they're just used
and shit. What?
It could just be a controlled opposition sometimes that they're being used as.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they really are being genuine as to who they are.
But
that whole
the things
person
that they
of who they are is then used against the masses to make them want to think one way or another.
But
and they'll build someone up
with
or,
the guy
or tear someone down, dependingly.
They're not up there by accident.
The guy who started the 5% Nation, the Gods of North, when you look at his background, the guy had knowledge of, like, Masonic knowledge. They didn't call it Masonry openly, but he was part of the Nation of Islam. And there was sciences that he extracted from that and used on the streets. They used numerology, like it was almost like a Kabbalistic numerology, called it mathematics. And when you look at and that's what they use in the hip hop community. When you look at the hip hop community, like a lot of that terminology came from the 5% Nation. Yeah, man. Like they say it. Like I'm looking at the things that their rituals. I was looking at it. I was like. I was shocked. I was like, this is Masonic gestures. They're saying, yeah, you got to be squared up, and I'm like, what? That's all Masonry, man. That's all these guys, and you know, and this guy, he basically, I guess that was his job. That was his role. That's what they wanted him to do. He wanted to get like to the youth, to the young black males who, because you gotta understand the history of young black males. Like I remember when I went to school with you, Don, there was a book they have us read. It's called 5 Million Black Voices. And that book is really, it showed the journey what blacks did from slavery, and they were fooled, and they had the whole sharecropping, but then there was like a whole group of them. They're all told, hey, you can go to the north and you'll have better lives up there, and they all went up there, but it was just as bad, and people were living in these housing projects. They basically had them all in these housing areas. And out of that, the young kids who were trying to survive, that's where you get, like, this thug or mentality. Or it's just, it's interesting when you look at the history of African American in America. Like, when you dig into it. And there's books you can find on eBay about antique books, old books that go into it in good detail. All that stuff. I never looked into it too much because I'm trying to look at the bigger picture. I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt to read. I mean, I've read.
A lot of these
you
guys
hear so much about it. What happened?
Even like Tupac or whatever. I mean, everyone always they play into the same thing. It's like you're not. One day you're calling women bitches and hoes and whores, and the next you're queen and shit. It's not like
harm his sister, man. He's harm his sister.
Exactly. So don't fall for that. Like he was doing this, he was trying. No, he's doing exactly what they told him to do, and that's why he got paid. And that was all he was supposed to do. That's why he was.
And then
up
they
there.
killed him in the end. He knew
when
he was
died.
dying. That was part of the plan.
Like that's part of the blood sacrifice, so other people can get on.
Him and Biggie, like that was typical Zoroastrian divide and conquer. What they do. That was like East Coast, West Coast rivalry. That was so.
They were all dirtbags. You know what I mean? Like they're not.
Yeah, like Biggie was nobody special, man. You know. And I think Jay-Z. I mean, when Tupac talked about Jay-Z, man, he did finger out a lot of other people, man. And he talked about Jay-Z. Jay-Z, and I look at Jay-Z, I'm like, oh, and he talked about Nas, man. Nas, like, they understand, like, the whole, you get the idea in people's head. Like, because Nas, like, these are all the black leaders. They have, like, the black community, like, in their pocket. So Nas came out with a rap song playing, I can, I know I can, I can. He had that. He put the idea, and then right after, Obama. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Like he started that. He helped that. That's what made him see that.
That's fucking amazing. I never thought about that.
That's what they do. He's giving props to Al Sharpton and shit. And they're all Masons, man. It's all Prince Hall Freemasonry, they call it.
And the Boulette.
There's been a lot of movies that have had black presidents also in it recently, from Morgan Freeman to even Idiocracy.
Yeah. Morgan Freeman, man. I mean, his name is inside the Masonic Encyclopedia. Man. His last name. You know, he's definitely on side. He's like basically engineer. You know, and but you don't know how much these people really know. You know, they're all kept in like their own. You know, they're not told everything. You know, and a lot of people, like
they don't look for it because they don't need to.
Yeah. Like kings and shit, right? Like kings were given like they had like the King's English. I was looking that up in Glenn's post. Like they had their own kind of language, I guess, with themselves. The king, but like the king,
Is there a difference between the king and the queen's English?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think so. Is
Queen's English.
You ever heard that term, the queen's English?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they speak English differently, different connotations, different accents.
She actually spoke it wrong, incorrectly, and then people started mimicking her. That's why it's Queen's English.
Yeah, like England has a lot of Germanic roots in England. You know, the Jutes, and then they get the Anglos, and Saxons and shit. Celtics, a lot of people with England. England is interesting how Teutonic. It was a tribe called the Teutonic, or whatever. And the Teutonic Knights, and I've heard Glenn mention them a lot. Teutonic Knights, and it's interesting. You look at the word Teuton. They're saying two-tone, Zoroastrian.
Teuton.
A tone, T-O-N in French is tone. Don. Don.
I need to learn French, man.
Yeah.
I need to learn French.
That's it. You'll learn a lot more when you understand that shit. And just learning French, like Latin is good too. You know, Latin is alright, but I don't. I see a lot of code. I see coding in Latin, but I see it more in like French, Greek. But I can't understand Greek. I can't even read that shit, man. Or there's links. There's roots and codes in all the languages, but I see more of it for English. For an English person, I find French has a lot to it. You know.
Why do you think health and wealth have the same letters except for the H and the W?
What with H and W?
Health and wealth.
The H, you gotta look at the actual letters.
What happened?
You gotta look at the letter, like the letter H. It's like a connecting letter. So it's connecting something, right?
Yeah, it's connection.
M, W, well, it's also an 8 on its side.
Wait, W is an 8 on the side?
If you mirror a W or an M or whatever on its side, it becomes an 8. So that's links to male.
Yeah.
The plan, you know. So.
Yeah, H is interesting too. H is like between is in the letter Y. I mean the word Y. H is what's between it. The W and the Y. And the W is I guess male. Flip it around. Yeah, man, you find, I was looking at 2 words, and I was looking at Wikipedia, and you look at the word zenith. That's one of the pole stars, the pole ends of the planet. They call it Nadir and Zenith. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, Zenith? It has the word Zen in it. So they have some connection to that polarity in the world, that other, and it, and H. So it is, they're connected to it somehow. It is basically, when they say it, they mean the third kind, the one, this new slave that they're talking about. It's not male or female, but it's a it.
Right, and they'll use, and how you can tie this into example, how the media will promote that. They'll have a rapper called T.I., which is just it.
Yeah, these rappers who have these names, they're not names that they pick up from the street, and then these are names that are given to them. You know, none of these names are like, you know, I mean, come on, like Jay-Z, Big Papa, you know, Big Papa. Who's the Big Papa? I can only think of one Big Papa who isn't really that big. Yeah, but or you know, so many of these guys' names, man.
Eminem.
Eminem, yeah. Dr. Dre. And when you switch the letters around with Dre, it's Red. Dr. Red. Persia.
He's changing. He's doctoring. Alter. Yeah. And he is an alter. He does. Yeah. After the music meets his table of production, it changes. It alters the people who hear it. So he's doctoring you.
Yeah, man. He's like promoted. Like I was looking at him. He was promoted by, I forgot what group he was promoted by. I forgot. You could see, just type in Dr. Dre. He's like promoting something new now. I forgot what it was. He's like, some people. He has people behind him, man. Definitely does. And he, you know, I wouldn't be surprised.
I know he's got some like $300 headphones he's selling.
Oh, really?
Beats by Dre, I think they call him.
I don't know how true it was, but Tupac was mentioning how, you know, he's like a bisexual or something like that.
Yeah. He goes, it's actually recorded too. You can hear Tupac saying it.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't know. He's all confused. He doesn't know if he's like eating pussy or sucking dick.
Yeah. Like, I think, but in that world too, Don, like when you go into that world, like where the people who have more power and all the influence, like it's like not what the people on below them would think it ever would be, man. It's like they're all like fucking each other or something. You know, they have something that will destroy them in the eyes of the people that they.
You know what's crazy about that? It's on 2 occasions. Matter of fact, not even. We were having a conversation here that mirrored something someone told me as a warning why not to join like a fraternal organization. Mm-hmm. And basically, it was a dude. I think he's in it, but he's like lower level. Mm-hmm. Like he's taken care of, mind you. Like he gets his salary paid for. Like I was in a meeting where they were like, "Yeah, make sure his salary's in and whatever," right? Mm-hmm. But one day he said to me, he just out of nowhere, he said, "Yeah, just make sure you don't join because some shit." Like he's just like, "Make sure you like." And the crazy part about that is, I told you I used to write these journals, like you know how in school they have like student newspapers. Mm-hmm. So I would write articles and just put little things in it just to see who would come up to me about those little things, little funny things that I know only one of them would know, right? Mm-hmm. So I might quote somebody and put no reason why I quoted that person. Like there'll be I'll write an essay about why Martin Luther King did nothing for the race, and then put a quote from the head of the Ku Klux Klan, which just happened to be one of the people of one of those fraternities, right? Mm. And they'll put people would come up to me like, yeah, so are you? No, I don't know anything about that. What are you talking about? Right? Mm. So when I did that, after I was doing it for a while, I stopped after he told me this shit. But he basically was like, yeah, make sure you don't join because they'll, like, pee on you and film it. Like, he said some shit really mirroring what you said on a phone call one day. I meant to tell you, like, talking. But it was, like, it was directly correlated with, like, what you had said, and it was from one of them. Like,
yeah, they have to have something that would totally destroy you in the eyes of
something that's considered taboo in society.
Yeah, exactly.
And videotape it and
Yeah.
Are you talking about high-ranking initiations in masonry?
Mm-hmm. No, not high. I don't know how high. I know the higher you go, it gets worse and worse, man. It gets because the little lower, they swear at the bottom, 3rd degree. That ain't shit, man. That's just nothing, man. I think it's the more influence you have over people, the worse initiation is. I remember watching some.
Like I see people that, like I keep it real. I have been like experimenting with these people, like using those formulas and shit. Like I was doing it more just out of a curiosity to see if the shit actually works. But like, just wild stuff. Like noticing certain people are not that smart, being paid as much as like the president of the country, just in low level like position, like doing nothing.
Yeah, because we think that it's we climb up and you get higher and higher. And yeah, it makes me seems like that. It is like that on a certain level, but like after 33 degrees, it's not about climbing up. It's not about that. It's strictly like genetically engineering, appointed to positions. Like it's not you that they want. It's who you breed with in that product that comes out. That's what they want. It's like a cow fucking farm, masonry.
Yeah, you see allegories of that in movies.
Yeah.
Matrix, things like that.
Right. Yeah, that was in that movie, Vin Diesel. Actually, they didn't put that certain allegory, but they put the allegory of like this, how to use monasteries as genetic engineering.
Yeah. A lot of the elites of the time, from Lombardy and around that era, they were taught in monasteries. It's like their own.
Yeah, an encyclopedia or it's a regular encyclopedia. Every guy that like behind some scientific theory or just some new invent. A lot of these guys, big names, they all like have ecclesiastic backgrounds.
You're an idiot. Shut
religious.
up, you coward. Huh? This old coward-ass bitch blocked me because he couldn't beat me in a debate. I busted his ass earlier.
Idiot, man.
Yeah, I busted his ass earlier. You're a coward-ass bitch.
Beat him in a debate, man. That's the mentality
there wasn't no debate, nigga, because you brought your belief to the table, you dumbass bitch.
Okay, mute the guy.
There we go.
Iconoclast, right? I can see I see no class.
Nice. Yeah, he put something up on my page too, and I just deleted it because it didn't seem like it was going to get information. And I've heard him cursing the way he just did.
Yeah, who's the prime minister of mystery?
Like, holy vulgar,
is he just like
man.
the whole night, like just waiting for a time to call?
Yo, there's a guy, right? He just hung up. I seen he hung up, but there's a guy I know that he just kept coming back, yo. He kept like coming, like he made it his duty, like to keep calling after, like I'll block him and then he'll just come back on. 2 minutes later, fuck you, shut what? Yeah, master debater. Yeah. It was like, wow, man, this dude. It's like, damn.
You're in a circle jerk, beating each other off, patting each other.
See what I'm talking about?
Yeah, because you can't debate me, you fucking
coward.
Why do you want to even?
Why? Am I paid as the government?
You're a racist, dude. You're a racist. You clearly just use the N word to these guys.
Right. Okay.
Let's do that in North Philly, dude. Come to North Philly with me and let's do that, please.
Shut the fuck up.
Let's hook that up.
Yeah,
no, I'm not going to shut up. You have no right to talk to me like that. Okay? You want to come to my show? You're welcome to it, dude. I would be happy to take you on.
Anyway, so we're talking about monasteries and they're being pretty much taught there.
Is he bored? He must be bored. Hello?
A racist hate monger, it sounds like to me.
Yeah. He's just I know his mentality, man. His mentality is just.
How did he get the number?
It's very competitive. Like it's like he came on and said, "I'm the heavyweight champion." I mean, that he's exposing himself right there. He's telling you it's all about like
my ego.
Yeah, it's an egotistical thing. That's what these guys in the conspiracy network do, right? Like, these guys are like, it's all about exposing everybody, and like, almost like it's like a wrestling thing. Like, well, I expose this. I have the most exposing credits here.
Well, have you seen his picture? His picture is a pro wrestler that he puts on Facebook.
And listen to these fuckers. These are some dumb fucks in this chat room, I tell you.
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
Cowards. You're cowards. Am I being paid by the government? This is their response. I'm a paid. You people are fucking idiots.
No, I think you're just a troll,
You know a lot of big words.
You're a troll. Like, you came out from under your bridge. Welcome aboard, you know? Like, could you turn back into a human?
You cut him off already?
Yeah. He came on as another name now. He's called Pablo the Geek. That's what he calls himself now.
How's he coming on? Through the internet?
Yeah, he just comes on. It's a talk show thing.
He has different accounts, probably. He's sitting there making accounts.
He was Pablo the Geek. That's great. He was on my show last night listening in, and when I turned on when I unmuted him, no one said anything, so I just moved along. And I had a really great panel that would tear someone up like that too. Like, it would have been great. like I don't know. People just don't think. They just want to hate.
It's not even.
These faggots. You got to be a faggot to really tune into a dumbass coward.
Oh, and now we're gay.
That's why you have your finger on the dial, huh? That's why your finger's on the dial.
I busted.
How much time did it take you to call this show in, dude? How much time did you have to go through it?
He couldn't compete, so he had to block me with his old coward ass.
I love to see this guy in person, man.
Bad bitch, I'd love to see you in person.
I know.
Are you in Philly?
I know.
Are you in Philly?
No, we're in
Philly, bitch. I'm out of Philly, John. I'm out of Philly, John.
It's the middle of the night. Sorry, night. Go call a woman, man.
Man.
This is New York City calling. We're not in Philly, sorry.
I'm from Philly.
For you.
I know you. I would love to have some friends meet you.
I bet you have your friends meet you.
Let's go down to North Philly. Let's go down to North Philly or West Philly and meet some of my friends and have you say the words that you've just said tonight there. Let's do it, pal.
He's not listening. He's kicked out. He's going to come back again. What you should do is just mute him. When he comes back, just mute him, let him talk, and then he'll come off and come back on again. You know, he wants us to waste our time like this. We shouldn't talk about him. We were talking about monasteries and the names.
Get back to the monastery.
Yeah. So what you're saying,
every time he comes on, just continue the conversation, ignore.
Yeah, just mute him right when he comes on. So Jared, you were talking about the names in their societies about science.
Yeah, I busted this coward in a debate earlier. He had to block me with his old weak-ass shit, and you people sit in there and listen to it. You people are weak, too. You guys are real pathetic.
Thanks for that.
Really pathetic.
Your hate only makes us stronger, dude. Thank you. Thank you.
Cult members unify. Cult members unify when they're attacked. You fucking cult members. Are you feeling like this outside enemy? I'm a paid.
Why do you care?
Why do I pay? Why do I care?
Why do you care?
Because
he doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care about anything.
He probably got busted his ass in a boarding school.
It's very weak.
And they made him want to attack people in the middle of the night on conference calls instead of getting pussy.
Oh yeah, like
they just fucked him in the ass until he told himself he was a champion of debating.
Oh, yeah, right. That's why I got to know. I actually.
Are you getting flashbacks? Why are you not talking about it?
He'd walk away, but you hear him whistle.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you block someone for good? I forgot how to do it, man. I've read about it.
Oh, there's a way to do that? Wow, that's cool. I'd love to learn that one myself.
Yeah, I remember reading about it. Dana was telling me. And it was like just to block somebody. Because, of course, a lot of people have these problems, you know. So,
someone just Google it, whoever's in front of the computer.
Yeah, I ran you out of the ring, and now you're running down the street, bitch. You had to run out of the ring because it has anything. It has anything.
You got flashbacks. You feel emotional. Like you got it, like he's crying almost.
You need a hug, don't you?
Oh man, yo.
You have to be very. You have.
Yo, you know that people on this phone call that left the phone call, got pussy, and came back.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
Star 8.
Pussy, man. Wow.
Oh, so he's the comic relief of the night, huh?
Yeah.
All right, back to monasteries.
What was that about the monasteries? Yeah.
And I'd like to welcome back Econoclass for another segment of I'm a Dick Fuck. Is he back?
I don't know where he is, man. It doesn't really matter to me.
The only thing funny is that your bitch ass blocked me out of a debate because you don't have nothing for me. That's the only thing funny, but
you see, like his ego is just like, it's like,
another
I have to say something. It's just eating him up inside.
You ever play Call of Duty and had someone just start shooting everyone for no reason?
You see, look how he comes in, right, and it just causes.
Yeah, I'm sitting here showing what a bitch.
That's his job. That's his role.
Secure people don't do this sort of thing.
Stop and talk, listen to each other, and now he comes in and
I'm showing you how weak you are, that you have to block me. You're a coward.
He can't accept that people have different views from him, so he has to come on. He can't just go on. He has his own show, but he has to come on somebody else's show.
No,
he has his own show, and he can talk all that shit he wants, call us cult members, whatever. But he has to come on. It's like that's like some control freak complex.
I punked you out is what happened.
Yeah, it's insecurity. Insecure people need to control because they're afraid. Insecure people need to control things like this because they're so afraid of real things in life. They're afraid because they're little cowards.
Yeah. Let's just talk about them in the third person.
Whoever has a computer, just search how to block someone.
You just auto mute him if you like. Just auto mute the call, so like anyone calling in, it's just they're muted until you unmute them.
That'll be great. Just keep muting.
But I would say, Tin Hat, man, you should call back because your phone's a little choppy again. But
me?
Yeah, I'll call back.
You're like underwater and stuff, but
again.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna change phones.
I'm just showing people what a bitch you are. I'm here to help the rest of these people, not you. I'm just showing them just how weak your knowledge is that you can't stand up in a debate. You don't got views, you got beliefs. You're a fucking cult member, and anyone that tunes into this shit is very weak.
Hey, Paul. You're right. Why don't you leave?
There's only one thing to laugh about.
Thank you.
No, we appreciate it.
Thank you so much. No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, dude.
Yeah, do I sound like muffled up on the phone?
Let's move this over to my show. I'll go start a show, and then you can come and debate me. Let's see who's the coward now.
Nobody wants to
right now. Who's the coward?
Coward?
Come on, Mr. Iconoclast. Come over to my show. I'll start one right now. Would you like me to do that for you? Just you.
I really don't go onto strangers' phone calls like that. My mama told me better.
At least introduce yourself, you know. At least when you come in, like, introduce, like, you know. Like, what's this annoying noise? Oh, it's his voice. Oh, shit.
Yeah. But anyway, what would we see like he like?
How did you get the number in the first place?
It's available to anyone.
Subscribe to the show. See, like this show right here is not private. It's public. I used to have a private one just for guys like this, you know. It will only be people, you know, kind of like you invited. But I guess this is like you gotta take in the good with the bad, you know. You're always gonna have. I wanted to get out to more people, I guess. This is like the side effect you have. You always have these characters. Come in and. Actually, it was who told them about me? It was It was what's his face? Luke. Luke told him about me.
Luke, yeah, your phone's a little cloudy.
Is it?
Yeah.
I sound muffled up on this phone, right?
Yeah, that mic is shot on that phone.
All right. I'm gonna go change phone. I'll be back. Fuck.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting though. I can't believe this guy actually keeps calling in, but let's change the subject now.
Yeah, we were talking about monasteries, and then we're going to talk about science.
Are you talking about like genetic engineering?
He's talking about the entire scientific field and people who go into science at the Middle Ages, for example. If you look into the origins of the scientific revolution, it was started by the Royal Society. Before that, it was from the Invisible College. And then now you have the modern scientific society today. You can just trace their heritage, and you can see that their entire philosophies are intertwined. Yeah, so it's not like normal people are coming up with this. It first started off with the elites. I think that's what Jared wanted to talk about with all the names. If you look at their names, you can see all the codes.
Yeah, their jobs. Their names basically shows their task.
Yeah. Rosicrucianism, for example, is task specific just for science. It's a scientific society. While you
How
have
does it sound like on this phone? Does it sound better?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Yeah. You have like task specific secret societies. Some are political. Some aren't political. Hold on one second. I'll be back in a minute. 1 second.
Sounds cool.
So, hey, this is Prime. I'm just calling in for a second, just to put in my 2 cents. I was listening to you guys on and off, and but you were talking about theories of the universe, and I've got a pretty decent one I've kind of put together. So, this is how I believe that there's order in the universe. When the Big Bang or the singularity or whatever you want to call it happened, it created a giant radio wave that actually extended out from the explosion at the speed of light quicker than the mass of the explosion itself. So, radio waves are faster than light, but how do I put it? I'm having like a brain fart right here in the middle of this serious conversation. But anyways, so when you turn on your TV and you have just like an antenna up, and you see the static, that's actually a signal. That's the sound of the Big Bang. I mean, that is the sound of stars, all the stars around making all their sounds at once. So that's what keeps everything together, because energy can transfer to mass and back and forth as well. So that's what I believe like dark energy or black matter is. So that's all I wanted to put in there. I could explain it a little bit better, but I've had a couple beers tonight.
Yeah, how'd you find the show, by the way?
Well, I was just curious. I did some research and I thought about it, and I'm like, well, there really is no such thing as no signal when you have your antenna up and you have the static on your TV. So I did some research and found out that that's what static is. It's the sound of the universe, basically. And so those radio waves go through everything. All atoms, all mass and matter exist within the boundaries and fabric of this radio envelope that envelops the whole universe. And I believe that that's how, that's the framework or whatever. Like I said, I guess the fabric that mass communicates with energy and light and all that other stuff that we haven't figured out yet, but it's there. I mean, at least I know that the radio signal that was created when the Big Bang went off does envelop the whole universe. I mean, you could go.
Yeah, I know. Like when you look at like other science,
it's one of the only constants in the universe. You can go to another planet on the other side of the universe, plug in a TV, and turn it on, and you'll get the same static. So that's something that's kind of interesting.
another.
You have more constants than just that. I mean, just look at the atoms, hydrogen elements. You can find that everywhere. So I think it's just one fragment of the universe, the radioactivity. But it's the first time hearing that radioactivity is faster than light. I'm gonna have to go check that.
Yeah, like I see what you mean. Like in other galaxies, like
Yeah.
And stuff,
well,
like they find out there's like so many radio waves. Like I forgot which one in particular. It's just like it's all radio waves. Like it's just like.
Yeah, actually, what's that spacecraft that went up in '72 just pinged us back yesterday? The deep space one. Oh shoot, having another brain fart on its name. It wasn't. I don't know. They set it off in like '72 or '74, and it's got like the gold plates on it, with all the human knowledge, like the golden record and all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
And Voyager, I think it is. And it just reached the outer envelope of the sun's magnetosphere. So it's outside of our solar system's magnetosphere for the first time. So it reached what they call like interstellar space or whatever, or like the stuff we don't know about, like dark matter, like what keeps the galaxies apart,
Yeah,
so
dark
it'll be
matter is
interesting.
Like I learned dark matter because like it's raw energy. I guess you can affect like energy around you, like all the energy of where the people are going. It seems to all be going in one direction. So that's affecting what what they call, because dark matter they say is where everything came from, and then it turned into dark energy, and they're seeing dark energy all around the universe, and it's causing it to move faster, spread out faster than what it would do naturally. And
Yeah.
I've heard it been said that it's us that's actually causing that.
Well, here's another interesting thing too. I discovered when I did like my radio wave research. I've been, I first got turned on to all this when I heard about brown dwarfs, and then they went on that Nibiru stuff, and I don't believe much about all that. But maybe it's an astronomical story, but there's certainly no like giant people. I don't think they're gonna come down and
Did
rule the world.
You find the show from Facebook?
What?
Did you find the show from Facebook or?
No. I just Googled. I used multiple just search engines.
You just found the show from a search engine? No, this
Yeah.
show that you're on right now.
Talking about this show that you're on right now. Show.
Oh no, man! I'm on. I have a name, Prime Minister Mystery. I have my own shows that I do. I've kind of taken a hiatus for a little bit, but I talk about a lot of this stuff. But another interesting fact that came about, when you pass away, you give off like 8-point-something megahertz like radio signal from your brain. That's the last big pulse of energy that hits your brain, which is just the right amount to exit the Earth's atmosphere and become an infinite radio wave traveling through the universe. So that's kind of interesting. So that it does at least give me not scientific proof, but I mean it's kind of scientific. But there's got to be an afterlife. I just thought that was interesting.
I think the afterlife is this life right now. You're always living it. The system always keeps you looking.
Wait, what did you say about the radio signal thing? My bad. I had you on mute for a second.
Yeah, when you pass away, your brain gets a big shock of electric energy right before you pass away, and your body actually creates like a radio signal. And it's just strong enough to leave the Earth.
That frequency, or like that electric signal rather, isn't that called like I think it's like delta, like a mind state delta when it's when you're born and when you die. Yeah, like when you're born and when you die. Like there's different stages of mind. I think it's alpha, it's beta, alpha, theta, and delta. I think theta is when you sleep. Alpha or beta, one of those two is the daydream, and then one is the conscious state. So it's the conscious state, the daydream, sleep, and then
I think alpha
delta
was
when
the
you're born
conscious.
and die. Alpha is the conscious.
I think, yeah.
Then I think beta is the the daydream, not necessarily completely detached, but
and then REM is actual sleep,
and then delta. I think that's delta. Is that delta that you're referring to?
Well, it would be called the delta wave, I guess. Maybe death wave.
The delta waves are slow moving. REM, the rapid eye movement, actually goes back to alpha because you're going to have like rapid brain movements. Your brain actually turns off your body during that stage. So you don't have
like guys like Timothy Leary, they talked about like when they just before they're dying and stuff. That's why a lot of people like don't take drugs to try to find out like what death really is. They say. Dead, like,
I can tell you.
They said
it's
still like energy moving in your brain when you're dying. It's still like for a little while.
Yeah, you have 4 to 6 minutes of brain activity. So even after somebody looks like they passed away, they can still see and hear you for like 4.5 to 6 minutes.
That's a lot of things. That's what like a lot of I'm sorry, I'm looking at this thing, I'm reading the chat box, and this guy's saying some ridiculous shit right now, man.
I'm reading
at it. Hold on. All I gotta do is click the link. I gotta click the link.
What?
Where's the link? Let me see the link there.
No, it's on the chat box. If you gotta go on my page, and you'll see the guy. Like you probably won't catch it because you'll just become inevitable. Right now, it's like one guy's like, "Fuck you, Jew."
Hold on, let me tell you.
Are you a 33rd degree Mason or some shit? Gotta be. Fuck you, bitch. I'm not even a Jew. Fuck you, Jew. I love Jews.
What the creation? What is truth, Jew?
No. He's calling us all Jews.
He's calling us all Jews?
Yeah.
I don't know, but see, that's another faction of the conspiracy movement, like the guys who blame everything on Jews, man. Like, I guess I could go into that, man. Like, it's how like people think it's all Jewish people, man. I mean, these people are set up to be like, to take all the blame, and they're just one of 6, 7 Semitic families who fight with each other. When I hear a lot of guys that say "fuck you, Jews," it'd be Arabs.
Yeah. Well,
and
yeah.
Semitic too. Huh?
Yeah, that's my idea of the whole Jewish conspiracy thing too. Just kind of like how we talk about the Masons and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm sure there's some families and some organizations of the Jewish people that higher up or have malintentions, but that doesn't mean all Jewish people are bad.
It's all just interconnected. You have the Jewish connection, the Jesuit connection, the Buddhist connection, the Islamic connection. So it's all interrelated, and you have to know that there's like a one controlling force below the pyramid that is keeping everything together.
So you got like these, you have the Jewish people. I mean, it's interesting what people really should look at if you really want to understand.
Judean.
Judean, and look at the Zoroastrian. I mean, all Western thought came from that area. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Islam, I would say, more, I guess, linked to Zoroastrianism in a way. That's what Muhammad...
Well, in some ways, because they were Sumerians before they were Muslims. A lot of them.
The system, all the shit that's going on in the world, in a way you could say it's their fault. Like they're behind all of that. Because what they did, like they started that whole, we destroy the West, that was like put in stone, written long ago. Francis Bacon wrote about it. He taught the college in 6 days. Talking about the 6,000-year-old plan to destroy the West, and the people who are saying blame everything on the West, they're the ones. It's like so ironic, and they have Zoroastrian, talking mules embedded in the media. So in a way, you could say, I'm reading this. Jared, you are a real Tom ass bitch.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh man. Shit.
And they face the east to moon the west.
Yeah, they face east 5 times, they moon the west 5 times a day. Or and then they call it
well, yeah. The duality is amazing between the Bible and the Quran. Wherever, like, if you read the Quran and the Bible, you know, wherever it comes up, where with non-Christians, you know, they're the Satan or whatever. And then if you read the Quran, it says the Christians are Satan. Like the duality, like they're two books that point fingers at each other. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why one's the moon and one's the sun, and one's
Yeah,
the
which
star.
page? I'm trying to find this page with the comments right now. What page is this on?
Oh, you won't be able to find it because I can highlight and copy and paste the whole, you know, when it's, you know, what they're saying. But you won't, because you're just coming in there. You're gonna see.
You have to go to TalkShoe and open up the chat box, and then you'll start seeing the chats. You have to sign in as either a guest or your name.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So go to the actual TalkShoe channel page and click on where it says like Live Now, that little purple box, and then that'll open up the chat box, and then you could, you know, communicate that way. But you're only going to get from that minute on, from that second on.
I'd have to send you.
Hold on. All right, I see it. Okay, I'm on now. I put guest. I should be guest. What guest am I? I wanted to guess.
All right, yeah, but you won't see the back chat. You'll just see new chat.
Okay, I got
I have to send it to you.
You could just highlight it and put it back in the chat box.
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
That'll be confusing.
Does anyone here know German?
German?
Yeah.
Well, if you're serious, is dude German for death or dead?
German for dead?
Yeah.
What is that?
Dude.
Oh.
Yeah,
dude.
German is interesting too. There's a lot of links to German.
Yeah, because it says dead comes from the, like I'm reading a book, it says comes from the Germanic family of dude.
Dead?
I want to see if there's a connection there. And in Swedish,
I thought it was tote. There's many dialects of German.
Yeah, they got
there's Austrian German, there's Swiss German, there's German, there's Dutch German, there's, you know, Luxembourg German.
What about
they all
Dutch
have their own
German?
little.
What's German?
Dutch German?
Yeah. Because I'm reading, it says in Dutch it's dude, in Swedish it's dod, and in Gothic it's like doths, and in English you have dead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's tot, but that might be, you might be reading old German, because for whatever reason, it's one of the only languages where like 1,000 or maybe 500 years ago, they rewrote the whole language, and it's like old German is totally different from new German. It's really weird.
Yeah, prehistoric Germanic, it was called dothos. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. It comes from Old Norse dother. Yeah, looking at etymologies. I was looking at radio. You guys were talking about it. It comes from the Latin radius. Has the word ray in it, meaning light.
One word that comes from the German is dungeon. Dude, it has dud in there, and it has one in there, and it has a G in the middle. A small dagger, and it comes from Old German, degen, like degenerate. Degen is a sword. A small dagger or its hilt, and it's west, or W something, digen, now with a Y. Anger, grudge, resentment, ill will. Look at the words. Dud, one.
Yeah, well, death was a lot closer in Old German, so that would probably explain the anger and resentment part of it.
Yeah, they have, like, I see their links with, like, the Nordic, Swedish language. I can see that kind of similarities. Even though when you hear them pronounce.
Yeah, I used to live over there for a couple of years.
You did?
Yeah, I lived in Ireland and for like a year and a half in Amsterdam for like 6 months.
Oh, that word dungeon is from Welsh German. You ever heard of that one before? Welsh German?
Yeah. Windsor, Spencer. Yeah, who's the royal family? German Welsh.
Oh, the one that I know that over there they have like so many cathedrals and shit over there.
Yeah. It is very interesting. Actually, I enjoyed living over there, and then I was over there during like the Bush times when he was like Dr. Evil. And so, I came up with a lot of confrontations and things like that. But I sat and talked to people
really,
like I do now, and
really? People will approach you because of the political.
Yeah, I had when I was in Amsterdam. I had 4 guys who were Iranians, and I was just with my buddy, and we're walking to my apartment, and we're just walking down the street, and this group of guys in front of us heard us talking, and they just started like pushing us and like, oh, America, great Satan, like they just were like, I don't know, they're like, they just kept going on and on. It was just stupid, but
that's kind of that shows you what Persia.
But at the same time, I had
it's the media.
At the same time. But at the same time, I mean, another time I had a drink with some guy my age at a bar, and we talked like all night. Really cool guy. He was like asking me about America and and everything, and he was studying engineering and all this. He was a really cool guy. Like just, and then at the very end, when he left, the bartender goes, "Yeah, he's from Iraq." Like he was from one of the families that. With the Saddam had put like a no-fly, like one of the aristocrats. Like they tried to keep all the aristocrats in order. So if your family came from a family with money, you couldn't travel to get out of the country. So because we invaded, he was able to get out of the country and go to an actual university. So it was pretty cool talking to him about that. But
yeah, I know a lot of like people from Arabic countries. They come to like France. Have them go over there. Like you notice, like I know in England, there's a lot of Muslim countries they come to. I noticed that, like the reason, like I know there's a reason why they accept certain demographics of people, like Canada. Like why they accept they want so many Haitians, Jamaicans. You'll see a lot of Arabs in there too. Somalians is another one. Ethiopians. Why these people? Like, why do they choose these set group of people? I think it's like each one has a role to play.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that all goes back though to the old story of the Tower of Babel and how we all got together once and became one thing, and then now we have to be spread across the planet speaking, 1,000 different languages and fighting with each other all the time,
Yeah, I think that one language they talk about.
Well, we have it again. 100101.
Yeah, but it's their way. It's their one language, not nature's one language.
You want to know something really crazy? They had a Columbia University. There's this society. I don't even know the name of it. It's like the, I guess you could say the nerd of the nerds. Well, not that's the way of saying it. Not that that's even a bad thing. Just I'm using a negative connotation. But they have debates in binary code.
Debate in binary code?
I kid you not that they were having debates in binary.
They're speaking
I know a guy
in binary?
who works for the system, right? Who wants to, he always asks me to help join him, manipulate everybody. I know a guy, and he said that the United Nations and over there, they're creating, like, he's actually wanted me to help him on a project. They're actually creating a new binary, like, language.
Yeah, like they were debating in binary.
Communicating.
Well, the interesting thing about the internet is that it is designed and is an exact replication of how our nervous system works and how we transfer electrical energy into communication. And looking at it from that perspective, that's why it's so interesting, because for some, it's almost like it was given to us, because the only way you'd have to reserve it from above to see, how we communicate to create it electronically. It's just a weird thing, but I don't know. And that goes to the Hopi, the Hopi spider web. We're in that time, Blue Star and all that stuff. I've done my research.
That original form of communication, I think it's something like everybody should try to get clued in on, because like Don was talking about, the dancing, like in Africa, like, because how these societies were, like, they would communicate, instructions, whatever, and dancing, and using this rhythmic beat. I think that's interesting. But what the system does, they redirect that and make their own. Like, you look at Native Americans, it's males that are doing this rain dance, sun dance, they call it. They look like they're drunk, and they're saying that men have all the knowledge when it was females in the beginning. Then, I looked into Shinto. Shinto is interesting because they do the same thing. They have what they call it a mimic dance. This god did a dance to fool. They held up a tree and they put mirrors on it, and they did this dance, and they were all laughing, and it was to fool sun that they're coming out. So it was through trickery, crafty cunningness. They're saying that they made the sun come out. I guess they mean the sun they're talking about. How they brought it along.
We're talking about what sun? The second one?
Not although I mean, they're talking about. They talk about that, but at the same time, they're talking about the new slave, the new species,
the new one.
Ubermensch.
Yeah, the Ubermensch, Superman.
Well, I mean, we only use 10% of our brain. I might use a little bit more, but it's in the left side because I can remember every dream I've ever had.
Really?
So, wow. Yeah, I'm one of those rarities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like, I don't remember. I mean, I remember distinct dreams that I had long ago. Sometimes, like but like I've written down dreams. Right? I did that for a while. I just wrote my dreams down.
I didn't.
I'm looking at it. I'm like, bro, I said that. And then I remember,
a lot.
oh yeah, I did say.
Huh? So I get deja vu a lot. Like.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Greatest
it's
example.
telepathic. Like, you can see things that's gonna happen in it. Like, it's your intuition. It's like telling you something that's gonna happen in the future. That happened to me just the other day. I was like, I wanted to go to I had to go to court, and I was like, I gotta go to the barbershop. So that night, I had a dream that this barber, I seen the barber, and like the what happened was that the whole barber, like, it shut down, and they opened up somewhere else right across the street. I was in there, and I was looking at the barber. He was in the break room. It was interesting. And then the next day, I'll get up and I go and I drive past the barber shop.
It happened to me.
What? I'm not gonna go. What happened?
I'll have a dream with, like, no one I know will be in the dream, right? No one I know.
Yeah, and then you'll see them
wake
like
me
the next
fuck
day.
Up. Not even the next day. No. This will be years later.
Yeah,
like,
I've had those too.
I'll meet the people that are in the dream, but I'll never make the connection that it was to that dream until that one instance or period of time happens where all those people are in these places. Like, it'll be in a building I've never been in, like, and I'll just
I think everybody works differently. Like the dream I had, though, I seen that barber, and I drove past the barber shop, and I said, I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna go to my job. I have to go to my job for something because my job's right next to there. And I went to another barber that's somebody I know, and I went there instead, and And they were like, "Oh, he's not here," and I left. And I went back and went to the barber that I saw, and he's like, "I'm sorry, we're closed." And I was thinking, if I would have went there from the get-go, I would have been, I probably would have had, been able to go to the barber shop. But I thought it was just, my own intuition telling me that, like, ahead of time, in a way. Like,
yeah, it's telling you. You got to listen to it.
Yeah.
When you don't listen to it, that's when you have to keep repeating those same mistakes. And it's kind of like that's how life is. It's like it'll keep putting these same kind of situations in front of you that you have to figure out. And if you don't get them, it kind of replays that same sequence again in a different manner. Kind of like when you're looking at like an exam and it has like the written questions and you have to figure it out. It's the same question over and over again, but they just keep rewriting it so you can get like that answer. So it's like it wants you to get that answer, but you have to do the work and figure it out. So your intuition will keep asking you, are you going to listen to me now? Are you going to listen to me now? And you're going to, oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. And it's going to keep showing you that door slamming in your face because you didn't listen to it.
Yeah.
So
I get that, man. Like was the intuition. Like I see that. Like, you have to listen to it, and it's just little obscure things you have to listen to. I'm not saying you got to be freaking totally religious, like people, like everything's a sign, shit like that. I'm saying, like, I listen to my body, man. Like what my body is telling me, I'll listen to it. Like if I eat something and it makes me feel sick after, if it tastes good, but the way I feel after is like I don't like the way it makes me feel, I won't eat it anymore. Because it's my body's telling me, don't eat this shit.
Yeah, it was the best like intuition dream story ever. I used to sleepwalk when I was younger, and then I did it like a couple years ago one night, and I was running around the house, and I was going, we're all going to die, 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 until I ran into a wall and woke myself up.
What the fuck? What was that about, bro?
Well, I was on a plane. The plane was crashing, and here's the craziest thing. I was flying to Germany exactly 7 days after that, and I got on the flight, and we flew into this gigantic storm called Cyclone Emma. The plane got struck by lightning 3 times. The third time it hit one of the engines. All the power went out, and we like fell like 3,000 feet or whatever. It was, oh man!
This is the dream you're describing, obviously, right now.
No. The dream was that I was on a plane and it was crashing, and I was going, we're all gonna die, and I woke up out of that. And then I got on a plane 7 days later, and it almost crashed. We had to emergency land at a military base in Germany.
That's crazy. And at the time, you didn't obviously listen to your third eye, as it were.
No, I kind of did, because they changed the number of the plane, and that was one of the things I remembered in the dream. And the flight number was like 777 or whatever. But in my dream, I was in I was smoking a cigarette inside the airport, but I was playing a slot machine, and 777 came up.
Wow.
And the only reason I was thinking that is because I fly to Vegas, like once a year, and that's how their airport's set up. Like they have the same smoking boxes that the international airports have, but they don't. They recently shut them down, but there's slot machines in there.
Yo, you remind me of a video I watched a long time ago. A guy who just studying. It was a totally Christian like bias type of thing, but this guy was studying like numbers and there is like a system. It's actually kind of like systemic, like how they manipulate numbers and like even like where you live, like number of your house or the number of where you work. It fits into some like design that they have.
Well, yeah, there's like basically like 1 through 10 has a name. Like 0 is nothing or death. 1 is like man or one or being. 2 is man, woman type of thing. 3 is Trinity, divinity. 4 is the cross, 4 points on the cross. 5 is the star, 5-pointed stars, which are all over the American flag. 6 is evil, or end, or stop. 7 is creation, also like 7 days, divinity, time. It's always been a really big number throughout all religions, 7. 8 can be like infinity. 9 is overthrow of evil, or reverse of 6. And 10 is like the next universe or whatever, the next paragraph, the next page, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I noticed that they have different interpretation of these new, like, interesting interpretation of the Caballarians. They'll have, like, different interpretations, like, on different levels for different societies.
It's
5,
it's interesting.
Yeah, like 5. You know, that is something I do see associated with power.
What, 5? The number 5?
Yeah, 5-point star.
Yeah.
Or like
the goat.
Like whenever they see, like Albert Pike did this, like he really did it. Like he showed like where every number, like what was associated with that number, like.
Yeah, he did that with
49.
septenary.
Yeah, he went into all that stuff, and if you understand what he's saying, you'll really get a lot out of that.
Where he went in Morals and Dogma?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy went through a lot, man, in that book. There's a lot of bullshit though. He talks about, the betterment of all, and then he just goes off and then he contradicts that. Says,
there's the other numbers too, the 7s and 11.
Yeah,
anything that's multiplied or divisible by 7 or 11. And
his whole book's a code. The way it was published too, it was a geometric code. You have to get the first one, the 1874 edition, not the second publishing 1906. The one that's in blue. It's probably
really?
like valued.
I always thought the one that was red was. Oh, okay.
No, it's the blue one. That's a rare one. You can probably find it for like $1,000 or some places it's more. Yeah.
I think I'll wait for the online version.
It's already out. You can look at it. It's the public domain.
I found a book, right? I sent it to Dana. It was the Egyptian. It goes into like all the degrees up to 90 in detail. And it's like $12,000 for this one book. I mean, all the information I think is put out there on purpose, but really, like it's the way they set it up is you can give it to a guy, that book, like a guy like Iconoclast or something, right? And who won't? You can give it to him, and that means nothing to him.
I don't think he knows how to read.
But that's true. You have to know how to read that book.
Yeah, it's a language that they're using.
I had the first edition of Morals and Dogma. I got it for real cheap, the blue one. And the only thing that's different besides the size and color is every chapter there's like a logo they put on it, like an image, a symbol. This was different. After the first publication, they changed it into some other stuff. So I don't know if that has any meaning, but that's the only thing.
Now, those logos probably saying something.
Yeah.
You gotta understand.
There's probably gonna be a lot of like occult, like whatchamacallit, ceremonies. Ceremonies coming up on the 21st here in North America. The winter solstice this year, for the first time in like almost 500 years, will be over North America at the time that the winter solstice full moon rises. Will be a total lunar eclipse or whatever.
Really?
Yeah, I just got that message today in my email from somebody in the Netherlands.
Nice.
Yeah, the Netherlands is like one of the first places to get destroyed in the cataclysm. I was reading about that. That's like one of the first places to go. I think the up there, like Sweden and all that. When I watch their movies, right, compared to an American movie, it's like they know so much more. They put so much more symbolism. Lars von Trier, the guy who made Antichrist. I was like, wow, I was amazed. I was like, damn. And
You guys would
guy,
not.
huh?
You would not believe how washed our media is over here. Like I said, I lived in Europe, Northern Europe for like 2 years almost, and I'd watch the news there, and then I could go online so I could watch what was reported over here, and the top 3 stories wouldn't even make it even onto American news, like international news. Top 3 international news stories wouldn't even make it onto American news, and then the other 3 like mid-level stories would make it on, but would be like told in reverse, like the reverse of what actually happened.
Yep. That's what they do, man. They just manipulate, and even the original story. Like when I look at the story, I'm looking at like, what messages are they giving out to the?
Well, like that's the funny thing about Fox News too, is Sky News over in Europe. They're like MSNBC. They're like really liberal, really like quick, hard hitting like news stuff. And you know what? You cannot order Sky News in the United States. At least in my area, I've been trying. It's funny because they're both owned by Rupert Murdoch. Sky is Fox. Fox is Sky. And
that's in the numerology, Kabbalah. Yeah, and it's interesting they call it Fox because it's 666 in the Kabbalah, and 666 is 9, and that's what they call one of their models of these slaves. These genetic engineered models is a 666 is a 9. That's what they're talking about in the Bible, and the reason why they call it a 9 is because it's crafty and cunning. That's what the nature of a fox is, and that's what they do. I was reading about that in a post. Lesbians, like one university, they call it Script University. Like it's like they're trained at this university, a certain script, and they get married, even though they're lesbian, and I guess they kind of like them as like spies on men and stuff, control mechanism. Because they have 9s who are, they're bisexual, lesbian. But then they got the 10 who, it doesn't matter. Like they'll sleep with a woman or a man. They don't care. It doesn't matter. It's not that I would call them bi. It's just that they sleep with whoever benefits the cause. So they can sleep with their worst enemy. If it benefits their cause, they'll do it. I was like, damn, that's like some like heartless, holy like this. That's some Sun Tzu auto war shit, man. That's what that shit is, man.
It happens. That story reminded me of a movie I saw in the 80s. I cannot for the life of me remember the name of it, but these guys are like work for NASA, and they do time travel, and they end up in the future, and it's run by like lesbian women. And so because they're new males to the planet, they have to go through a process. And, like, the process is they go through, like, this factory system where they're on, like, a conveyor belt, and then this, like, giant machine chops off their penis and makes them a eunuch. I'm trying to, it was the most fucked up movie. We have this guy in Cleveland called Goulardi, and he finds, like, all these really weird, strange movies that would probably be, like, Z class, not even like B or C class movies, but I remember seeing that when I was a little kid. I'm like, holy crap, never let women take over the world.
Yeah, that eunuch or the unicorn is really symbolic. Like, you'll find a lot of the stuff, like, looking at, like, European folklore and fantasy, fairy tale stories, man. Got some interesting shit in there, man. A lot of interesting things, allegories. I'm reading one now. I guess in French they call it Unide. In English they say Undine or Undine. But it's like a mermaid water spirit. I think they're I did a post on that a while ago, man. It's really interesting, like the allegory with the mermaid and her losing her voice and everything. That's all like really, really symbolic message that they're trying to share.
Hey, well, if you guys are on the East Coast tonight and you're going to be up, it's going to only be up in like hour and a half, 2 hours.
What are you in Cali right now?
I'm in Cleveland right now.
Ohio.
There's going to be an
Ohio is crazy, man. That's the name is Ohio. It's saying hi ho, hi ho. So cool. There we go. It's male female in Hebrew.
I mean, there's a lot of things about Ohio that most people don't know.
Yeah, I bet, man. That shit I don't know.
Well, yeah, like everybody just thinks it's a bunch of farms and a couple cities, but there are people here way before us. So think about this, gentlemen. It's 5, 6, 7,000 years ago, and you're a nomadic people. And oh my goodness, you stumble upon the world's largest source of fresh water. Would you not think there would be an ancient civilization that existed here in Ohio? They have a name. They're called the Hopewell Indians. They're the prehistoric Indian tribe, but there's a couple relics that they left behind. One is the Snake Mound, or the big mountain. I live on Little Mountain, which is Ohio's largest geographic structure, but it's not the highest point in Ohio. There's a pyramid that's made out of mud and grass, and it's been still kept up to date, and it's still there like thousands of years later. It's ridiculous. But the other thing is the Newark Earthworks, which is the world's largest stellar structure. It makes Stonehenge look like a Tinker Toy.
That the one that's underwater?
No. This one, it's southeast of Columbus, Ohio. I think it's in like Chillicothe area or something like that. It's called the Newark Earthworks, and it's a giant stellar circle. It's like 5 miles in radius or something like that at like greatest point. It's like huge, but there's been developments and stuff on top of it before they knew what it was. But yeah, it tracks the lunar cycle, which is interesting. It's a civilization that was not based on the sun, Ra, or the sun cycle. This full culture was based on the cycle of the moon, and where the moon set the winter and summer solstices, which is interesting. There's no other culture really, other than not the Druids, but before them, the Celts. They were a moon culture as well.
Yeah,
lunar cult.
Yeah, lunar cult. Like that means. I think that means they're closer to right after the Ice Age. As soon as you start going.
That's the old Roma.
Masculine. But then I heard that at one time the moon was male and the sun was female because
the man in the moon.
Yeah. The man in the moon. That's a good one. Yeah.
Well, the strangest thing too, man, is there are reports of tons of Egyptian artifacts coming up. Yeah. People digging them up in their farms and stuff here in Ohio.
Yep.
And so yeah, why do you think it's called Memphis, Tennessee? And there's a giant pyramid there. And also in Cleveland, I find this funny. The guy that did the pyramid on the Louvre built the pyramid for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and I guess they line up on one of those geomagnetic lines where one of the geomagnetic belts of the Earth
like
pumps down into the Earth. Yeah, it's all this weird stuff, man.
You know what that stuff is? It's I remember actually. You know who told me? Tom told me this. My friend Tom. He said like it's just like they actually. It's links to like what they're doing underground. So when they, because they're doing work underground. So when they have massive earthquakes and all these things that look like natural events, it's just like points on the ground. It's nothing spiritual or anything like that. But it's like.
Oh yeah, man! You have to tell me. I know about it. I just got the latest update. And worst case scenario is you have to be 60 to 80 feet underground if what they say will happen, lining up with the NASA stuff, where naturally our the Earth's magnetosphere, which really blocks like most of the radiation and all that stuff, has been weakening lately, and it's lining up that with NASA stuff that the sun's gonna kickstart into this solar explosive event, CMEs and all that stuff. So if that happens, if we have a weakened shield, basically magnetic shield, and one of those CMEs shoots straight at Earth, you have to be 60 to 80 feet below ground. So that's why all these elites are running around building these bunkers all over the place. Because that's the latest,
Well, not totally. It's like Ohio means good morning in Japanese, too.
So it's a new day. A new day, a new dawn, a new man.
Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio. That's I'm sure there's a lot over there, man. That'd be cool, man. You could email me or send me some stuff or like things that you said, because each area I noticed has they have a set. Because when they do these tsunamis and all these things, like they have structures set up, like Chicago, for instance, that I learned that to kill all the people, like when they.
Yeah, here I'll put a link in the chat here with.
He's right by the Great Lakes.
One of my buddies did this, and.
What's Ohio next to?
We have Indiana to our west. We have Pennsylvania to our east, Kentucky and West Virginia to our south, and Canada to our north. That's where I live. I am
put it in the chat.
27 miles from the Canadian border.
He's right by the water, man. So he's right by the Great Lakes and all. So.
Well, yeah, we're all pissed off because the United Nations, when they come into session in 2011, has a bill to take over the Great Lakes through a UNICEF, world, or what do they call that? Like global site or world site. It's got to, it can't belong to anybody. It has to belong to the world. Well, the Great Lakes is 8/10 of the world's liquid fresh water. Yeah. So I mean, they're looking at it from an environmental, protection thing, but we're all looking at it like, if the shit hits the fan, we have 8/10 of the world's drinking water. I think that's important for America to protect.
Did you hear about the freshwater diversion scam in Canada?
Yeah, well, I mean, they're still talking about building a big canal that links the Missouri to the Colorado or whatever, and then they already have canals that go from I think it's Lake Superior to the Missouri. So then that way they could start diverting water to the southwest from the Great Lakes. They've been trying that for about 20 years.
Yeah, like they have. But that water would actually help too, and better flooding everybody. You can divert it and use it.
Yeah.
I was saying in Chicago, they have a system set up where people will get flooded from one direction and killed in an earthquake, but logically they're gonna come from another direction, so they got water come from that other direction and just kill everybody.
It's no mistake that all the major cities are right on the water. So.
Yeah, and look how they build them. It's a time bomb. A city. It's a time bomb.
You put people at sea level. I mean, any flooding anywhere, and it's done.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about Lake Erie. Most people don't know this about Lake Erie. Everybody knows about Niagara Falls and how
Lake Erie. I heard. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Lake Erie is elevated. That's the whole reason why there is a Niagara Falls. So if something happens, the lower lakes will tip out and spill out. But who knows? Lake Erie might stick around. That even makes it more important.
I don't know that name.
Erie. Yeah, Ireland, Lake Ireland. Yeah, here's another weird thing. When Cromwell invaded Ireland, he's the English guy that just went through all the Irish towns, and if you had the soldiers and they said, "Are you Catholic?" and if you said yes, you got a bayonet. No matter whether you were a woman or a child, they just slaughtered everybody. Anyways, he got a letter. This is like a famous saying. He got a letter from the king, and the king goes, because they're getting all these horrendous reports about how the British are like slaughtering children and mothers and all this stuff, and so it's not sitting well with the public back in England. So the king sends a letter, and he goes, could you please stop? And he goes, no, I'm going to send these people to hell or Conneaut. And Conneaut is...
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. So, Conneaut is the first city you enter into Ohio from the north, and it's on Lake Ireland. So it's kind of funny. There's all of our buildings have like Celtic, symbolism in them and stuff like that. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, Celtic symbolism interesting, like the Druids and all that. Like it's interesting.
They're star people. That's what makes them cool. They're the European version of the Egyptians. They had mathematical knowledge.
Like, Scottish people are Egyptians who were kicked out, and they were kicked out of Egypt, and that's what they kicked all the light skinned people out of people with red hair, and that's what you have Scottish. But not Scottish now. It's like they kind of mixed in with Celtic. So like, and I've read in Albert Pike's book, he did mention that like the Druids were like actually Buddhists that left because they were.
Well, no. Yeah, here's the cool part. No. Here, I'll confirm this. I was shocked when I moved to Ireland and I started learning Gaelic or Brogue, whatever the Irish language, and the numbers 1 through 10 in ancient Irish or Gaelic are the same as the numbers 1 through 10 in Hindi or not Hindi. Yeah, like Hindi and what they speak in Nepal. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but you see, all the languages are all pretty much the same.
Phonetically.
They all have that connection, that phonetic. That's what connects them all. Phoenicians involved in that. Phonetic Phoenicians.
Phonetic.
Another Semite group. Yeah, yep. Man, that stuff is a lot of stuff, man. That's why I don't think one person could find out everything by himself. That's why it's good to have, like.
I know. Well, this is what's gotten me excited about my research with Ohio, and then the way that the media spins Ohio, because there's all these jokes about Cleveland, there's all these jokes about Ohio, and especially like the big cities make fun of us and all this stuff. Well, maybe that's a distraction by the hierarchy, and the elite structure to make them look away that Ohio is North America's, or the United States of America's only astrological, or not astrological, or astronomically based culture that had advanced mathematics and good star chart. So, I mean, nobody ever thinks about that. Most people don't even know about that.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of things, man. Like Zoroastrian is another way of saying rules of the stars. And if you look at
Zoroaster.
Zoroaster. When you look at the religion, it's all a lot of it's what's going on up there in the stars. But that's all the zodiac is. It's just benchmarkers in the system, and they use astrology to veil it. So people think that voodoo nonsense every day. My chart says this.
Yeah. They're planned, described through processions.
Yeah.
At my university in Ireland, they had a sundial with all the zodiac symbols around it.
Yeah.
And the sundial wasn't like a normal sundial. It was made out of the sign of the Trinity. And now here's the craziest part. It had Ophiuchus or whatever. It had the missing zodiac symbol in it. I always thought that was really curious because most people don't know about that or whatever.
And just like you've been like all over the Europe and shit, man. Like you try, like is that what you do usually? You just travel everywhere, or you have like military in your family? You travel with your family?
No, not military. I'm just an international business major, and I just graduated. I'm working for an organization right now, and I'm traveling a little bit. But also, I went to school in Europe, so that's why I was over there for a while.
Oh, that's cool, man. At least you kind of took advantage of that opportunity to travel.
Well, yeah. Well, and I was a great ambassador. I had people tell me this. We're having a conversation about things that nobody normally talks about, and these are the conversations that they love in Europe. That's the cool
thing.
Do they
really talk about this? I know people in Scotland, people I don't know if I speak to people all over the world, and they say that most people don't really talk about stuff. People, I think, outside of America, it seems like I get the idea from what media is saying, we're the idiots. Americans are the stupid ones.
No, but we're not idiots. We're actually kept ignorant. Is what I believe by the way the media is set up right now, because so much is going on. It's not that we're not intelligent. It's just that people take most of their world report from mass media.
Persia is at and Persia's the one that's talking about we gotta destroy the West. But when they're the ones, they didn't call it media. Look at Hollywood, staff of the Magi, magicians. This is all happened in Persia. Persia is behind. The stories that the Europeans use, like folklore, a lot of them come from Persian Arabian tales, man. They just revamped them and called them something else, but the basic outline came from Persia.
Well, there's a story in Ireland from the town of Cork that Saladin summoned this gentleman from Southern Ireland, and the thing about Cork is the only place where the Vikings and the English, because Ireland was English at the time, lived side by side. Anyways, but they also did trade with Morocco. So there were ships that would go from the port of Cork to Morocco and back and all that stuff. And so the way that this is picked up in the mass media that most people would see is in the story Robin Hood from 1990 or whatever. They kind of showed it where an Arabian scientist made friends with an Irish person, whatever. I don't know. I'm losing track of my thought here, but man. There's a lot of history that goes on that most people don't even know.
Yeah. That's how much. That's when I as I learn more, I'm like, shit. I've been fucking hoodwinked, man. There's so much shit I do not know about, and I'm like, my whole thing, I gotta go find out. But it's kind of fucked because it's almost humanly impossible to try to learn it all. But I'm getting the gist of you can't I realize I can't learn.
Well, don't think that way, man. And I'll be. I'll tell you what's going on.
Stop learning. I'm saying I'm always learning, trying to learn somehow. But I try to, I want the bigger picture. I'm learning, minutia. I guess I'm more focused in a lot of things, as far as reading different types of literature and things. But I always have to keep in my mind, where is this all going? What's the big picture and all this? Because that's what's kind of important, I think, keeping that.
Well, yeah, no, it's totally important, man. But I'm just saying, though, that, I've noticed that I've been researching this stuff for, 10 years now, and they're restricting. I go back to, websites I've saved, and they're gone.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, man, I don't websites. I use the internet, but I kind of, if I want to find information, at least something that's from the past, I try to have it written in a book that's antique, printed before 1914, because I want that, because that's when they kept all that information, and I find you'd be surprised what you find out there, man, when you look on the internet. they got some old antique shit that's like rare books, man. You'll find really informative that really help you. You know.
Yeah, I go to one of the oldest schools in Ohio, and it was the first college of what was called the Western Reserve Purchase. And that's another crazy thing about Ohio. I know I'm talking about Ohio tonight, but the Western Reserve Purchase was a land grant given to the colony of Connecticut before our nation declared independence. But when they wrote the Constitution, it recognized only the 13 original colonies. And the only colony that had a land grant at that time was the Western Reserve, which is like northeast Ohio. And so we have townships here that are exempt from taxes. And there's,
and with Ohio, I know something about Ohio too. Like, I remember I was watching something on the History Channel. It was the gangland, and they said that what was big. They had like I think it was skinheads or some type of.
Well, that's now. Yeah.
Look at
now, unfortunately, all the crazy skinhead people have invaded us in the countryside.
But when you look at their symbols, though, it's interesting. Like, I mean, when you look at all the gangs, any gang from Black, Latino, whatever, it's all Masonic or some. They're telling you, like, and they each have a task specific. They're each task specific. Generally, a lot of the gangs, their job is to create fear, disorder, whatever, and sell drugs, get drugs. So they're connected to some level.
Why the drugs?
Government. What?
Why the drugs?
Oh, the drugs to justify, first of all, control people, keep them drugged up, and to justify the legal system. As above, so below. They run the underworld as well as the legal system.
Yeah, drugs are ridiculous, man, especially cocaine.
Yeah.
Johnson and like a bunch of the pharmaceutical companies are down in Cincinnati, and they pushed through Congress a bill to build a freeway that went from the port of Columbia into the jungle. And these two companies, in pharmaceutical companies in Cincinnati, both make the two base elements that are needed to break down the coca plant into cocaine. Yeah, go your tax dollars at work.
I know in Nova Scotia they're known for supplying marijuana for like a lot of Canada, and I've heard it's like a tunnel system they have.
That's a new one to me. I haven't heard Nova Scotia's got an underground ganja scene.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, man. And a lot of people, the big gang that runs it up there is Hell's Angels. They have a big, if
I know
anybody
about.
were to sell drugs, they'll like kill you because you're not part of that.
Well, what we have around here is the Vietnamese, because they're really big in Ontario and Toronto and Canada. They run that part of Canada. Yeah. And for whatever reason, I don't know how this happened, but the Vietnamese took over the ganja trade. And no, seriously, and it's like Miami Vice now here on Great Lakes during the summer. They got the cigarette boat.
You know what it is? Is that
the system, they run them across the lake from Canada.
That's what they do. You know what they do? It's like a business decision. It's like a decision that from high up says, okay, give these to these people, type of thing, and then they run that, and they basically it's a toll gating system. It's like that's what it's all about, basically. All that what happened on the Khyber Pass, how they used to toll gate people, they just moved and became pirates, and then became the IRS and became the CCRA in Canada, and I don't know what they call them in Germany. I don't know what they call them in Ireland, but it's just all like they're all linked. And it's all about every gang. I know generally, whether they're knights or whatever, it's all some type of like toll gating. That they
tax collecting.
Well, yeah. Well, no, yeah. It's the Godfather 4 that was never made. You know what they did when they finally made enough money They bought Wall Street, and they've been doing it that way instead of selling drugs anymore. The drugs are like the second level, you know.
They owned it from the beginning, though. It's just another way to collect. You know.
Because they used to use the drugs on the priests, and they still do. Like when you go into South America, you have shamans fucking stoned out their mind, and they actually like the way they do the drugs is like actually in a ritual. Like there's actually a proper way they say of doing these drugs, and they do it all part of their ritual. You know, like a good movie was.
Like I gotta tell you, man, Lindsay Lohan or whatever is doing South America a great service because you want to know what? I got email today for Salia Denorum. Like, buy your Salia Denorum now. You know, like I was like, oh my god. Yeah, because that's what she said. She was smoking out of the bong, and so now like millions of high school kids across the planet are buying this stuff. So now there's enough buying power behind it where I'm getting, you know, like a spam email.
You see how she works for them? You see how she can, like, that's what they use people like her for. Like,
she has low hands.
Low hands.
She could be low hand.
And?
And.
Yeah, that's wow.
Low hand? I don't know.
Low hand. She's connected underground, man. She has low in her name.
So low.
Oh, ow. Yeah. But yeah, man.
This guy Aaron Berg is funny, man.
Yeah, man, it's crazy, those gangs, man. They all have, like, the task-specific. I mean, yeah, they use the drugs on like, that was in Apocalypto. That's what they did. There was a movie that they used drugs in. Dana, you seen it. Remember the guy? He like, was, like, mutating.
The 70s one? Or?
Yeah, not the Holy Mountain was a really
Holy Mountain.
That
I'm talking about.
Crazy.
You talking about that? Or you talking about the one from the 70s with the guy who's all tripping out to go see the people out in the desert?
Yeah, that one. What was the name of that one? That shit was good, man. That was a good one. Nice stuff they had in there.
Yeah, what was it? It was like he went in that little chamber thing, right? That one.
Yeah.
Like you go in that.
And he was like putting himself in like fucked up shit he was doing to himself.
What was that called?
Himself to certain senses.
You talking about that '80s movie where the guy went to South America to the shaman and got the liquid and went to the hyperbaric chamber, and his mind transformed him into like primordial ooze.
Yeah. That was a good movie, man. It was some shit in there. You know, of course, I think the drugs, they use the drug as like a veil. Because he was saying a lot of other things in there. It was an allegory. The allegory, that the symbolism in there was when he's in there and he like bugs out, and then the doctor knocks the woman down. She falls down on the ground. One guy looks into the light, falls down, and then she wakes up and faith. That was all an allegory. That was all like some message.
Yeah.
that was an interesting message how they put that in there.
It was laced with allegory.
What?
That movie was laced with allegory.
Hey man, I always talk about this guy Alejandro Jodorowsky. If you look into his movies, like every movie he made had a lot in it. But Holy Mountain had the most in there, and then. But I'm watching one. I've been watching this movie for like 3-4 days now, because it's like so long. I just didn't feel like sitting through the whole thing. It was On the Silver Globe. Came out in 1988. That movie is sick, man. This movie's like they're telling you so much, man. I'm actually learning insights. Like, I don't know if you ever heard about read that poem by Rudyard Kipling. It's called The Sons of Martha. And this guy was a Mason, man. All his stories were like, he's the one that came out with Jungle Book. That was a fucking Masonic Jungle Book.
Well, if you guys want to see something crazy, in like an hour and a half, 45 minutes, if you're on the East Coast, go outside, and if it's clear night, look at southeast. Now,
talking about the moon.
No. Not the moon. You'll definitely notice there's something a bit different other than the moon. NASA's cover story is that Sirius or Dog Star or whatever. But whatever it is, I did my deeper research into NASA, and it's at like 4.9 LMs or luminescent, like meter system or whatever. So like the sun is 10 or something like that, or the sun is like 20 or something crazy like that. Anyways, this star, even if it is this star, which they're saying it is this star, its luminescence is like 490% the average rate of what the star should be luminescing at. So if it's clear outside, go out and look at the southeast.
Southeast?
And, from like 3:30 to 4:30. It should start around there.
Is it? You know what? Like, what kind of sea level over here? Is it going to be?
Man, you can't miss it. It's 1/10 the size of the moon and just as bright. I mean, you can't miss this thing.
Yeah, I'll go out. When did you say it would be?
Like an hour or so?
Yeah, like 3:30 to 4.
It's 2:12 right
2:15 to whatever around there. Yeah, like
right now.
Like an hour and a half to like 2 hours from now, whatever, an hour, 2 hours.
Cool.
You can't miss this thing, man. It'll blow your mind. It just started hitting YouTube, and I've been watching YouTube from
people have been posting it.
Yeah, they've been posting it, but I'm not going to say somehow, but yeah. Anyways, I can see the program code live on YouTube, and they're taking more and more of these posts down as fast as anybody can post them. And what's crazy too is in a lot of the posts 2 nights ago the posts were clear, and the last post I saw, which was posted like 8-9 hours ago, you can see the chemtrail. I'm serious, dude. You see this plane go right where the star is just coming up on the horizon, and this plane flies by, and this cloud just poofs up out of nowhere. It's ridiculous. But if you have a chance, I've seen it myself, like for real, like eye to eye, like as a person. It just stopped me in my tracks because it looked like how Jupiter or Venus was looking in the summer when it would come in around sunset and then swing back out. Mm-hmm. But Venus set at like the end of October, early November. So this is not Venus. So that's been established. Some people say Jupiter, but Jupiter comes out right after the sun goes down and the moon rises. So it's not Jupiter either. So NASA has called it Sirius, or the Dog Star. But if you go and you search farther into their pages, it's at 4.9 like luminescence or whatever, which means it's like 490% brighter than it should be. If it was that star.
So Sirius, that's IRS.
Yeah, but that's I really that's something I need to look more into, like.
Well, yeah, like things are starting to happen now, man, that you can see with the naked eye, and that's what's making it really cool.
Yeah, that's what I want to look at, like, more. I want to look at the planet, look at the stars more, and because I don't have. Like, you probably you seem to have more knowledge on what's going on with the stars and movements and things. I'm not.
It's all building up to the big event, and I'm going to say the dirty word, 2012. But
no, not
I don't
2012. It's next year, 2011, probably, man. Because
but I don't. When you say 2012, there's a lot of people that just go crazy nuts and have all their theories. And like I'm a man of science, and so I look at it from astronomical perspective. And yeah, it's going to be crazy. All the planets are going to be lined up like ducks in a row as our sun passes through the center of the Milky Way galaxy, or what is? Yeah, and that's like fact. I mean, nobody can deny that,
Yeah,
and that's what I look
these
at.
These things are natural, and this doesn't mean all these things, how it's all lining up and it's telling you something's going to happen. It's because something else, a system, designed their plan and weaved it in with the stars and said, okay, so when this happens, we should have this done by the time this star moves here. That's how they do it.
I agree with you a little bit on that point, at least from what I've heard. What's going on with the elites? Oh, actually, yeah, I was going to post my buddy's thing on the chat here. Just give me a second.
Yeah, it's just benchmarking their plan through the stars. You know, they have to be a certain part of the plan by. Well,
you see it in all mythology and all religions. Why they use the stars? Because they're tying in it all. The stars is just a clock. It's just one big clock.
Yeah.
Go by.
It's a stellar clock. So. Exactly. It's just used and like see, it's always number 2 is number 1. Like Israel DNA is saying, you know, nothing will happen. Same as 2000, because that whole Y2K. But that's really just a message that something did happen, but it happened a year later when you weren't expecting it. 2001.
Boss told you. He had 2010, 2001, 2010, and 60, I think it was? 2060. He had actually 4 books, I think. I read them all, man. And it's allegory. The 2001 was that, like, wow. Like, it was like he said it was going to happen. It happened. And, you know, basically the new man. And they came out with the new man, the 10 that they're talking about. But then 2010, it was like all about something's happening, something's going to come, a great thing's coming. So, you know, and what has this year been all about? It's all about like a warning of something that's going to happen. And I think 2011 is something that's going to happen. I think something it definitely might happen, man. Like,
well, yeah.
Like,
at least what I hear. At least from what I hear, by October 2011, if there isn't like crazy shit going on with earthquakes and all sorts of stuff, we can breathe a sigh of relief. But also, by October 11th, if all that shit's going on, then serious planning needs to be taken.
Well, you know, I know the whole thing about the universe coming to a big crunch, and that, like, I've been told that the universe is actually there's like either it could keep going for another 5,000 years, you know. It can
transition. You're talking about going through transition.
Yeah, the transition phase. That's like as far as the universe not going in the transition phase, that's like impossible. Like, it's gonna go through transition phase and come to that, you know, that point where it just restarts itself again, starts all over again, another big bang.
Well, you're getting close. That's a nice story.
I'm not scared of the Big Bang. It's just
well, no. I'm not trying to scare people either. I'm just trying to be a realist. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, thank God. You know, like, that's all I can say. But what's just been discovered is everybody knows that there's a supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Now, what we've observed through the Hubble telescope is that similar galaxies, the energy that's expelled, there's on both ends of a black hole, there is a large stream of like energy and light and heat that escapes what's known as the event horizon. And you know, and what we've observed in other galaxies, you know, it comes out in a perfect stream. we just had a new satellite that went up. I think it was ESA, whatever, European Space Agency. We are unfortunate. We do not have that. We're at the center of the Milky Way galaxy. There's not a perfect stream of energy flying off the center of the supermassive black hole. It's a cloud, and 2012 is the day where we enter this cloud. It's not a perfect stream. Perfect stream would just annihilate the Earth, but this cloud might just do the same thing, but as a rate of decay over time. The OSU, Ohio State University, has a North Pole laboratory, and at 48 kilometers, they have a weather balloon that flies on a string, and it's up there to capture cosmic rays, or it was up there to capture, electromagnetic disturbances, radio waves, at that level. About a month or two ago, it captured 21 different varieties of cosmic rays. So this is a big warning sign that the magnetosphere on Earth is collapsing, because cosmic rays, if you know anything about them, just think of them like a speck of dust that can go through anything. I'm talking metal, organic, people, goes through everything. It's like a little speck of dust that knows no bounds. And it's starting to happen, at least at the North Pole, so we'll see.
Yeah,
But
with that 2012 thing, you got to keep in mind, they have something in the coding they call it penultimate.
Penultimate?
Yeah, penultimate. They love to, tell people one thing, right, openly, in public, and they do it right before that event. They do it with words, and they do it with events. So when they say 2012, you can be sure that they're going to do 2011.
Right. They always leave.
They promoted, yeah.
It's two-door, double door, that same thing. You're looking out the front,
a window.
And you're looking out the front for them. Meanwhile, they're sneaking in the back door. That's how they work. So they'll say and shout and make movies about 2012, but in their world, number 2 is number 1. So look for 2011, and look for the 11th month, 11th day, 11th year, for possibly something to happen. And it could, it could not happen, because it's not prophecy. It's people pushing a button. It's their plan. So if something doesn't, they don't have to push it. It doesn't have to.
They set it up.
I don't know. I see something going on here in the chat, and I just want to intervene and go, Hine matov u'manayim shevet kahim gamya.
Oh yeah, somebody asked why did I block
Israel.
Iconoclast?
He's my friend. His name is Israel DNA, and he said that he's an anti-Semite. Why did you block my friend, the anti-Semite? I don't know. Why did you?
Oh man. Oh yeah, another thing that you see, they show that allegory pretty openly in H.G. Wells' Time Machine. How they shoot the moon at this guy. I mean, they put it in other Final Fantasy. They put it in that one too. Shoot the moon.
Rocks falling from the sky.
Yeah, that's another. That's the Sodom and Gomorrah. They did the Sodom before. Now they're gonna do Gomorrah. And Gomorrah is basically saying go the cleansing.
Yeah, well, if what they say is happening, and it's happened before, and the little bit of recorded history that we happen, is this thing passes, and it exhausts iron oxide dust and chunks of itself that fall to Earth, and might explain, the sea turning to blood in biblical times, because if this iron oxide dust falls and
it turns it red.
It's red. It's
yeah.
Red, orange.
You can also look at that too as genetic engineering. They part the sea.
Parting the Red Sea is blood. Blood's the Red Sea.
Splitting,
Going in genetically. Genetic engineering.
Yeah, like, could you imagine? I was watching this with Dana one time. They were showing like they were doing like a what if type of thing if a meteor destroyed. Yeah, if they shot the moon out the sky, do you know like the casualties, man, it would have? Astounding, man. It's amazing. Like if they would have hit it, like no one, a lot of people. I mean, that's how they had. It won't be as bad as like when all the dinosaurs died. 'Cause I heard when the dinosaurs died, like it was like the rock basically like was sticking out the atmosphere, man. That's how huge the rock was. And it just.
That's the speed, It's
yeah.
pretty much instant,
I mean, that's just crazy, man. Like they have one rock, the one asteroid they were talking about. Like it's basically, it's ice. It's like ice inside. But when it gets closer to the sun, it starts to melt, and then it starts shooting in another direction.
Yeah. Comets. Those are comets. Yeah.
Like so, like probability type of chance, like so, like uncontrollable. But that whole thing with the moon, and if that shit would have come out, man, like nobody for miles. I mean, it would New York City. If it got hit, the whole thing is done, all of it. And you don't even need that much rock to actually hit.
You could use satellites. Satellites breaking up.
I mean, they can shoot it out the sky because they admit that they can use Hubble as a laser flex.
You don't need the whole moon shot. You just need a piece of it to come down. And that's to wipe out the interiors of the continent when the flood might not reach, the water might not reach.
Yeah.
So the people that are left,
Yeah, and it's easy to shoot because it's one solid mass. One solid mass. You can just it'll just be chunks that come out. Fall right in it'll be pulled right to Earth. And then I guess you have to be an amazing mathematician to see directly like where can you actually hit by what angle and
that's nothing for those people.
Yeah, I suck at shit like that, man. I mean, I'm not a mathematician like that.
Computers, man.
Yeah. I mean, some people are really good at math naturally like that.
Well,
the only reason why I'm kind of bad at math. I mean, I'm all right, but the only reason why I'm not is because the system I kind of came up in high school. Because when I was going through the next level of math, like they were changing it. It was weird, man. It was like they were changing it, and they actually made it harder. And the only reason it was harder because they just they were solving the same problems but with a totally different method.
Mm-hmm.
They love doing that to kind of like.
Well, they're looking for a different characteristic in people that will pass and move on to the next, and find that kind easy. And it's like a filtering, how they filter out people, So it's hard for you, difficult for you, but it's a breeze for some other kids, and that's the one that'll go towards that field. And that's what they're looking for. It's like a sifting mechanism.
Yeah. So. I guess it's not any mistake that you see. Like go to university, at least by here, by me. So it's mostly Asian. The university by me, mostly Indian, Japanese, Chinese.
Like Stony Brook, you mean?
Yeah, Stony Brook. That's all it is. Mostly. I mean, they have other people from New York City.
Yeah.
But like, what are
a lot of people from New York City go out to Stony Brook.
Yeah.
So.
I think that's the most retarded thing except to go from Stony Brook. New York
cheaper.
City, to live in New York City and just go right there. I want you want to
It's cheaper.
Yeah,
cheaper.
I guess so.
And they have dorms, they can get away. But anyway, yeah.
How do you go to school, Prime Minister of Mystery? How do you go to school? How do you go to school and keep your mind sane? How do you live in both worlds like
that? Well, no, I've had some professors that are just totally like, I've confronted them with my thought and they just totally broke down and, tried to kick me out of class and whatnot, but, no, I made it through. And
I can't do it, man. It's too much bullshit, too many lies, man. Too many. like it's too much. It's taking my time with something that I don't feel like it needs to concern me. Like the direction I'm trying to go in, the knowledge the things that I research, things that's benefiting me right now. But like it's not benefiting me if I go through their systems of thought. It's more of like to benefit them.
Well, see, unfortunately, the reality that we live in today, and this is unfortunate, is that piece of paper, that diploma, raises you from slave to not master, but at least the opportunity to become a master. I mean, without college education, like you're not allowed into their little group without that piece of paper.
Like you gotta go to trade. You gotta do something to make a some type of living.
Yeah, you gotta prove that you were dumbed down enough to work in their system. You get the stamp of approval.
Yeah, man, it sucks, man. I mean,
yeah, it does suck, dude.
I mean, I could go back.
So, but I we actually might be a little light at the tunnel here. I've been friends because I've taken courses. I skip around at my college because I'm a pretty smart ass kid, and a lot of professors don't like that. But anyway, so like my freshman year or whatever, I could take like a junior class if I wanted to, and I did. So I've known the graduating classes for the past like 2 years, and there's no jobs for them. So
oh yeah, I know.
You might start to see a whole like 1969, 68 type of thing start happening again, where the university students over here actually are get mad enough to incite real change, not presidential, hope and change stuff, but like real change where, we're in the streets and we're angry. Well, here's like one thing that we just found out that was sneaked in through one of the things that the 111th Congress did. You can now go to prison for failure to pay your federal student loans back.
Well, because a lot of people are saying fuck them, because they see you and so going, it's like fuck them, I'm not paying that. I mean, I owe money from school.
Yeah, man, it's ridiculous. They're gonna actually it's gonna go into effect January, and supposedly I don't know, nobody's seen them, but they're gonna start coming after people to pay off their debt, their student federal loans.
I say fuck.
Yeah, isn't that ridiculous? Like if that starts happening, man, fuck what you've been seeing in London and in Greece. Especially, I'm sorry to say this, especially like down in the South, a lot of those students are permitted gun carriers, so it might be a little uglier down there. But I mean, don't come after your students with like a new IRS task force for collecting federal student debt. That happens, they're in a lot of trouble.
The IRS, I wouldn't even pay that shit anymore, man. You don't have, like, the only reason why they did that, like, with those guys, I remember that couple in, I think it was in New York, somewhere in New York State, upstate New York. They made an example out of them, because that's just them, though. I mean, how many people don't pay their taxes and get away with it? They have to make examples out of people. If you actually can, like, show, like, just tell them, like, and do it all proper, like, well, show me that it's, legal or whatever, and do it all proper, do it like that, they'll leave you alone because, I mean, it's kind of off a deception, paying taxes and shit. And a lot of law is off of impressions that they give, but it's actually not really what you got to do. That's what law. I mean, like people, like when you go inside a courtroom and you fuck around and you just going in there, you're already proving, like you're already acquiescing to their game. Like you showing up and saying, fucking it's the stupid these little games that they're not gonna tell you. It's stuff that you can find out, but they won't tell you because they make a lot of money off of not telling you. Like I was looking at the judge the other day, man, 2 days ago. Like I'm looking at like how people were so ignorant of. After the judge, person after person, guilty. They all charged, say they're guilty, and they all got charged like $300. And you know what they would say? They'd be sucking up to the guy. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm like, wow, it's fucking. They're thanking him. They're thanking him for taking money, and then he goes and tries to give some little fatherly speech like, oh. You shouldn't be driving no license. Shouldn't, He's like, don't hate me, guys. It's the system. I didn't make it. It's like, it's just like, wow, man. I was laughing, man. When he saw me, he didn't even say anything. I didn't have any dialogue with the guy. I just said, the only thing I said was when they called me, I said, here, and I walked up and walked out. And people think like when they go with their lawyers, they're like, like they think they have one up because they come in and out of the court quicker because all the lawyers come in first. So it's a time thing, It's more convenient if you get a lawyer. That's all it is.
Well, yeah, you get a lawyer though, and you walk in there, and the lawyer winks and smiles at the judge, and the judge winks and smiles at the lawyer.
Yeah.
Most people are going, all right,
the lawyer's scamming
this is something good for me, but no, you should be going, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, the lawyer.
Just happened?
Yeah. Yeah, the lawyer, like, I was looking at the lawyer, and this guy, like, stupid kid, man. He's like, oh, I got my lawyer. And I'm looking at the lawyer, and he has a little smirk on his face. I'm like, he doesn't even know, like, he's getting scammed, man. He's getting so fucked right now, like, just playing with him, taking his money, man.
Yeah, they're there.
None of that money should go in. People should all defend themselves, man. None of that money should go in the lawyer's pocket.
If they're educated.
Well, the one thing that upsets me the most are the DUI lawyers. They charge these kids $3,000 when, if the kids just knew, it was a first offense, that they could just go in there, unrepresented, and go, could I please have the alcohol diversion program? And then they drop it down to a reckless op, and they send you to the Dewey camp or whatever, the 2 days at the hotel where you go through alcohol, intervention.
Yeah, there's always ways.
But then all these kids pay a lawyer $3,000, but they don't know that they just do that themselves. I'm not condoning, drunk driving or anything. I'm just saying that's just one of the scams that's out there.
Yeah, I think that's like something that goes on in Ohio, like that program you told me, because that's kind of different over here. They're actually really hard on drunk driving over here. It's a big thing in New York, Long Island and Suffolk County, Long Island and Nassau. It's really big, man. It's, they actually have a room where all the drunk drivers.
The drunk tank.
Yeah, in Nassau.
Drunk tank, man.
Pictures, man. I asked older people. I said, was there people dying from drunk driving? When you were younger. Older people, like 7-year-old people, I know. They're like, nah, people. That didn't happen. It wasn't like, I'm sure it probably happened once in a while. Might kill himself, but it wasn't like it is now. And I think that's partly like maybe. For one thing that might be linked to it, over here where I live in Suffolk County, like we live in the suburbs, and people are taught a totally different way of driving. Like they're just given a license because everybody, you need a car to survive where I live. You can't like really get around anywhere. The bus, moves on the hour every hour. It's like not like it sucks, man. So you need to have a car. So they just give the license.
Yeah, where you live.
Yeah, well, so people are just killing themselves, man, and drunk driving. They're just dying. Yeah, I see kids, man, driving, wrapping the car around trees. You know how many memorials I see?
Yeah,
People
all over
I
the
know
park lot.
that yeah, you see all on the back, those back roads with all the woods and shit. Like,
I always say,
people
man,
I knew that died. What happened?
I always say, if drinking and driving was illegal, bars wouldn't have parking lots.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like they know, like there's a certain amount of alcohol too. Like me, I know, like with myself, when I shouldn't be driving. Man. If I'm drinking, I know I should not be driving. Like, because if you can't walk straight, I never got like that. Even that, you don't even have to be like, when you're drunk and you're all drunk. But at the end, like when you're tired, like even that's dangerous sometimes.
I do have to say that's the best thing about living in the city is the fact that there's public transportation. So you can go out to the bar, have a fun night, hop on the metro train or whatever, and you're back home. I love that, And I think that might be a little bit of a conspiracy because why haven't they adopted that all over the country? It's because they're making so much money off of people driving their cars while they're drunk rather than doing the right thing.
In the city, when you're actually driving and you're drinking, I'm not condoning that, but in the city, like there's lights everywhere, and like it's different from like if you're where I live and you're drinking.
You can kind of get away with it in the city because, like you said, you're stopping every 2 seconds. It's not like you're just people are watching you. People drive like assholes all the time, so it's not like they're gonna notice you swerving a little bit because everyone's swerving at that time.
Yeah. I've seen on the when I get to New York City and I'm driving on the highway, and people are cutting you off left and right, driving like they're really driving out there. Out here where I live, people are driving real slow, like they're very like I've seen people stop at green lights, man. These guys are like they're like they're on another level,
No. They're stuck at stop signs waiting for the stop sign to turn green.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen that. It's funny, man. Like how many times I just cut around people because they're just going like fucking 20 miles per hour on a 40 mile,
Oh, dude, it's.
I know people do.
But see, yeah, to me it sounds like you guys are free because in Ohio it is scary to even drive. Even it's like I've gone to a bar and just had like water, and it's just scary because they still I guess have some of the power or whatever where they're allowed to park. A sheriff or a state trooper vehicle in the parking lot of the bar. It's ridiculous. People are so scared. Like it is almost a little bit reminiscent of probably what happened in Germany in the 30s. It's getting there. And somebody pointed it out to me, and I didn't even know this. Like, I was talking to somebody earlier who mentioned how like all the Aryan Brotherhood, that stuff has moved to Ohio, and I did say, yeah, it's true. I don't believe in any of that stuff, but yeah, they are moving out here, and it's scaring the crap out of me because we're starting to see sheriffs and police officers that, let's just say they, look the part.
Good old boy club.
Yeah, and even.
Yeah, that's what they. I mean, when you look at the KKK, right? I mean, they were really big, man. At one time, they were like millions.
Yeah, it was like 3 million or something.
Yeah,
something like that, right?
A lot. I was like a lot of America, and it was more of like a good old boy club, like a club, like a masonry, like how they at the bottom level, but and the reason why they were so popular is because that's what the media wanted them for. Media promoted them. Like, I mean, when I watch them on Gangland, they're promoting this group, Aaron, and what I did was, and then I looked and seen that over time they destroyed them, the media, when they didn't need them anymore because their purpose is,
they're wearing dresses too.
Yeah, and they're dressed like magi. That's where they're linked to. They're Persians, and they all hate blacks and any other color that's not Anglo-Saxon. I think they say, right? Went to Europe, like they don't. They hate any other race. They say, but like their rituals, what they're praying to the fire like that, like they do in Persia. I mean, that's all Persian religion.
Yeah, fire worship.
And then they're going off, and it's like a joke on them, like, haha, you don't know. Maybe the leaders know, but people who set it up, these guys don't know. It's funny, man.
They don't study it; they just follow it. Like
Yeah. That's how a lot of Mason groups do. They just follow because they're in it for like the tax cuts and benefits, but they're not looking at the long term.
A lot of people in power were openly telling everyone they're in that society. Like politicians that would say, yeah, they were part of the KKK.
Yeah.
It was socially acceptable.
Yeah, because it was socially acceptable. It was like they'd get higher up, by saying that, promoting it.
If you go to places like Philadelphia, like Pennsylvania, in that state and the bordering states, you have like these power unions that they're Masonic in nature. And I think one of the first lodges in America was in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And they're pretty open about it too. Like if you try to start like a big business around there, and you don't work with the union, for example, they'll cut you off. They'll, just like Masonry, they'll say that if you don't hire people in our group, we're not going to give you any business. And that's exactly how Masonry works too. They help each other out, just like brothers. The founders of those unions are connected to fraternities too. It's like an open mafia system, and it's kind of like how the KKK was too. They helped each other out. They funneled money together. That's how they grew.
I was reading the post with Glenn Keeley. He was mentioning how he had a breakfast with one of these guys, and they're like, "Hey, just give us $5,000 back pay and all this." And he's like, "No," and the guy's like, he just laughed at him. He's like, "Okay, when you want your project to go through, give me a call." And that was the end of that. I was like, "Wow."
Is that on his paper? I remember reading that.
It's not on. Actually, I have it right here. It's an old post from 2004, and it's really detailed of like what happened to him.
Yeah, I read that before. That's a restaurant.
Wow. Pretty.
But there's no proof. There's no documented evidence.
Yeah, like he's looking. I know what he's looking for. He's looking for. See, his mind like it's not. It's not. Different type of thought, man. Like more of like.
First of all, he's thinking of history as science. You can't use the scientific method when studying history. That's the angle he was trying to go at with. Show me your proof. The logic, things like that. You can infer with circumstantial evidence, and that's exactly what we're doing. But he's caught up in his ego, so he's not thinking straight. He's probably commenting on it right now.
Is he?
Probably. I don't know. I'm not. My computer's off.
No, we have.
I don't know. Somebody was sitting there, cursing and saying, well, "Jew this, Jew that."
Not him.
I don't know. Oh,
yeah,
before,
it's circumstantial evidence. That's from what I find. I keep finding things that point in this direction, and all the words say a lot of the same things. It's all just it takes time to understand that stuff.
Yeah.
It took me a year to get like the basic understand. Like, okay, all right. Yeah, and then now like I overstand a lot of things, but I don't verse.
Verse then. Yeah.
that like something that's like something I seen Glenn do. Like he can kind of like he can see it, understand it, and see where it's all going, what they're doing, with the moves and shit. I can do that to a certain level. I
Right.
can't do it.
That's what like reading a news headline and then relating it to the premise and where they're planning to go with it. That's the verse ending. You know? That's why a lot of it doesn't make sense to people because they can't grasp the verse ending part. So.
And conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Yeah, to what's it called? Like, and I think it comes that part in that verse then probably comes with age, man. After seeing it and looking at it for so long, being familiar, it's like, all right.
How old are you guys?
27.
28.
Is there another guy on right now?
Nope, you're the only
Prime
the other guy.
Minister
Phone died.
left. Come to the Prime
What?
Minister. The Prime Minister of Mystery.
How old is Prime Minister? How old is Prime Minister?
Of Mystery.
The youngest one here.
What are you, like 20?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, let's see. There's there's 3 people on the chat and 3 people on the call. You know, his phone died. Minister's phone died. Prime Minister's. But he's just on the chat right now. 29. He's 29.
29, 30. So yeah.
Hey. Yeah.
I find
he's 81.
A lot of people older than being into this.
What have you guys been learning about concerning the 13? How you can will your own will. Remember about that?
Yeah. Well, the people that I'm seeing, man, it's
What are you saying? Hold on, let me finish real quick. You about to say something? Neil?
No, I said any info about that? Any new info?
I mean about what's going on as that, or individually learning how to do that.
Anything.
Yeah, I mean it's an everyday thing. You know, you gotta always be. You know, you gotta monitor your thoughts. A lot of it is listening, and like Jer was saying, going through those examples in life when you're not listening to, say, intuition, and having to go against and suffer the consequence. So with willing will, like whose will are we willing at that point? You know. So it's always like an internal, strain of sight. Whose sight is this? Whose words are these? So it has to be coupled with the feeling and as far as detailed willing, it could be mainly with picturing. Kind of like a visualization. A lot of people talking about visualizing things, and what you have to visualize is more the most basic, most natural, the most original, natural settings.
Yeah, and I think all those people who are looking at this bigger picture, they have to meet each other.
Yeah, meet, collaborate.
Yes, collaborate, work together on something, whatever. Cause this internet thing is not cutting it, man, as far as trying to understand somebody.
It's good if you want to, as far as meeting someone. It's good if you could do at least a conversation, but when it's on strictly, chatting on with forums and such, it's kind of defeating, because you get it's so. You can't get your point across, or the person's relying on whatever they're feeling that day to interpret what you wrote, as opposed to hearing you say it, and you can gauge it better,
I learned my lesson from having a forum. I learned, it taught me something. It taught me that words very razor edged, and they're not. I just had an argument the other day on email with somebody. It was over something stupid. It wasn't even. And I wasn't trying to insult the person. And then I feel like I'm getting insulted. And then they said that they were getting insulted. And it was nothing like that. It was just words. Maybe if they heard the tone in my voice, maybe they would have got a different conclusion. But I've been, lately I've been able kind of like just keep my ego in check. I look at myself and I see, as soon as I see, okay, I have to say something back, I just stop the conversation right there.
Yeah, because to a point, it's okay to have people ask you questions or ask you to state why how you came to these conclusions, because it's something maybe you never heard of, like that way of looking at it. So just that practice of answering, you learn more just from that alone.
When there's so many people communicating, then you have problems, either on the phone, like you experienced today, or on forums.
Yeah.
You also need time. When I just heard about all this, I didn't understand everything.
Yeah, because you have to go with like what you've already experienced in life, and like if you've had more experiences, being maybe older, it'll come a little quicker. But if you're still lacking certain experiences, you have nothing to compare it with. So you're just going off like, well, and tuck that in your bag and keep walking. Like there's tons of stuff I'm still having to learn, and that's why that whole life begins at 40, because you've had those experiences, and not all of them, but you've seen most of them enough times. You've been in enough relationships with women or people or businesses. You've opened your own businesses or whatever. Been stuck in the woods for however many times. You've had these experiences. So now when you see something, you come across something, you can relate it to something you've learned previously or saw previously, and maybe it didn't make sense, didn't correlate with anything at the time, but now you can piece it together. So it's just a time thing, and everyone is different. That's why you can't necessarily give everyone your experiences, because this is my personal path that I walk. So I'm looking at things and seeing them my own way, trying to explain that to you. I could give you the outline, and maybe you can kind of relate to some of the things if it was made popular by the media and we all went through it. But other than that, it's like day to day, like second to second, things that are going on in my mind that like I can't put.
And most of the experiences that you have, I was in that movie Waking Life too. It's intangible, man. You can't put it in words. Most of our experiences. That's why I guess people like us try to find other people to relate to, because it's like something that you search for. You try to search for people who can connect on a certain level and be understood.
Yeah. I think they're kind of already doing the same thing, and that's kind of the people you're trying to collaborate with, because they make you sharper, because you're getting something else. Maybe they had that piece to your puzzle, you're just missing that one piece or a couple of pieces, and you throw them that, and then boom, now they can see a little bit more. So.
Yeah, I noticed that people who can actually see the bigger picture, looking at the stuff, when I talk to them, actually I learn something.
Yeah.
But people who, other people who are trying to understand or just don't understand, it's more difficult, because the whole time I'm explaining stuff that's like
over the head.
Years ago, and I'm just explaining, and I have to do this whole thing to explain this, and it's like a lot of times they want me to do that. They want me to do their research for them. Like,
they ask you to show the proof, and they don't understand that's going to take a long time because you spent years.
Yep. I mean, open your eyes. The proof is everywhere. I can go any corner of the world and find the proof.
Yeah, there's a change that has to go on inside of them.
They don't understand that the proof is everywhere, because the interpretation, the way they're perceiving that evidence, is not the same way you're perceiving it. They're still in the matrix. They're in that box. So they think everything is normal.
Like the things that they take for granted, like being in university, going to college, or it's like, well, like I know a guy. Everything he said was something referring to what his professor or school teacher. This is another interview. And it's just like, wow, like, it's crazy what they take for granted. Like, they don't realize, like, every thing that they're saying is coming from the school. And I'm not saying all professors are lying or whatever, but like they actually believe like the scientific evidence of the day. Like it's, I mean, we don't have anything else, I guess, in that sense. Like when they say, oh yeah, they just discovered this, and so it kind of gives you a clue into something else. But like to think that that's where it's all at, it's like I think is a mistake.
I'm in school. The tools that they show you in science, they're actually not bad, but it's not being used properly. And when it is being used properly, it's put under dialectic, because the scientific community is just like politics too. You have limits, and you have human affairs, so it becomes entirely subjective. On another note, science is entirely subjective because once they get the data, you got numbers, but then you need a human to interpret that number. You need someone to tell you what that number means, and that whole interpretation is what leads to subjectivism. And science itself is just a process of falsification, and all they're doing is falsifying hypotheses until they can keep one that's the most plausible. So a true scientist would say, okay, we have evolution. Talking about, let's say if we're back in their dogma in the Matrix, they'll say evolution is the best we got, so we're just going to stick with that until something better comes along.
Yeah.
If you look at the name professor, it's someone who's professing.
Definition of professor. Let me tell you something. It's pro and fess. So pro is a priest. Fess might be my.
Yes. S. Oh, that
fess may actually be a word, actual word. Fess, fuss.
S insider. So they got anyone that has direct contact with that next generation, or those inquiring minds, that they have a lot of. You can know that they're monitored. They have a lot of. Not that they have a lot of power, but like it's very focused and precise, like what they'll reveal to you, and it's always a revealing anyway. So it's not. It could be the truth, some truth in there, but it's always just for their little agenda, So.
Yeah,
it's not for benefiting you,
Like when a scientific read, like you said, the scientific, how it's not bad, but like, of course you gotta keep in the back of your mind. Well, there's observations and that have been looked at already on a higher level, or whatever. Exactly,
they know more. They're lying by omission. They keep information from us. So. You have a community of critical thinkers, but the problem is they're too critical in the sense that they don't use intuition. The second problem is they have lack of information, so they're just like robots.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have like a mob psychology. If you got thousands of people like this, then you have like a big cult. Society's a cult.
Yeah, I've seen things in scientific, like just news articles where they say they discovered something that proves contrary to what the whole scientific community is saying, and they get attacked because they're not going along with status quo the science community is going.
Yeah, debate is in progress, and it's funny how society always just wants to progress, like mentality.
And progress to what? To the one.
Yeah, science has its own canons. They wanna explain something, predict, and then eventually they wanna control. Those are the goals of science as the scientific community outlines it.
It's interesting when you look up. I actually did research just on the words, on these words of science, and I found so many links. Science was like telling me links to Neanderthal.
Well, the definition
Sire is in science. Sire, actually it would spell SCIRE, and it's seer, 4C, seer. Magi was seers, and you're seeing like all these links. There's other words I found. So many words, man, it was incredible. Like in French and conversions and all that. It was like a story I was learning from that word. But science is directly linked, I think, to Neanderthal because that's what these. I think from what I find, their minds are like these guys are like. That's all they live for, man. Is to research and study and dissect and this type of thing. Like
another book to look at. It's okay if I write it down. It's being recorded. It's by Isaac Asimov. The title I forgot, but it's about the etymologies of scientific words.
Oh yeah, Isaac Asimov. Yeah, you know who's a good one on words too? Edgar Allan Poe. He made a post about it. Called, I think it's called some of the Wonder of Words. I think it was called that. And he made a bunch of stuff, man. He made one story, The House Usher. He got some pretty good works. I think the later ones, the early ones, I kind of found boring personally. But he's really like wordy, descriptive with his words.
Pretty sure he was in some type of society. A
Oh
lot
yeah.
of writers are.
Oh yeah. When you look into these writers, and when I looked into like the science fiction writers, and you see like you can tell they're giving information and they write about this information.
One example off the top of my head, William Blake. Yeah, I think he was a Rosicrucian.
Yeah. You find out these guys are part of.
Swinburne had a book, The Rosicrucian. He just lists all the Masons. All the Rosicrucians. There's another book called 10,000 Famous Freemasons.
Yeah, go look into an old encyclopedia and look up English literature. And I have under the literature section, it goes on to, in mine, it goes into Sweden, all from everywhere, Egyptian. And there's a lot of books that were written. A lot of guys they mention like history that really known, and you'll find a lot of clues in their writings.
You know what's amazing? All this is everywhere, and it's right under everything we're learning. You could go to school and look at the history that they're talking about. They won't tell you the truth that we're picking up. It's there. They just have to dig deeper.
Yep. I've talked about it with professors. Some of them know, but they're like they're just trying. The professors I found that were cool. They're just trying to get the people to think, and that's hard enough for them. No, that's lies. No, they wouldn't do that. The media wouldn't control everything.
Not all professors they don't know the whole picture. They just know bits and pieces, and they run with that.
Mhm. Yeah, well, some professors. I have a friend who just told me he found out his professor's like part of it, like the universities, like
Oh yeah.
They're part of those fraternal orders.
Oh yeah, a lot are. That's how they keep them in line. That's how they get paid. Bread too.
Yeah, man, I think those universities are really important, like to look at and see, because that's where they're doing a lot of scientific research. And some, Ben was mentioning one, I forgot. They're doing all type. There's ones that are looking at the stars. Others who are doing genetic engineering, and these are schools, people going to. So like I know there's like levels of there's things that are going on in these universities that.
Think tanks funding them. you have military-industrial complexes funding them. There's at least 5 or 10 that I'm aware of. MIT during the 50s or 60s, people considered that a governmental institution instead of a university because they did so many military tests there. A lot of secret experiments were occurring around the 50s and 60s that got exposed around the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, I noticed that. Why was that? Why was it that it got exposed? Why?
Sometimes,
Changing power.
Sometimes a leak does happen, and then they try to cover it up.
Changing over the power.
Probably.
Who's in charge?
I've heard that there's like a big thing that's talked about over here. Montauk Project. Everybody talks about that. Like, I would like to really find out what really happened. Like,
Montauk, you said?
Yeah. That's everybody.
You kind of live close to Montauk.
Yeah, I live right near there, and I think I've seen the place where they say they were doing things.
Yeah.
But I don't know what happened exactly. So.
The Montauk boys and all that?
I think so. I mean, there's a guy, what's in the Stuart Swordlaw.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's up there talking. Like he was part of the experiment and all this.
Yeah. He's one of the Montauk boys. That's what they call him.
What's up, you speaking to anybody else up there, man? And from the forum?
Yes.
Mike?
What forum? Outlaw?
Oh yeah, Outlaw or the old forum that I used to have.
I think I don't think anyone uses it. I haven't logged into that.
Well, Outlaw?
No, I'm talking about your old forum. I think that's
Then
down.
nobody can use it.
Okay. I haven't logged on to that in a while. Outlaw, it's a joke. I mean, I go there sometimes just to post random stuff, but it's a joke. Forums, people shouldn't rely on them.
You spoke to Maverick? He messaged me a while ago, and he's like, it seemed like he kind of like, he's more like, because he said he's like, he has like borderline personality. This is what he says. He sees it.
Yeah, he does have something.
Yeah, he said he has something. And the guy seems intelligent to me, in my opinion. He's kind of cool, you know. I spoke to him a few times. Pretty cool. He just comes at it, I guess, in his own way.
He has his own angle at it.
Yeah. He focuses more on like the psychology of
psychiatry. Yeah.
Psychiatry and like what's going on and
life experiences related to that.
You know you know how old he is? He's almost like 40 years old. I was shocked. I thought the guy was like my age. He does not look, at least before he shaved, he did not look like that old, man.
Nah,
put up there, man. We something to drink it, man.
Something in the water, huh?
Have you guys tried calling Watt recently?
Nah. I did try calling him a while ago, but it's busy, man. He's never.
Phone always disconnects it.
Yeah. Yeah, but he I know a guy who called up. I got a guy, I communicate with him. He called him up on the show, and he brought up stuff, but like yeah, Alan Watt stopped lying about the computers, and Alan was just like, but Alan Watt now he like knows how to handle people who act that type. Like if I went on, I wouldn't really like me personally. I don't have anything against the guy. Wish him the best of luck in his life, whatever. I wouldn't want to be what he's doing in his shoes, man. I understand what's going on with him. I think he's probably like scared for his life, maybe. No, because he's definitely tied in, stuff. But
Hiding on a lot of things.
do you think he's hiding?
Yeah, he has to be. He's hiding a lot of things. That's how he is in nature. Just doesn't want to talk about stuff.
Yeah, it's
That's
because
why
he's.
he doesn't go into detail about anything. He keeps
Yeah,
talking.
because there's things that they can't talk about. These guys, like I noticed that, like he just won't. Like if it was just you one-on-one talking with him, he would admit to a lot of things, but he will not mention that on the air. You can't.
If you want to catch him on his phone, call him 2 minutes or a minute before he goes on his show, because that's when he plugs in his phone. I did that with him on accident, and then he picked up. He's like, oh, I gotta go. I'm gonna have a show right now. I'm like, okay.
I have no, like, I'm not here. Me personally, I'm not even gonna attack people. I'm not here to do that.
Yeah, I didn't
This
want
guy,
to attack him. I just want to talk to him, ask him a few questions.
Yeah, but you're not gonna get, because he knows like everything is recorded these days, so
yeah.
He'll be on YouTube in like an hour,
Yeah.
10 minutes. So there goes his paycheck.
Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, man. Like there's guys out there who they're like witch hunters. They live on like this exposing. But to sit there and expose everybody is like it really is like ridiculous. It's like going to a cow farm, right? Look, I exposed that this is a cow. Like you're in the middle of a conspiracy, conspiracy everywhere. And to think that these guys wouldn't be part of it.
I mean, look, we're all humans. We all have our needs. They're just being exploited, for money or whatever end they want.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're gonna have people like that, especially in the conspiracy movement. It's just the alternative media. The word's there, media from Medici.
Yep.
So it's not shocking.
Alternative media.
They know who they are. It's just that you don't know who they are.
Yeah, like when you really get to deliberately look at the system and see who these people really are. Like I look at Alex Jones, he's making he numerous times. He's on Jess Ventura Conspiracy, whatever. He's on the TV. He's on media. I've seen him doing interviews, and then the guy is like openly. This guy is like part of some group. You could probably just look at his life, and it's easy for somebody who can, I guess, understand and just gauge and just see. All right, you see that he's actually linked to. Well, I've heard one time, I don't know, it's just from a guy on the phone a while ago. He said that he's actually signed on to like Knights of Columbus, but like he was on a website, his name was on, taken off.
He's just an entertainer. He's well paid too.
Yeah, he gets well paid, but like he's part of something. He's in somebody's pocket. He has a relationship with one of these groups.
He has to be. I mean, they opened the door for him to get up.
Yeah. Because he gives the clue his grandfather was a Mason. Look at what Masonic groups his grandfather was. That stuff is like probably harder to find with Alex Jones because it's like Obama. Once he's in president, like a lot of that stuff is like kind of hidden. When he gets out of office, it'll all come out. Something happened with Maxwell though. He got. Oh, I got a conversation with Maxwell, another guy. He admits to a lot of things, man. He has Masons. He says protecting him and stuff like that, but he knows like there's things that he just can't talk about. He admits things. He's like I've given enough clues to these people, but they're so fucking stupid. And that's what he said. He's like, he thinks, you see how he thinks everybody's like, basically,
idiots.
fucking idiots. And I've been guilty of being like, yo, these people are dumb, but I realize they're just robots, whatever.
But he lies a lot too, and his some of the stuff he talks about is just completely wrong.
Yeah.
Like he'll just, it's obvious when he's making things up. Go forward with his shows. But recently, I don't know how recently, a few years ago, he got sued from the FCC for selling like fake licenses, where like he would target it to people with low income who can't get licenses because they're like illegal immigrants. So he would sell them licenses for like $1,000, claiming that they could use it as a legal license worldwide. Eventually, he got.
Yeah, that's why they use Hermes, man. Hermes. I mean, look at the Hermes. I made a post on that too. Like they that is their patron. Crafty cunningness. That's all part of like what they do.
I think
one
MES,
side of it.
Yeah. MES is a possessive word in French. It can mean
MES?
hour or something.
MES?
MES, yeah. Yeah, go look up the possessives for the French language. It's like mon, ton, son, and then ma, sa, something else.
You'll find clues if you actually type in Google Translator, and you'll see like all the adjective nouns, like different connotations. And you'll get a lot of clues and listen to that sound. So you're reading it, but you have to sound it out with your mouth. And the syllables in that sound will tell you a deeper meaning.
Hermes was an entire allegory. Like, that person never existed.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, there's different levels of Hermes. That's why they kind of made like 3 versions of him.
That was
like,
sorry to cut you off, but if I'm right about the MES thing, all it means is our, her, like she's ours.
Yeah.
And then supposedly he wrote a book of 42 works, and 42 is like some sacred number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I heard it. I think you might be talking about the 47th problem of a lucid.
No, not that. Like, I'm talking about the zodiac. Like, there's 42, there's 72, and then there's all these other numbers. I looked at this a year ago, so I forgot.
Yeah, well, Pythagoras is very interesting because he started using the lyre. Lyre is interesting because same word as lyre. And that was like one of the instruments, and that instrument came from looking at nature. Because there's a bird they actually call a lyre bird. It's just like a lyre.
No, Blair has lyre in it too.
Lie-re or re-lie, second lie, and lie is, that was a big thing in Fight Club. A lot of significance to that word. Yeah, like. And with the turkey vulture, man, like they always use some type of bird.
Birds of prey.
Birds of prey. They love prey because the predator. They love using predators because that's what they are. Like they
predator.
That's what predators do. They hide and become like with nature. They hide, use nature as a veil. Try to think ahead of that's what they do with these words and
also the predators.
Yeah. So like, yeah, man. So I think
predate history.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So they hey man, that turkey vulture is really and when we have Thanksgiving, like that's a whole ritual. That's something that happened, and they're talking about something that people have no idea. And I think it might be some link to the Ottoman Empire.
The basic root is with paganism, because Thanksgivings are like the last harvest for winter, where you can get your own like food and everything. That's what it's celebrated.
When they were passing and giving that turkey, they were saying something. It was I'm not sure. I knew it before. I forgot, but like they were saying something.
No, they're on their way to India, and it's the same thing. When you're going towards India, you pass through Turkey, like the Khyber Pass kind of thing. So they're trying to find a new trade route. So in celebration, because they were still doing the same thing, they knew they were going to America. So that's why they called the natives Indians, and to celebrate they had turkey. It's like all like symbolic.
And the turkey vulture, like if you look at it closely, like it's red head and a black body. Love and Persia. I don't know if you ever seen that movie Inception.
Yeah.
Which one was it?
It was Leonardo DiCaprio, where they kind of like they break into people's dreams, subconscious mind. Oh, no, they break into the unconscious mind. They put an idea into people's heads or extract ideas from people's heads.
Shutter Island.
No.
Oh yeah, the mental home one or the mental institution.
I never seen that one. But that
one
was really
check
good.
out Inception though.
That's a really good, because they show you an allegory in there. The Persian is driving the van. It's going into the water slowly though, like because time is different over. And it's slowly going, and it's showing that the Persia is driving the getaway car, and I think one other might be a Frank and Caucasian or whatever, and then they have an Asian who's the money power who's supporting the whole thing, and then they just show, like, I was like, wow, man, they're showing it right here, but like that's what that bird stands for. It's red. Persia's leading the show. It's the head guiding it all, and the body is the masses.
Yeah.
it's
Persia is the code for red. So.
Persia is like so, and I even found stuff on Armenia. And I heard you. I remember you saying you're from Armenia. It's like they they were the arm of something. Like I think they like started an army or something like that over there. I forgot what exactly.
Well, there's all these codes with the whole army or men. It's linked with gods. They worship Khadli, which is like was a Persian god too, and the Cathars and all the Gnostic sects. It was really popular around the Armenian Caucasus, that area. In fact, Armenia was the first state in the entire world to first accept Christianity, and then.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then all the priests. I mean, like the priest that was the first one who accepted Christianity was called Saint Gregory the Illuminated.
Yo, they're the ones who. Hello.
What is that?
Hello.
What is that?
I might fuck with.
Yeah.
Communist.
What is that?
97. Communist 97. It's doing that.
I think I just lost my hearing.
You gonna say something, Communist 1997?
Okay, cut him off.
But yeah, let's say, the Saint Gregory, the Gregorian chant, is actually like these things like Gregorian chant. They're codes in a language, man. It's a coding system. It's telling you something. Glenn was working on that.
The chants.
The chants, and it's similar in the Eastern. I remember I heard in the Prodigy song, they used the sample, and they kept going, Ooh, Nama, Narayana, and I think that's a code too. Little things they do, even the ballet dancing, all of that stuff is code. I realized it's one big code.
Wasn't there some monk who originated that chant, the Do Re Mi Fa Sol La thing?
Sophie? Sophie. Something like that, right? Yeah.
That's definitely.
It's a code too. It's related to the zodiac.
Okay. Yeah.
And going back to praying, a pray who prays, that's a connection right there too.
Praise. Yeah.
But yeah, going back to Armenia, that's where the story of Noah's Ark was put in there. It settled in Mount Ararat.
Yeah.
look at the words Ararat, Army, Armen. I don't have any books in front of me, but you'll find a lot of links. You got to look at all the ancient deities, and then you'll see connections. Because the land used to be rampant with paganism and Zoroastrianism. That was one of the first religions there. Slowly moved on to Gnosticism and then Christianity.
Where is, like, geographically, where is Armenia? Where is it?
Where Georgia, Azerbaijan, Iran, like around that area.
Yeah.
You picture Iran, if I'm thinking correctly, it's like the top western area. Where Turkey is, it's close to Turkey.
Yeah, I've met, like, a lot of Turkish, around here we have a lot of Turkish people. They're like Kurds and stuff. It's interesting, like,
You smoke hookah, man?
No, he
yeah.
probably doesn't.
I don't like it, no.
Yeah, I smoke a lot of hookah. Yeah, man, the Turkish people I meet, like, they're very business oriented. Very one guy, like, he said he used to play soccer, and like it's all about like his father had a business, and look what's going on in your life. You got to be in this business. He was whole life away working with his father.
Well, American culture has been made like that.
Yeah.
The word culture says it, like a bacteria culture. When one bacteria culture in Turkey comes to another bacteria culture in America, they intermingle and they have their own hybrid.
But they were kind of doing it first, though. They were doing it first before America. America was just carrying on what they're doing, what they were doing.
Yeah. The turkey.
Capitalism. They were having, tax collecting and doing that way before.
It's interesting because you learn a lot about the psychology of these different cultures.
Yeah. How they accept certain things and how things are looked at in their perspective. And then it makes you look at American culture like, look at what we totally, like the things that we accept and don't even realize it. So, like
going back to business, you got to see why they want to be powerful in business. There's like a root cause. They want some type of control, some type of power. They're lacking something.
You know, Japan too. Japan, like over here, people talk about. Dana was telling me in Japan, over here we look, what's your sign and things like that, and over there they're like, it's like your blood type. What's your blood type?
Yeah.
It's compatible. Like, I don't think that's something that would kind of like people you can get away with in America, man. Maybe over time, but like that's kind of like so obvious, man.
It's supposed to be like your personality.
Your blood type. That's insane, man.
It's your life force.
Yeah, what's your blood type? What's your... Hey.
The girls will like not go out with you if you have the wrong blood type,
Man.
Culture, they're really effeminate for the men.
Yeah, they're just the way they dress, and maybe it can be genetic, but like that's.
They're not all like that, though.
Yeah, not all. Cause I've met Japanese who aren't like that. But growing hair in that culture long is more acceptable in that culture. It seems to me.
Yeah.
They'll do it. But over here,
they style it. Well, like they don't go to barbers. Like if you go to a barber in Japan, it's kind of like you're broke, or like you're young, like style. So even the men go to stylists. You can see their hair. It's like really like.
Yeah, I was watching remember that video, Dana? Everything like they have vending machines for absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Hot Meals, McDonald's, and the vending machine. Everything. It's just so into like. No more like they don't have to talk to you and give you food.
Well, they don't. They have like it's just more convenient. Like you can go out of your hotel, and go down to the walk around the corner. You can get a beer or a hot coffee, or if you want to and go right back inside instead of having to go into a place and talk to the guy. You know, you want lobster? You know, they got lobster. They got eggs. They got
lobster and a vending machine.
Yeah, and it's fresh. Fresh. You can get hot soup. I mean, yeah.
I want that shit. I want that shit made right in front of me, man. I guess my view of vending machines from living in America.
We don't have like soda and stupid chips and shit.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah. I mean, they have underwear for girls.
They got like, I think they have like White Castle and vending machines over here. I think I've seen that. That's disgusting though. Like that.
I mean, it was nice to go and get like coffee. It's not like a little crappy cup that falls down. It's not like actually like in a can, like gourmet coffee. It's like in a soda can, you know, and it's hot.
Yeah, they have like hot chicken, hot like turkey.
Anything. You can put like you go into a mall, right, and say your cell phone is the battery's dead. You can go and like rent this little thing and put your phone in it. It has like universal chargers, and you can put your phone on there to charge it. So while you're walking around the mall, when you come back out,
you better have money, man. All these things cost money, though, man. Like,
yeah, everything.
But they got some fucking good food. You ever been in? I know you got like a Japanese community in California over there.
What part are you in?
You ever been over there?
You asking me?
Japanese culture, like.
Upper LA, West LA.
You ever go to like Little Tokyo?
Not regularly. Like I've been there, but it's been a while.
Go there, man. Get some you'll get like amazing meals over there. Amazing. I don't know if you're into eat like food. Like they don't just make sushi Japanese. They make some really good food. Like they perfect all their food and make it all like it's like an art for them. I've had some really good food over there. Not over in Japan, but
yeah. We've gone out in Manhattan a few times.
Yeah, I've had.
What's it? Yakitori. You like your yakitori, right?
yeah, yakitori is good, man. I'll go there. We gotta go there, man, sooner or later, man. But I don't know if I ain't gonna be able to drive.
I'll drive.
Okay, there was a guy talking about all the planets aligning.
Yeah.
What was he referring to? Like, was he saying something's gonna?
All the planets aligning. He's like, say so. He's like,
it's like 2012.
Yeah, like an event's gonna happen. And he goes, I don't believe in the bullshit, but he says like a man of science. And he
going through galactic center and the planets.
He just points in the same direction I'm pointing at. He's saying he's showing that he's seeing correlations between astronomy and the religion or mythology of things that's gonna happen here. And it's just kind of verifying what I've been saying. They just weave the movements of the stars with their plan. And they can make it look like some divine thing.
Mm-hmm.
But people don't have that extra knowledge. Well, hey, something planned this. That's what people can't grasp. Like something more advanced than them. Can't grasp that. Like something a computer. And if they can't even grasp that something's more advanced, than they think of it as like some like a god or some spiritual being. Like I've spoken to Buddhists, I see a lot of people on this Facebook, New Age thought patterns. Like they seem to be, like they accept it. Like one lady told me, she goes, yes, the beings of light, gonna have to survive, gonna have to want to go to the light, and it's basically kind of waved in like it's the same thing as Christianity. Like accept it, like they accept their own demise. They think that it's something good for them. All the bad that's happening in the world is because the beings of darkness did this, and the beings of light are gonna save us and go to the light. And it's always, I'm so sick of hearing that shit. Love and light, man. I'm so tired of hearing that shit. Slogan.
You just got to remember that this formula, the religion formula, is at least 50,000 years old, a minimum of 50,000, because the formula is this: they shock the person of death, and then they give them the hope of an afterlife, which is the light, love, things like that. That's just a new age version. But the older ones was when they first introduced the duality, the binary system of religion, and they planned it so they can condition man.
Even before the duality was an interesting frame of thought. Like as you go back further, it was closer and closer to original thinking. Buddhism is like a really important religion, man. Like I'm seeing, there's a lot to that religion, man. Like I think the guy was talking about sounds. He had his theory on sound. When you look at Buddhism, they have something called intensity, and they really focus on that vibration. That tells me that they know something about sound.
Right, that's what's linked to the Gregorian chant as well.
Yeah. So they know something about the Big Bang Theory, because that's an integral part with the whole unified theory of the universe.
Definitely should learn it, but not be in it.
But yeah, that's what I do. I'm objective with it. Like I'm objective, and I take whatever is true, whatever I see. But like I see people who actually practice it, and they actually become transubstantiated. They drink from that cup, like they thinking, like, because they get some truth to it, and they swallow everything, I guess,
Yeah. There's truth in all of it, because it's pointing at the same story.
Funny how the monks aren't allowed to have any, like, physical possessions.
It's cheaper that way for the people.
And then they go and pray in front of, like, like peasants, and then they give them everything they have, food and everything. Actually,
you leave them sake and throw money at them.
Yeah, they have a religious service, where they walk around with like a basket or something in their hand, and then people just give them money and stuff.
Yeah, there's a site that I sent you, the Radio Archives. I sent you the link a while ago. There's a story called The Glass Bead Game. I don't know if you ever listened to that one. And it's about like a guy who grows up basically like in a monastery, and he doesn't want to be in there. He gets like high and high up, and then he tries to like escape from that life, and he dies because he was lived in a monastery like so long. He tried to go into like the mountains, swimming in the lake, and he died because he couldn't handle that life. They're like given a certain lifestyle. They can't live like they go out in the woods and do it. They can't do that. They get all this stuff from people who live that life, looking at nature and stuff, but they don't actually do it themselves. Although that's how they're controlled. Like they can't. They're kept really domesticated, I guess you could say.
They always have a pre-plan, like a chess game. That's how they keep control on their side for this long.
They have a lot of, not the monks, and I see that like the mind frame, state of mind they kept in, man. Like that movie, the Rose, something. Guy, what's his name? I forgot his name. The guy who was in The Man Who Would Be King. The guy who did 007. They kind of show like they keep everybody in like a state of fear. Yeah.
Daniel Day-Lewis?
What?
Daniel Day-Lewis? You talking about him?
No, the guy who was 007, who was James Bond.
So, which one? Recent one?
Talking about the new one?
Original one? Yeah.
Daniel something?
Who? It was
Anyway.
He's a knight. He got knighted and everything.
Oh, you're talking about Sean Connery?
Huh? Yeah, Sean Connery, exactly.
That's the old one.
Matt McLaughlin was on. McLaughlin?
A lot of mafia members get knighted too.
Oh, time is it? Oh, 3:46. Shit.
Yeah, I think well, it's like 3. It's like what, 2 or 3 o'clock over there.
It's 1 for him, probably.
Oh yeah, 1.
I
think we guys.
Or 12.
We like burned the talk show servers up, man.
Yeah, man, we stayed on for like 4
like
hours.
6 hour, I don't know how many hours it is.
Yeah, I've been on since like 7, man. That's wow.
Full-time job.
Anybody who would be listening to this, I don't know if they would even could do it, man. Could actually stay there and listen to that.
That'd be amazing. Well, one question before we cut this. Have you guys ever thought about power structures outside of Earth? To give you a premise to this, what if all the power structures and the history that we're learning on Earth is insignificant compared to some type of older power structure that exists on, like, let's say, a different galaxy, for example?
Yeah, we can theorize, but like we have nothing, no grounding. Nothing.
I tried asking Glenn about this. He didn't have a clear answer.
Well, because there's no grounding. Like, I mean, we can only talk about like this planet, I guess. Theorize what we see through what NASA's giving us, because they control it all. Well, I know there's other life out there, and there could be other, other experiments of life.
Well, I guess maybe if it has to do with power, that means it might have to do with dominance, so it could be similar. Like they might have a common denominator, maybe just a different way of, acquiescing it, but
like they could be at another stage of development for in another
that's
planet.
what I mean. Something more
bacteria
advanced.
Or even slug form.
Whatever started evolution here, that spark, it either was some type of like spark from creation, or it was some type of extraterrestrial input. It could be just bacteria or something involved. So if either one is true, it implies that life existed or exists on other areas. They could be more advanced than what we're dealing with.
You ever think?
We could be more advanced, but we're like kept so far in. It's like this is a slave planet. It's different. It's like people have power over slaves is what this planet's about. So if you had like room to just develop freely, without all these, out the system, then I'm sure we'd be way farther than where we've been. So.
You ever try to imagine like how it was the universe before this? Because Glenn told me like some information he had, like there was like 26 other universes before this.
He said there's 13 with free will, 13 without free will. They're doing an experiment to see what happens, or to experience what happens.
That's something I haven't even really went into too deep with him. Something I like to talk about. I
have a feeling a couple million years from now we're going to come back to this and go over what we were learning today.
I have a feel, like he was saying, like this universe is coming to a close. Like it's the point is it's too late now. Like the most you could do is maybe keep it 5,000.
Another 5,000 years.
The thing is, if the universe goes through a big crunch, you're not going to experience it, because if everything is going in reverse, that means that your mental processes are going in reverse too. So your perceptions, even though it's going in reverse, you'll still see it going forward. So we might be going to the big crunch right now. We might have already passed that turning point.
That's interesting.
Definitely.
All right, man. let's head out, and then we'll do this again next week.
All right.
All right.
Later.
Nice talking. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.